truth and justice and all those good things.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
And all those good things.
Go fuck yourself.
Okay, show me the real one.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way. The American way.
And here we are.
Wow.
Good intro, man.
That just gave me another reason not to like Dave Corn Sweat.
Dave Corn's cuck.
Yeah.
He's not that bad, right? You know?
He knew what he was supposed to be saying there.
Oh, no, he was holding back. You could tell that it was about to slip. American way.
He
all those good
to
things.
say it. He probably did. But, who knows? He chose not to. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
That's his character. You got to judge now.
I feel like if he let it slip, the movie would have done just a little bit better.
An extra 50 million.
Yeah, exactly. What the hell? That's a 50 million slip right there.
They might have broken even.
Right.
That was a good edit, Kyle. I liked seeing all those different Superman titles just kind of like throw themselves right at us.
I've seen that intro like 100 times now. So you go over through the edit. Anyway, I'm Kyle Corwith, your host. Joining me tonight, hard cut and box office brawler, as we traverse an epic journey through the multiple decades, examining the many iterations of Superman committed to film, from the good, the bad, and the worst.
Yeah.
You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of good, there's a lot of bad, and there's some ugly in there. That's for sure.
Real quick though, lots happening today. We got Trump and Putin meeting in Alaska, right? Chris Hemsworth's new season of Limitless is out today, and James Gunn's Superman is out today on streaming, which is just, it's going to be, it was total coincidence that it happened this way.
That was a quick turnover.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that at all, actually.
I don't think you could pay me money to watch it again at home. That's where I sit with it. There's a teaser.
Yeah, you might hate it the most out of everyone here.
I don't have any desire to really watch it again, but I mean, if it was on and someone was like, "We're watching it," I might check it out again.
Bobby's a nice guy.
Yeah,
I respect that. No Dave Corn Sweat for me. It was really, Kyle, it was a real privilege to watch a lot of these Superman movies because there was quite a few here I never would have taken the time to see. So thank you for inviting me and having me on and, coaxing me to watch some of these films because I'm glad I did. I mean, these are films that are deeply rooted in pop culture. And I think there was there's a lot of conversation still around some of these titles, especially the old Christopher Reeves films. So I'm excited to get into those.
So are some of these, was this like your first time seeing some of these films?
Oh,
cool.
Yeah. So we'll get into it, but definitely excited to talk about it.
Well, right straight away. Let's see.
Personally, I can't wait to talk about Superman 3, the most underrated film in the entire franchise.
I can't tell if you're being sardonic, but we'll find out. All right, so our first movie is 1978's Superman, which I did not see until I was, older in my 20s. It didn't make a real big impression on me. The thing that was different about this time was I realized that this movie is 3 hours, which surprised the hell out of me.
If you watch like the director's cut, it's like 2.5, but I don't think there's also a TV cut that might be 3 hours, but the theatrical cut's not 3 hours.
I didn't know there were different cuts. I don't know.
Oh, there's various different cuts. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Isn't there a Donner cut we're talking about today?
That's Superman 2.
Yeah, but I thought that was only linked to the second one. There was only one cut for Superman.
There are multiple cuts for Superman. Like I said, there's a TV cut, and then there's like a extended director's cut. You're not really missing too much, but if you saw something that was 3 hours, you probably saw some form of the television cut.
Oh, okay. Couldn't tell though. Like it looked as if that was the intended version. There wasn't a resolution difference, etc. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know I mean, I know that back then when they shot it and edited it, it was like everything was finished when they did it. So in terms of like home video release, I don't know. I don't think there's like a 4K version of the television cut out there, but everything else there is a 4K version out there. So,
one thing to clarify for those who are the first time being here for my live streams, and this is again, I'm giving you credit, Brawler. We're doing a tier list for all of these films, and if I can just share the screen.
The tier ranking's so fun. This
Right.
is going to be an interesting list. It's crazy. I mean, you think back to all these Superman movies. What was it? This one came out in 1978, I believe. I mean,
Correct.
geez, it just spans across generations. It's crazy that we're at this point where, you know, even our grandparents grew up watching stuff like this. So it's pretty cool that we can sit here today and kind of break it down and rank it at a younger gaze. You know, different ages here, all different kinds of experiences. It's pretty exciting.
Yes, and we're rating it from 1 to 10. 10 is going to have truth, justice, and the American way represent that number, and way all the way at the bottom is Kal-El, no.
Yeah, that's a 1. If not a 0.
Oh, actually, where are you at? Where are you at? Is going to be
Kal-El, no.
Oh gosh.
okay.
Poor gal.
And also a note taken from Bobby when we did the first live stream on Mission Impossible. I converged like 1 to 3 into one box. He said, where's 3? You don't remember this, but yeah, I didn't have 1 to 10.
Yeah.
It was like there was a box representing multiple numbers, but corrected it this
No,
time.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Man, I appreciate notes. Let's see. Take that off for now because we're going to be talking about this Superman. So let's start with the youngin.
Me? Oh, good. All right. So you want me to just like tell you my experience with it?
What's your history with it? And did you see it recently?
Yeah.
and then we'll
okay,
tell
I
you
saw
why
it.
you're full of shit.
That's right. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm excited for that.
Perfectly fine. Yeah. I imagine we've all had pretty good experience with, you know, this Superman film. I think I discovered it, you know, kind of recently. I did watch it again just a few weeks ago. So it's funny you wanted me to come on here and talk about Superman. Yeah, I remember, you know, there's so much conjecture about Christopher Reeve's Superman. And, you know, for the longest time, I'm only 23, and I wasn't that curious into older films like that for a long time. You know, when you're young, you want flashy imagery, you want the new stuff. You don't really care much about the older titles. And thankfully that's changed. I've been different last like 4 or 5 years. I've you know, cared deeply about the older films, and I think it's a piece of history you're watching. And this is definitely one of those pivotal films for me where I'm just taken right back to that time period. And Christopher Reeves, after watching this for the first time, I just immediately fell in love. I was completely he was such a charming Superman and Clark Kent that I think about him to this day. And I've never been a big Superman guy. I'm not a big superhero fan altogether, really. But you know, I think Christopher Reeve's Superman, he has just this. It's almost an indescribable charm to him that you can't really manufacture. And I think a lot of it has to do with, you know, he's quirky, he's fun, but he's also serious, and he's heartfelt. But all of this, you know, while he plays on the silly angle a lot of the time, he also has self-respect, and a lot of the characters around him respect him, even though he has these silly moments, and he kind of embraces that side of himself. And unlike, you know, Dave Cornsweat's Superman, who has silly moments and, you know, goes through humiliating ritual time and time again, a lot of the characters around him don't respect him. And I think that's a big difference between like those two characters that are stark to me. But that's something I just love about this Superman, is he's just a great main character. And I like I said, I just fell in love with Christopher Reeves. And unfortunately, with the second Superman,
No S for Reeve.
Reeve.
Okay, gosh, I always say that. Christopher Reeve.
I corrected you once before.
Christopher Reeve. That's
in
right.
In a previous stream.
Yeah. I don't know where I get the Reeves from, but yeah,
it sounds right. No, I get it. I've said
What,
it.
is it George? Is it George Reeves?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second film. Yeah, I won't get into the second one, but
the other guy.
My position changes just a little bit, but overall, I think this is just a solid title. And what I was kind of surprised about this film was that we don't really see him do that much superheroing, and I think this is like one of the classic cases of they really just couldn't show much with their limited special effects abilities here, and that's something I think the second one really suffers from. But I was perfectly fine with that here. I loved the characters. I loved him. I loved his relationship with Lois Lane. And I was especially charmed by his transformation, from Clark Kent to Superman. I thought he did that just so eloquently. And yeah, I'm a big fan of this movie. I was right after we watched, me and a large group of my friends went and saw the new Superman. I wanted to detox and show them all this one. And everybody fell in love with this one. And I think it's a special film that all young people definitely need to see, especially if they're raving about the new one. I think you need to go back to the classic and see just what you're missing.
Hard cut? Well, actually, I can't say just hard cut because I'm so okay. So for the people who aren't familiar with hard cut, they're on a set, usually a beautiful, wide, the most idyllic version of a man cave. And they're together most of the time. So when I say hard cut, I'm saying, they would decide themselves which to speak. All right, so we'll go with eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Matt.
Okay, yeah. I think I probably saw Superman the movie when I was 4, maybe for the first time. And it was probably the first superhero movie I ever saw. And yeah, I, fell in love with the movie, fell in love with the character. I mean, shit, like what's there to say about the movie that hasn't been said before? It's just, it is the textbook classic example of how you do a superhero origin story and like the hero's journey, even like you fast forward to 2005 and you watch Batman Begins, Christopher Nolan said like the biggest inspiration for that movie was Superman the movie. And
dude, I saw a lot of influence of like beats in the story beats were and directly lifted from this movie that Nolan did.
Then just like the way he cast, like Nolan cast the film, same thing with Superman. Like Superman the movie's got like this A-list all-star cast. I mean, the way they were able to get Marlon Brando to play this basically like an extended cameo, of course it came with a hefty price tag, which
but you get like 5 to no I didn't write down the research for this. It's somewhere in like 1 million or 10 million.
Yeah, like per minute he's in or something. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah. He got away.
And I think
robbery with
someone's broken it down by how many lines he has, like how many, hundreds of thousands of dollars it was per line he says. And like all the lines he says in the movie were through a fucking like he had that earpiece in his ear because he refused to memorize lines at that point in his career. So his lines are being fed to him. Fucking asshole.
That's crazy.
But
I'm not going to memorize these lines.
Oh, that's like when he says Krypton, he says Krypton because like he doesn't give a shit.
Krypton. I'm not saying fucking Krypton.
He made it sound cool.
I'm
though.
Krypton.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. I mean, Marlon Brando is fucking dope. But like, just the movie's great. The John Williams score to this day is the quintessential Superman theme.
I want to address something.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Bro.
Well, no, I mean, like, look, there have been good iterations since then, but still, it's like Batman. At the end of the day, Danny Elfman's Batman theme is the quintessential Batman theme.
Yeah,
but
okay, so yeah, I think
there have been great.
I think you think you know what I was going to say, but it's not. We'll get to Hans Zimmer in a few moments, more than a few moments.
Right.
But the thing that I'm not a huge fan. I'm a fan of part of the theme, and it's the section that goes dun, 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 dun. But the part right at the opening where it's dun, 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 it sounds like it. I don't like that.
It hypes you up, bro.
No, I like the other bit of it. The first, it sounds like Wonder Dog or some shit.
Well, okay, but I mean, yeah, you just. There are like multiple parts of the main theme, but you also have the Krypton theme, which is like fucking awesome, and they John Ottman does his bullshit version of it in the beginning of Superman Returns, but he
We'll
adds a
get to that.
choir in that movie to it, and it sounds really cool. But yeah, I mean, shit, I can go on and on and on about this movie, but without getting into Superman 2 too much, it's kind of hard to talk about this movie without talking about Superman 2 because they were shot back to back for the most part. But I feel like, to me, Superman 2 was like always my favorite one. And relatively recently, I watched 1 and 2. And there's like people like give me and Bobby shit a lot because like, oh, you guys hate everything. Or, if we like something from the past, it's like rose colored glasses. Like, that's such bullshit. I can like say objectively when something from my past isn't good, and I might still find like a guilty pleasure or whatever, but I can still tell you if it's good or not. Superman 2, when I rewatched that, it has not aged well. Like,
to say the least, but we'll get to that.
Well, exactly. We'll get there.
To that.
What I'm getting at though is Superman 1 has like that. It's still, besides the effects, which are dated, of course, it still just is a solid movie. And it doesn't matter how old you are, where you are in life, anyone can sit down and watch it and enjoy it.
All right. And you don't have to wait every time for me to like call on people to chime in, but just in the order of things of how it's been just at the beginning. Bobby, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I don't want to like repeat what's been said, piling on, blowing the movie. But no, I do feel the same way, and I did see it at a very young age. I probably saw this movie before I started reading Superman comics, so it was my first introduction to the character. But going a little deeper into the film itself, like, I always loved how the movie opens with the villains of the second film. Because it just goes to show like they did have a plan in place. Even back then when they were, just kind of starting up with these superhero movies. Now you could say what you want about the second film, but I kind of agree that when I was younger, I really did like the second film more. And that was because of like the villains were cooler in my eyes at the time.
More action.
They were more action.
I'm glad that you clarified to say at the time.
At the time,
yes.
Right. But, watching it now, like, yeah, the first film is the superior film. And, like, if we're going to get into anything else besides just things we like about it, like going with the end of the film, where he like flies around the planet and just like reverses the rotation and things. That, even when I was a kid, I was like, that doesn't really seem right. Like, that has always bothered me. But, looking back at it now, like, just the achievement of what was done for that film, I'm not saying it completely excuses it, but it's still, in my eyes, like an amazing film. And then, we'll save part 2 for when we get to that.
How do you guys feel about Lex Luthor, especially with that orange wig?
Well, I mean, Gene Hackman
wasn't it orange?
I mean, ginger, you mean?
Yeah.
He's an unparalleled actor. I'm not going to just say like he's hands down the best Lex Luthor, but as an actor, like, just the fact that he was in the film playing this character, I mean, just elevates it in a whole other way. Like, like you said with the Marlon Brando, and just like the people surrounding this film elevated it. And Hackman is, he was phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of him being like a comic book accurate Lex Luthor, no, he's not. He does his own, Gene Hackman thing with the role. But at the time, like, no one really was like, oh man, that's not that accurate compared to the comic book. No one looked at those movies that way, I guess, not yet. So when he was when the movie came out and they saw his performance, it was kind of a fresh take on the character,
Who here is familiar with the comics? The most.
I am. I mean, me and Bobby probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I used to read them like religiously when I was younger. I still have it. I have a ton of
like
comics.
when I got older, Batman, like as most, I think, boys, like, you start liking Batman more. And to this day, I still like Batman more, but I have more Superman comic books, which is weird. I have a lot more Superman comic books.
Yeah.
Do you still collect any to this day?
No, I haven't collected since my late teens probably, but I have a
Okay.
shit ton from that era.
Yeah. After
Well-
like getting like I used to, buy individual issues. And then I shifted over just into getting graphic novels because it was like, here's a complete story. Because
Yep.
the whole like release schedule of comics is
Fucked up.
ridiculous. It's like here's one issue a month, and it's like, well, I got to go reread the previous 10-page issue because I can't remember anything that happened. But like graphic novels, the last graphic novel I bought, I was probably like 25 maybe. So I mean, to date myself, that was like 18 years ago. So-
Nice.
It's probably a safe bet. I can presume that you didn't buy any of the woke issues.
I don't know what those look like, what those are, and I'm happy.
They're
Yeah.
collectible.
The collectible. Yeah. No, I remember like when the whole like Superman dies thing with Doomsday and everything. Like everyone was like obsessed about that in like the mid 90s, and we I went and bought like a ton of issues of that. Like I still have some of them in the packaging when Superman dies, and then when he comes back to life, the black and white packaging. Like I have the ones that I kept sealed,
Same
and then
here.
the ones that I opened so I could actually see what was inside. But
Yep,
like
same here.
they just produced like so many of those that like literally everybody has them. So
Yeah.
they're not really worth anything.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, smart man.
Well,
had the right
I thought
idea.
at the time, but so did everyone else because it was such
Man.
it was such a huge event in the comic world when they did that. But then they they bring them back and they do it in all kinds of ridiculous ways with multiple characters, and they just keep it going. And it's like,
But it was fucking awesome though.
yeah, it
What a
was.
great comic book.
It really was.
One thing about again, I watched apparently the 3-hour version, which is a different cut I didn't know existed. So one thing that the way the movie starts off is it's an origin story that we get told, at least in this version I watched, for about 45 minutes, and it's
crap.
quite
That's accurate.
extensive. Yeah, it's crazy. And one little thing that I like that they didn't do after he comes to Earth is they didn't throw a Chiron on there that said 15 years later. And then in
You
the
can use your
70s, I think
minutes
they
ago.
would
Yeah.
have done that, right? Because they were text obsessed back then to throw that stuff on screen. But Donner didn't do that. He trusted the audience to realize, he's in high school now.
He got
Here's a
older.
visual conveyance of that. He's, cleaning up the football field.
That's weird. I don't remember it being that long at all. I must have watched a shorter version.
Yeah.
No, I think all cuts are pretty similar when it comes to that first act, the prologue. It's pretty.
I enjoyed that. I was surprised. I remember the first time I watched it, I was kind of shocked to see we were getting like younger actors playing the Superman role. I thought we were just going like just hit the ground running with Christopher Reeve. But yeah, I thought the younger guy did a decent job. The high school actor, high school.
It
He's
sucks
obviously not
because
high school.
his voice is Christopher Reeve's voice. They like dubbed it over with Christopher Reeve's voice. So
I didn't realize that. I knew that from years ago, but I forgot about it.
Really?
When I was watching the movie, I realized that it was dubbed when he got to the house right before Pa Kent has his heart attack.
Yeah.
That's when because it's close on him and you can tell there's something a little bit off. But prior to that, I didn't notice that it was dubbed with Reeve.
That's crazy. I never would have guessed that. Wow. Huh. That's a pretty good dub.
And I think he
Respect.
altered his voice a little bit. Reeve did for being a teenager, and it works. It's just the syncing of the voice is off just a little bit.
well, just the nature of being in like an ADR booth and how it sounds different from production audio.
Yeah.
So there's a
Correct.
little bit of that comes with it as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's solid overall.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and we also see that Lana Lang is a redhead here. Okay, which is very different from Kristen Cruick in Smallville. And listen, that was a unofficial DEI casting back then. They weren't doing DEI, but it just so happened, they just cast the actress that they thought was good for that role, So,
Fucking Lana Lang.
but in the comics, is she a redhead? Is she Auburn?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they did her in the Donner or in the Christopher Reeve movies.
Yeah, Superman 3 and Ed O'Toole.
Yeah, Ned O'Toole comes in. She's kind of like strawberry blonde.
Yeah, she looks like
reddish.
she can be that girl grown up,
Yeah.
that they introduced in Superman
Yes.
the movie.
Yes.
And she plays Ma Kent in Smallville.
Which, even though we're going over the movies, there may be a wild card at the end. I'll just throw in there for, if we have time. So one thing, because one of the brands of hard cut, part of what you like to do is to point out the flaws of things, so to speak, and say that diplomatically as possible. But I do too when it's warranted. And one of the things that is utterly ridiculous is the running parallel to the train. Not him doing that. That's fine. It's the way that there's something with that actor on a rig or something, and he's running like
it looks almost
his
as
arms
bad
are
as
in front of him.
The running from the Flash.
It's like the Flash running, but less gay.
Yeah.
Wait, was this the teenage version of him, or was it?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. I remember this.
It just looks like I know what you're talking about. Like it looks like he's kind of just like sliding across the scene, even though he's moving. But like it doesn't look like he's actually making contact.
You've
with the
got
ground.
you've got those wide shots which look funky, but then when that cuts to the close up of him, he's also like,
kind of weird looking.
No, the effect is it works still. I mean, it's not the best because they still did it, in the 70s, but it's the body movement of the actor restricted by whatever effect and special effects they were doing. It caused that because I'm pretty sure a safe bet is that probably Donner said, "What the fuck is that?" And he couldn't probably alter it for whatever reason.
that sounded just like him. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, he did. He had a very grovelly voice. Rest in peace, Donner. Now, here's the thing that really I carried with me while I was watching most of the films, is at least the Reeve movies, is that we see on that train that Lois Lane is with her parents.
That's how I know you watched the extended cut because
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
it's still in there though.
It's just a little girl in the theatrical cut.
And they call her like, "Hey, Lois."
Her mom says her
that's
name.
cool.
In the
Nice.
extended
So
cut.
she's still in there though. The reason I bring it up is because that age difference doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well, especially
When you flash forward to when he's an adult and when they're an adult. By the way, Margot Kidder by the third and fourth film looks like she aged 15 years. She looks so weathered.
She looked old in the first one.
She was okay. She was okay, but comparative to
the wall came from
her
early.
voice changed in the third film. It went an octave lower. She was smoking those cigarettes, I'm telling you, probably.
Chain smoking between
Holy. Yeah. That was in vogue back then, guys.
The wall was not kind to
the wall. She hit the wall pretty early.
Although some people
came
might
for
be
her
thinking,
early.
what the fuck are you doing, Kyle? Well, I'm not inhaling. This is a cigar. That's different. Yeah, so that time, that age difference doesn't make any sense to me. And that lingered while I was watching. No one else? Because
No, you're right. But like,
okay,
again,
well, what is he? Okay, let's do this, Kyle. Like, what? He's like a teenager in that scene, and what is she like? 8
She's
or
5.
9? He's probably like what, 6 years older than her in that scene, maybe. She's older than 5. She's older than 5.
It just barely works.
It barely works. If
but
he goes to the Daily Planet, let's say he's 33. She could be 27. Come on.
I'm curious to know what the crop of actresses and actors looked like during this time because I thought she was kind of an odd cast.
Oh, she is. Like,
Yeah,
definitely.
like,
even when I was a
why-
little
why
kid, I was
her?
like,
Yeah.
Like Christopher Reeves is into her. Are you guys sure?
Bobby, and Matt, you're kind of going along with this as well. The age kind of works. This is my response to it. Okay.
You gotta be kidding.
So
I've seen, like 27-year-olds play high school students in movies and shows. So I'm,
He could care less at this point.
yeah, I just don't
He's
give a shit.
conditioned.
I'm conditioned. Yeah.
I was conditioned. I thought that's what high school would look like growing up because Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man movies, everyone looks like they're
walking around.
25, but in reality they look like they're like 9 years old. It's crazy.
Yeah, come on. I mean, you start high school at 14 years old, so let's not pretend that. Let's say what was he? Did they even say was he a junior at that point? Was he 16, 17, maybe max?
I don't know.
Max, yeah. He's probably like a sophomore.
I don't know. That doesn't really.
But can we all agree that they've never really cast, and maybe recently is the exception, but they've never really cast like a super hot, attractive Lois Lane.
Well,
I mean, in the movies,
I
okay,
think,
yeah, okay.
yeah, in the movies. Amy Adams, though, the problem with her,
She's
I mean, yeah,
close.
she's pretty, but like
wasn't she like a lot
she was
older
like
than?
too older. She's like too old for Henry Cavill. Like, there's just no fucking way that he would be into her.
I didn't get that sense. I didn't get that sense.
Still,
who's
though,
the lowest?
Good in Man of Steel.
Lois Lane's supposed to be like a 10, though. You know what I mean? And
we got one on a TV show.
Wait,
yes, that's true.
What's the show with Dean Cain? Is that the lowest you're talking about?
Terry
No.
Hatcher.
Well, that one, she's
I
hot
think
too,
her.
though.
Yeah.
She was hot. Yeah,
Terry Hatcher.
She doesn't hold a candle to. I'm just gonna keep it a
Erica-
mystery.
What's her name? Erica Durant. Is that her name? Yeah,
From
she was-
Smallville. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, she was attractive.
Oh, also, one thing that, time permitting, that we may have is a mystery guest at the end of this stream. Everyone, Bobby, he's like, I'm fucking out of here.
Do my best.
But that's time permitting,
Cain
and
coming
also
in.
got to throw in $100
Dean
super
Cain
chat.
showing
I'm
up?
just kidding.
That'd be cool.
No, he's too busy busting.
Right when you leave, Bobby.
No, I liked. I watched Lois and Clark growing up, and it's good for kids. I would say it's in the realm of kind of in the middle ground of this Superman and the fourth Superman. It's in that realm,
It wasn't. It wasn't offensive.
Harmless.
It was harmless.
Yeah.
Right. It didn't do what would come a little bit later. One thing about the moment where Pa Kent dies and you have the funeral scene, that this is an idea that came to mind because it's so blatantly explained rather than visually when Clark says with his arm over the shoulder of, or whatever, grasping Ma Kent, all those powers, and I couldn't even save him. Yeah, okay. Like, is there a way that we could do that visually? Like, so that, I mean, it's a little bit harder in terms of special effects, but the thought that I had was, what if Clark shot up into the sky shouting, he's angry into the heavens and looking at himself and, his hands, yada, yada. Huh. And he might be breaking down. Maybe it's the first time he flew. Maybe that would be the first time we see in the prequel section of Superman 78. That's the first time he flew, is after Pa Kent died. And maybe at most you would have him say, while he's in the sky, and maybe it's
talking to no one.
Well, talking to himself, right? Right. And it's a beautiful, sunset kind of thing. And maybe he says, whispers under his breath, and I still couldn't save him. So you have a happy medium where he doesn't finish the sentence,
I don't know. I like the first time like he outright flies in the movie is when he's in the suit for the first time. Like that. They kind of build up to that,
That's
so
fair.
you would have kind of lost that in that moment, I think, if he flew in that.
That is a good point.
Think, having imagine, I think that's a cool idea. If we've seen flight before in film, I think this was the first time any man has ever flown in a movie. Is that correct?
No, they did it a few times, but in terms of the technique that they used at the time, it was the first.
Yeah, so I mean that's a pretty big deal, and I can't imagine how inspiring that was to everybody. So yeah, and I mean Superman himself is supposed to be that uplifting, optimistic character, and to see that man go into flight. That's it's an inspiring idea everybody wants to do, and then imagine for the very first time you see that being jolted by depression. That'd be kind of sad.
Maybe that's too much of a modern idea.
They can do that with Brightburn.
Oh yeah, Brightburn.
Oh, I forgot to add that fucking thing.
It's basically Man of Steel.
Yeah.
In terms of tonality, that's
just as a splash.
That could be,
and homicidal tendencies.
Oh, that is a good point. That's going to be fun when we get to Man of Steel. Actually, this is what I could say about what you just said.
100%.
100%.
All right. There's so many notes that I have on this that we're not going to be able to get to. Let me see. Does anyone have a thought that's like lingering in their mind about the 78 version that they want to get to?
I have one quick one.
Yeah.
I think, Matt. I think Matt brought it up. Like, he brought up one of my favorite scenes where you see Superman. He has, the whole movie. You haven't really seen him, as Superman really at a low point emotionally until, of course, Lois Lane dies. And, he freaks out and he just we've never seen such a fitful, rageful, passionate act like that. And when he bursts into the sky and starts flying around, to me, I was just immediately like, I was strapped in my seat. It was like you just ran on that roller coaster. And what I kind of equate that to is, what was it? Godfather 2, Kyle, when we talked about Godfather 2, and the scene where he starts freaking out on his wife because she ended the baby.
Yeah.
I have, for whatever reason,
you can say what it really is. I don't give a fuck about YouTube.
Aborted
rules.
the child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just call it what it is.
Freaked out because of that.
Let's not try to gloss over, the reality of
and
words,
it's the same screenwriter as the Godfather.
Well, there you go. See,
Mario Puzo.
Wait. Are you fucking with me?
No, I don't.
Are you serious?
Think so.
Yeah, that was something weird. This is like Mario Puzo's Superman. I saw that as like credited as such. I'm like, wow, that's
How
a
did
strange
I not
connection.
see that in the credits?
Kyle, not paying attention.
Read those credits.
Excuse
Kyle.
me. I should share my notes on the screen. That's insane. Wow. Is it just him?
I don't know I think he's
There's a
co-credited, but I don't
co-credit.
remember who he's co-credited with. And I think that's the reason why it's co-credited is just because the way they recut to, because obviously that was taken out of his hands at that point and out of Donner's hands.
Hey, I like these little surprises. This is cool. Let me show you. Yeah. So this is an instance in which this moment where Clark is going north after he decides to leave Smallville, that totally inspired Nolan for Batman Begins.
Oh yeah.
That was so like you have the vista shots and all that of him walking through this icy terrain. Yeah, that was very apparent.
Is Smallville worth watching?
No.
No.
Whoa.
100%. Check it out.
Whoa.
This is another one of me and Bobby's few disagreements.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
I'm not going to say it's like high art, and it definitely gets a lot weaker as the seasons go on. But it's pretty solid.
They're so little. They're little. Would have to have visual examples to show some of the notes that I have that are so minute, but I'm trying to find ones that are more broad. I have one that says, for what feels like 5 minutes, we watch a screensaver from Windows 95 as Marlon Brando gets Clark caught up on Krypton history and training him to be Superman. Also, his suit is made off screen, seemingly was already within the fortress, similar to Man of Steel.
Well, when he's a baby and he's put into his craft, there's like some material that's in there, and so I always just assumed that whatever the suit is made out of was made out of that shit. So, I don't know. Yeah, he's wrapped around it when he's a baby. Remember?
Yeah, he gets taken out with the red thing wrapped around him.
Ooh, Matt, you'll appreciate this, and Bobby. I hated the way that Daily Planet was lit. It looked as though Giannis Kaminsky went back in time to blow out those fluorescent lights in the ceiling.
Yeah, it was lit like a real office. Yeah.
Well, no, but you're right though. But there was a process that they used to do.
Yeah, Bobby, just like this is a real man flying in the fucking sky.
There was a
Yeah.
process that they used to do in filmmaking. It was called flashing the negative, I think. Like, so a lot of movies from the 70s, Jaws looks like this too. Like,
Yeah.
it's got this like that washed look to it, and they do something where they'll like after the negative's been processed, they'll flash it with like a half stop of white, and it just gives it that diffused look. So whereas, at least those movies have the excuse of being in the 70s for looking like that. Janusz Kaminski has no fucking excuse for making his things look like blown out pieces of shit.
Oh no. And this is the only movie that really does make that glow, those fluorescent lights in the ceiling glow. They pretty much keep the same set, but it's a different way that the lights look on screen.
I gotta put filters over lenses now to get that bloom.
Yeah,
on
exactly.
lights now.
Just to piss me off. Yeah. One thing I liked actually, because right in the middle of when Clark shows up to Daily Planet, and I question like how the hell did he get a job at Daily Planet like that? Perry White says that he's the fastest typist, and just right then it was just that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah. That's an example of like really quick brevity in dialogue that just takes away the criticism or the critique of people looking at how did he fake his resume, that type of thing. No, this is little detail that is actually part of the character. That's good writing.
Yeah, we
hey,
don't get
Mario
enough of that.
Puzo.
There you go. Godfather.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I like the moment where Reeve catches the bullet, which also inspired Wonder Woman.
Except for it sucked in that movie. But yeah. Talk about
Did
overrated.
Linda Carter's Wonder Woman come out around the same time as this?
Yeah.
Okay, it was like the 80s. Okay.
That was just a TV show, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Her show came out during Christopher Reeve, his tenure. So
Did you watch it?
I think my mom used to watch it sometimes, so I remember some episodes as a kid, but not since I was super little.
It's a pass.
Yeah, kind of like the 50s, 60s Batman show for me.
Oh, I mean,
I do not want to watch a fucking Batman show that looks worse than how goofy it gets in these Superman
but
movies.
you've seen the Adam West movie, right? The Batman.
No.
Oh, dude, it's so good.
Dude, it's worth watching just for
it's so good.
Does it appeal? Does it have like adult humor?
There's some. There's some.
Yeah, it's just so campy and like, like he's like holding onto a helicopter and he gets dipped into the water and he comes up and there's a shark on his leg, so he goes into his utility belt and pulls out shark spray.
Bat
shark spray. It's so goofy that
is
you
this
just kinda have to
pre-Naked
experience.
Gun type of stuff?
Yeah, but it's not meant to be like parody like Naked Gun. It's just that's
what
just
it
how
sounds like.
goofy it was.
That's
before Batman got his balls back in the 80s.
Yep.
Man. The thing that I hated the most, maybe, in this Superman was the Otis character and his stupid tuba score. John Williams, you fucked up. You've made some utter undeniable classics in multiple movies. You have a documentary that came out that heralded him as the greatest composer of all time, and that's fair to give him that title, but damn, that is so obnoxious.
Kind of fits him though.
I was gonna say,
bumbling
it does fit him.
buffoon, stomping around.
It's obnoxious, but so is the
it's so
character.
cartoonish.
I can't stop thinking about him from Deliverance. That's all I see when I see Otis.
Yeah.
Oh, that is that guy, isn't it?
Yeah, Ned Beatty.
I
know his
connect
face.
that.
Rudy's dad.
I'm surprised you didn't recognize him from that. I mean, that's.
I was distracted by the bump, bump, bump,
Oh,
bump,
yeah.
bump, 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 bump.
Oh boy, yeah, he's a little rough. So wait, is like Lex Luthor's girlfriend? Is her name Kitty? Is that Kitty?
Yeah, Miss Texmacher.
So that's like this. That's the same girl from the new one
Yeah.
who was like the one taking selfies.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Same character.
Yeah.
Miss Taskmacher.
They reuse that over and over again. You know, they put it in scenes when he's like off screen, and you hear him yelling.
Talk about the weirdest like relationship in the new one.
Oh,
It made
it's
more
super
sense
weird.
in the Donner one.
Yeah, it's very fresh. That is a very fresh movie. We'll get to that. One surprising moment actually is when they actually killed a cop, a detective in the subway.
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh,
expect
yeah.
that. I didn't remember it when I saw it years ago, but to see that is holy shit. Wow, they really killed someone off. And then they cop out in the sequels when someone's in jeopardy or where they would have been killed and they don't fully commit to it. But they actually killed a detective in this. He gets run over by a train, or decapitated, presumably. Pretty
Yikes.
brutal. Yeah.
Show it.
Yeah. So compliments to the chef when it comes to, making that decision. Mario Puzo. It makes sense.
So he's not connected to the
waxed.
second one? Is that right?
Let me look.
Is that what you
Mario
said, Matt?
Puzo.
I think he was originally because like the first two were shot back.
Yeah,
to
but
back.
then they changed up the second one a bit. So
Yeah.
he might have
This is
he might
true.
have a credit on it, but like he might not have the biggest involvement.
Mm.
We're gonna find that information out, and then we'll move on because the time is running away from us.
Got
Insane.
like 19 films to go here. So
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna be alone on this stream by the
yeah,
end of
we'll
it.
have to breeze through 3 and 4.
That's fair.
This movie deserves a lot of time, though. I mean, this was a monumental achievement, and
Yeah.
I think it deserves some love. And as you can tell, we didn't have much criticism. I mean, that's pretty special.
I think I'm criticizing it the most. I think and another thing I didn't like about it is when they go back and forth in terms of when he transitions and gets on or
When he what?
opens his yeah, exactly. This was the hidden woke movie. No. So what I mean is when he dons the Superman suit or gets it out, yada yada, there are moments where it dissolves magically into the Superman suit, and that's
moving
it.
so fast. He's spinning around.
Fucking
You just
bullshit.
don't even see
Okay.
it.
No.
Oh, dude, there's so
that-
okay. I mean, if we're gonna
no,
talk about bullshit
no.
powers,
Are you serious?
We can nitpick for a while, dude, with this movie. We're just
powers that Superman has in these movies. I mean, like he shoots like fucking blue rays out of his.
Dude, he grabs the symbol.
He grabs
off
the
of his
S, and
freaking
That was
S
so
and throws
weird.
it like like
We're talking about 2.
that's in the
which,
second one.
just in
general,
this
like
series in general. Yeah.
Well, that wasn't in the director's cut.
I don't
Okay.
think that was in the first
Yeah.
one.
All right,
Do you remember?
right.
Do you remember in Superman 4 when like the part of the Great Wall of China breaks down, and then he just uses his eyes to rebuild it?
yeah.
Oh yeah, no. That is a note that's in 4. Yeah,
Yeah,
with
so,
with
yeah,
with
there's
the
a
gay
bunch of-
stripper.
There's a bunch of bullshit in there.
Yeah.
But anyways,
it'll hurt
in terms
people.
of in terms of the writers though, it is the same set of writers between Superman 1 and 2. Mario Puzo story by and screenplay credit, and then there are 3 other screenwriters: David Newman, Leslie Newman, and Tom Mankiewicz
For 2.
for both 1 and 2. So
Oh.
that just means that there was tinkering between the 2 films, like as they were being made. And so-
Rewrites and
yes, and credits.
he's
were
probably because
dispersed.
he's got the story credit. He might have put together the first
Yes.
draft, and then
Yep.
they went in and retooled subsequent drafts.
I'm pretty sure that's, if I remember the history correct, that's how it was. Yeah.
Well, we got to move on. So we're gonna
Let's rate
rank.
this fucker.
Yeah, let's do that because
We are running out of time.
okay. So
Is that Tomb Raider?
Very good. Very good. Where is it? There we go. Okay. So, we'll start with Brawler. Where do you rate this on the scale?
Oh yeah, definitely 10 for me. Truth, Justice, the American Way. More than, I mean, come on. I hope we all put it there. It's like, come on, it's in the name too. I think he's the only Superman that actually drops this line as well, which is sad. That was something that was.
Oh yeah. Actually, that is a
as
very
well.
good point that we need to emphasize there is that this is the only film that actually states outright the iconic line of
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
and
Yes.
that line should be continuously in the franchise, and even Superman Returns they kept it out too.
Oh my
Yeah, they did.
gosh.
Yeah,
It was insulting. what they
Perry White is about to say it, but
Truth,
he's
justice, all that stuff.
yeah, all that stuff.
all that stuff.
He does a corn sweat and says, "And all those good things."
Oh my god!
Fuck off.
Don't talk.
Yeah.
Just stop. Just don't mention anything related to the line. Just completely scrap it, guys.
Yeah, if you're gonna be a pussy, just don't do it.
Put
yeah,
10.
yeah. Here's a
definitely 10.
reaction to all the films that gave the finger and ignored the true actual line.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah. It's bullshit. Bullshit. So yeah, Brawler, you rated it a 10.
Gotta be 10.
Bobby.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Brawler on this one. And I know, like, yes, there are flaws in the film, but like, yeah, I mean, between a 9 and a 10, because like thinking about what comes after this, like there really was nothing that really beat it for me. So I have to put it at the top. Like there's nowhere else for me to put it, you know, because if I put it at like an 8 or 9, which is where I would put it if I was just judging it on its own merits, that leaves room for something else to be better than it. And in my eyes, there is nothing that is better than it as a complete film in this cinematic franchise.
Good choice, Bobby.
Matt.
Yeah, 10 for me as well.
Yes.
I mean,
Wow.
this film is, to this day, as I said earlier, or was implying earlier, this movie is still a template for how, just not even superhero movies, but just like the hero's journey. Like this is one of the best films ever made when it comes to executing that. And yeah, I just think that it's still like in the top 5 best superhero movies ever made.
I am I'm gonna go against the grain when it comes to this. I think the movie is like in a mid category here, and look when you're looking at the movie in the context of when it came out, I understand what you're saying.
Guilty.
But I just no. Christopher Reeve is fantastic in the role. His charisma on screen is undeniable. But in terms of like the filmmaking, some of the special effects, it doesn't hold up, even though they were doing the best that they could. And I do not like Margot Kidder in this role. Comparative to, I can't deny that I'm comparing her to the, iterations that we got down the road, So that has,
but you also got to look at it though. You do have to like frame it in terms of when it came out though, and like what was out then, and like the sort of special effects that they had back then. So it's not entirely fair, I don't think, to say that the special effects like suck, they don't hold up. Well, yeah, I mean, of course not. But at the time, though,
Man of Steel, yeah,
I mean, at the time when people saw that, like that's why the poster said, "You will believe a man can fly," because
I didn't
back
believe
then
it.
they achieved that. Back then, in
the 70s, people did feel that way.
Yeah.
We look at it now because we're so desensitized to what has come after. Like, yeah, obviously there's way better effects of people flying now, but you look at it back in the context of when it came out, people like that. People were amazed by what they were seeing on screen, because up to that point, you're watching films that are like purely story driven and dramas, comedies, whatever it is. Like special effects were not really at the forefront of these types of films. Like going back, you want to talk about the 60s Batman, like they're not doing those types of special effects. They're just running around, pow, boom, that's it. So
hey, be careful. Do not give James Gunn any ideas, man.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
So I would say I would probably put it at a 5. And,
what
so
other film
that would probably? I'll be lenient when it comes to this, and I'll average it out to 8.
No, you ruined the system.
Wow.
It's Eddington all over again.
Wow.
That's like embarrassing seeing it there in the 8 column. That's painful.
This is a retrospective of the Superman franchise. So, you gotta measure it against the other films as like.
You mean outside of other superhero movies? I mean, no, because I am comparing it to, the ones that are in the franchise still.
Dude,
I mean, 3 10s means a lot.
Okay, so that means well, we'll get to the next ones, because I can't wait to see where you put like the rest of the Christopher Reeve films compared to where the series goes after that.
To quote Brawler's generation, that's an L take.
It's an L cake.
That's an L take.
That's an L.
For sure.
That's an L
take.
Yeah, it's
that
an L.
was. I don't say that,
no cap.
just so you know.
No cap.
Thankfully.
Okay, I'll recant a couple digits, and
Okay.
I'll put in the context of, I gotta thank you for correcting me and reminding me that this is in the context of the film, the entirety of just this film series.
Yeah,
Okay, I would put it at a 7 then in the context of superhero movies.
Oh wow.
Okay, so then I'll put it which would put it up into
Yes.
the top because you guys outruled me. Okay, all right,
Good teamwork, boys.
all right.
I wonder if you're getting flamed in the comments.
If you, yeah,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
gonna get to
Flamed.
those. We're gonna get to those, and fuck off if you think I'm placating you. So let's get to. Hey guys, people in the chat, let's get to your comments.
Come on, Kyle. This isn't my truth. This is just truth.
Wow, there are a lot. Holy shit, there are a lot of comments. Wow. Okay. Benjamin's here. Love you, man. Megan's here. Hello. Proctophile. Good afternoon, folks.
Procto.
How are we doing tonight? Well, we're an hour in and we've only gotten one movie. How do you think we're doing? Let me see.
This might have to be a two-parter, Kyle.
Actually, we'll see. Let's see what Benjamin said about. So Reeves' performance is a proper performance from an actor fresh out of Juilliard when he shared class space with Robin Williams. I did hear about that actually. There are a couple comments on the future movies. So let's hold your comments for the future movies, and we'll get to them.
Yeah, we'll get to that shit.
Yeah. So if Benjamin, no Superman 78, then there's no 89 Batman.
Correct.
And no X-Men 2000. No Spider-Man 2002. Then no Marvel Cinematic Dynasty.
That is a great point. That is absolutely that's accurate.
Well, yeah, I don't deny that. And this is Superman 78 highly inspired Nolan's Batman and other films of that era as well. Let's get to somebody. Yash, Superman the movie is goated because of the script. Well, as we learned, Mario Puzo. Love you, Yash, for putting all those comments. We got to move on just for time, man. Hey, man. Story to screen. Terry Hatcher is the most beautiful Lois Lane ever. Disagree with you. For Man of Steel, I would love to have seen Olivia Wilde. Dude, do you like? I don't want like a giant screen of a forehead on in the movie.
What?
Will Olivia Wilde next to Henry Cavill?
Come on.
Wait. We got Olivia Wilde fans in this this panel?
Well, I object like the way she looks, yeah, but if she opens her mouth, no.
She puts her hair back too.
Give her some bangs. Come
on. Proctophile. Brightburn 2 is on its way.
Please don't.
Is that like 100% confirmed? Like I know there are rumors about it, but I don't know if that's locked in. And if
How successful was the first one?
Have you seen the first one?
I saw it.
Yeah.
James Gunn did the first one, didn't he?
He produces it.
He should
I think
stay
Drew
that way.
Goddard directs it.
That movie scarred
What
me.
are they just going to push him into adulthood and now he's ruling the planet? Is that?
It's just a
the
prequel
plot?
for Homelander. That's all.
Yeah, right.
You know?
It's just...
Hey, so Brawler, pay no attention, Megan says to the jaded hardcut guys.
Come on.
I don't know who to trust.
Ooh.
Who do I
We
trust?
give that
Shots
perspective.
fired.
Megan, we've been fair. Come on. This whole
Yeah.
time we're being objective, fair, reasonable. We're not just like going in hard, you know? Come on.
She's
give
trying
us
to
some credit.
protect me from you too.
No, we saved that for our pre-recorded episodes.
Yes. Yash says the Phantom Zone is peak cheesy comic book movie. I agree. It doesn't work. The freaking disc square.
Glass.
Well, hey,
thing.
in
glass.
Supergirl, in the Supergirl movie, you get to see the inside of the Phantom Zone.
Did you notice what they were yelling when they were inside of that up in the screen? It's like, forgive me, forgive me. What? It sounds like that's something people would say in hell because they.
It must really suck in the Phantom Zone, I guess.
But all they're doing is that they just look really claustrophobic. They look like they're posing for a poster for a Home Alone movie.
Yeah.
That's weird.
We are James. We are now. We are now.
Oh, James is best.
James loves the 60s Batman.
I mean, from a certain point of view, James is correct.
Oh, he also he loves Otis too.
Nice.
Don't disrespect, he says.
Ned Beatty.
It's all making
Take
sense
it back,
now.
Kyle. Take it back.
I wonder what James.
Oh wait. He was
okay.
he was just kidding. Otis is pretty awful.
Good.
Thank you.
Good.
Good.
Well, was he kidding about 60s Batman as well, or just Otis?
I don't. He's good. Thank you, James, for all those comments. I can't get to them, unfortunately. Oh, look who we know who this is. Gen X Men. This is going to be a long stream, he says. Hopefully, that's a positive connotation,
That's
not
good.
a long
That's
one.
good. He's ready for lots of content.
And we're going to get the last one. Wait, you bet. Ian. Hey, Ian. You guys better not forget Stas. Someone help me out with that.
Superman the
animated series.
We forgot.
Oh, well, it's not a movie. That's why, Ian.
That is a good series, though.
Oh, cool.
Ian says again, another comment. At least Donner has more respect for Superman than Gunn. He didn't treat him like a joke. All right.
100%.
Facts.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Preach, Ian. Preach.
Let's see. Pushing a lot of buttons, guys. I'm hosting and editing at the same time, essentially. Where are you? So we ranked 1978 Superman. Now we're going to get to Superman 2. I should throw in Superman, the Donner cut as well. We'll just we'll do those at once because it's going to overlap in conversation. Let's do it backwards. Bobby, what are your thoughts on Superman 2 and the Donner cut?
Yeah, well, we talked about this a little bit earlier when we were talking about the first one. When I was a kid, it was actually my favorite one, and I think that had to do with the fact that it was more action oriented than the first one. The first one, takes its time, respects the origin of the character, building all that up. And when I was young, that to me was always a little more tedious to get through. I obviously appreciate it more now, but then the second one just felt like, okay, we're in it now. Everything's set up. We're just going to hit you left and right with the action. A lot of it does not hold up the way the first one kind of does, because the second one does focus so much on the action side of things. But I still do really like Terrence Stamp as Zod. I think he's fantastic.
Did you like how they modulate his voice to be lower?
They helped his balls drop a little further.
Wow.
Yeah, they helped him a little ways down the road because that's what his voice would eventually sound like.
I'm not saying necessarily that he's a better villain than Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor. Right. I just like Terrence Stamp as an actor. I think he's a phenomenal actor, and I thought he played the character very well. And then you get the other two, the dude who doesn't talk, and then he's just
fuck that guy.
And then the chick, I don't remember her name. But that's also when you get some more the silly stuff. I think that's the where he takes the shield off with the S and throws it, and then
that's absurd.
But you still have Lex Luthor in there. But the stakes kind of just felt higher in terms of now that these three are here, they're going to rule over the planet, and different plot in terms of what the bad guy is trying to do compared to the first one. But then it all gets wrapped up when they take him to the fortress at the end, and that whole ridiculous ending. But it's still, I still have a soft spot for it. But yeah, definitely not as tight as the first one in terms of just the weight and gravity of the story.
Yeah, agreed. And the theatrical cut is I hated it. I hated it. Matt, what did you think of Superman 2?
So, okay, I mean, literally everything Bobby said, 100%. That's exactly how I feel. I remember when the only movie that I need a refresher for this whole panel is the Donner cut. I've seen it once.
Yeah.
And I remember not liking it. and it's just because it's like so unfinished and it's hard to watch it. Like there's a scene between Clark and Lois, and it's like their audition tape because they didn't
It was a
actually
good
shoot.
audition. It was a good screen test.
Yeah, but it like in terms of like the quality, it's like a massive. It just doesn't look good, you know. And so I appreciate what they were trying to do with it, but I don't know if it was fully successful. I'm totally in the minority on that one though, because most people they like the Donner cut better.
Yes.
Now, Superman 2, the theatrical cut. This is what happens when you have like a limey fuck come in and like, finish the movie.
Yeah.
Like the movie is like it's like a British person's idea of like dumb Americans, you know, and like that's how it feels when you're watching it. It's the guy, Richard Lester, who directed. He was famous for directing the Three Musketeers movies over in Britain.
Looks like he Lestered this movie.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Like he was known for kind of like he brought that slapstick, stupid comedy to the movie. So, you know, you got like the moron military guys, they're just like total jerk offs. And then at the end, when Zod and Non and Ursa are blowing down the street, like you got all those like comedy hijinks with everyone getting blown in the wind and stuff. It's just fucking goofy and stupid. And like Bobby was saying, when you're a kid, you're just so enamored with all the action and like all of that stuff that you kind of like all the jokey stuff too, because you're a kid and you like the cartoony humor, you know. But as you get older and you watch it, you're like, yeah, this movie's fucking gay compared to the first one. So like,
wait. It's what?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I was saying, I watched this a few months back with my wife, and she was like, "You liked this when you were young?" That's like,
why did I marry you?
Right. I was like, yeah, I actually did like this when I was young, but I can see now that this does not hold up whatsoever. Yeah, there's more action in it, but the effects in this one feel cheaper. And
dude, you say there's more action in it, but the action is so bad.
No, it is.
Because they're dealing. I don't know if they're trying to convey a sense of reality, but there are sequences that happen in space and in the air, even on Earth. So there you go. It's not a 0G issue. They're so slow when they're attacking each other.
Yeah, I mean that's every limitations of the time, but like you know, I think like what you were saying is that to a kid, this is exciting because he's actually fighting people now who have matched abilities with him. So you're like, well, how do you fight that now?
Yeah,
you know?
This is the one where he fights the three, Supermen.
He fights basically. The three Kryptonians who are just as strong.
It should be good.
It should be good, but the movie is bogged down by obviously limitations of the times and the team behind it. It could have been an amazing film on every level for adults as well, but they kind of just dropped the ball with that.
No, I think that like even talking to my mom, she would say that back then Superman 2 was the favorite of the two films. Like back, you just didn't look at special effects that way or timing and tempo of things back then. Like now when you see Christopher Reeve throw something at them, it lags. It's so slow. Like everything is just
because we're used to so much like
but back
now.
then it wasn't like that. You just accepted the action for what it is. But then if you contrast the fight between Superman and Zod in Superman 2 to Man of Steel, well, yeah, it's like way fucking better in Man of Steel. Maybe not the emotional stakes behind it, but the fight itself, the effects are way better. Sure, but I would say I have a soft spot for Superman 2, but it was pretty painful watching it recently. And I got to say that it has definitely been brought down a few pegs. And then, a fun fact about it too. Gene Hackman, like when Donner got fired, Gene Hackman was like, fuck you to the producers so much that when they needed him to come back for ADR, he refused. And any shots, so all the ADR that you hear in that movie, so like when they show like the wide shots of him and Miss Tessmacher taking the like the sleigh ride to North Pole, that's like someone just imitating Gene Hackman's voice.
Yes, I noticed that. It wasn't his voice.
Yeah,
I noticed that.
Anytime you don't see his face, it's a stand-in. So like he refused to come back or do any voiceover.
Yeah, so this is the thing that I noticed with the comparison of the theatrical cut and where is it? Just started it. And this cut is Yeah, you just interchange it this way. I'll just do this over and over again because we're talking about basically at the same time. The difference that I saw with the theatrical cut and the Donner cut is that in the theatrical cut, what is the majority of the movie that's shot by this other director who replaced Donner? Margot Kidder looks like she fucking hates being in this movie. You can tell
100%. Yeah.
that she seems like the feeling that she had while she was shooting this gets transferred over to seeming like that's the chemistry she has with Superman and Clark Kent and Christopher Reeve. But it's not. It's because she hates what happened to her director, which I was going to look up why he got fired. Matt, Bobby, do you know why he got fired?
I don't know if the specific reasons have ever been publicized. I don't know. There's a lot that led up to it though. But if you know the producers, the Salkinds for these movies, they were notorious for just being assholes. Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know the real reason why though.
Yeah, Donner didn't want to put in the big oaf Kryptonian with all
it most likely had to do with money, and like they were probably swindling him out of his deal or something. You know, it was something
that's
like
fair.
that.
That's yeah. I can see that.
Maybe someone in the chat knows. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Brawler, chime in whenever.
No, I know. Well,
sorry, dude.
I didn't want to.
Yeah, I don't want it to feel so. So
I think you guys
black and white.
I think you guys pretty much mentioned a lot of my criticisms with it. You know, at the end of the day, I still enjoyed Christopher Reeve in this. I felt the same kind of charm as I did in the first one, but you know, there's just those mistakes you guys were mentioning that I won't get into, obviously, because it's just overplayed. You know, of course, the problem is, you know, if you're going to introduce 3 super villains that have, you know, pretty amazing powers, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with that, especially because this is now going to be the movie where we see superheroes and super beings collide and, fight each other. I was wondering when you guys were talking, I was thinking back to Superman 1. Do we see him hurt anyone, swing on anyone, throw something at somebody? I don't think
he didn't have a physical match. So
no.
There you go.
So really? I mean, like, you know, I don't think he's violent at all in that first one. And then here, this is the showcase. And, you know, of course, with the limited abilities they have with the technological constraints, of course, they weren't able to make it happen. And they just did silly things, like you said, with the S. That was the weirdest thing I've seen in my life.
Pretty stupid. A cellophane S that doesn't even do anything. It knocks the big oaf dude on the ground, and then that's it.
And then it just like evaporates.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that detail.
And then
blocking that out.
So I haven't seen 3 or 4. I knew I wouldn't be able to watch all these in time, and I did not want to see my favorite Superman, Christopher Reeve, get further tarnished. So I decided to just watch other superhero films. But you know, this is kind of like, to me, this is the sign of the bad times to come, because like you said, it started to be, you know, very 60s Batman silly at times. And I mean, just look at this poster here. I mean, this is not a very promising poster. Just looking at this,
the top is good, and then the bottom with those 3 idiots, it looks retarded.
It looks like a school play.
Yeah.
You went full retard, man.
That's what that fucking poster did. At the bottom,
it would have been better, but the other 2, it's like, okay, you know. The oaf and the chick.
I think, you know, I'd say lastly, I was still drawn to his relationship with Lois here. I think I enjoyed her interest in trying to figure out who Superman was, and I liked the reveal, how he was revealed as Superman. It was sort of like by accident. I didn't see it coming when it happened. You know, he slips into the fire and his hand is untarnished. I thought that was kind of neat the way they did that, because he went through this elaborate maneuver before trying to prove it wasn't him, and then he just
completely forgot about that. It's the theatrical cut. The most recent one I saw was the Donner cut, and it's like an alternate reality. What's that?
Was there another another way that it was shown in the Donner cut?
Yeah. So you didn't see the Donner cut?
No. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's when they reused, as Matt was talking about, they did a screen test
It's that
with
scene.
they mined that screen test and they put it into the Donner cut, and they kind of Frankenstein monstered a cut in 2006 when Superman Returns was coming along. Even though we're talking about both versions, they didn't come out at the same time for context for the audience. But we're because they're different versions of the same story. Yeah, so they reused a screen test, which I think it's good. It's such a contrast to see Margot Kidder looking healthy, and then in the reshoots, Margot Kitty looks like she's Kidder looks like she's sickly in these reshoots because of how pissed off she is. She must have been like chain smoking even more.
She looks like she aged 5 years, really, from the first to the second movie. Yeah, it was strange. She didn't look so good in this. But yeah, I don't really have too many good things to say about this. But I still enjoyed it, and I'm still glad I saw it. I'm very glad I haven't seen the next two. So
I think you'll like. Easily safe to say you'll like the Donner cut better. In that screen test, they have, instead of a fire, you're not burned. No, it's not that. She takes out a revolver and shoots him, and he backs off, reacting as if he had gotten shot, but he wouldn't know, right? Because he's Superman. And he does this.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Clark Kent would be dead if he were, real. It's some version of that line, right? And she says, "Not really, with blanks."
Oh,
that's a very good twist, very good character twist right there. I think that's an excellent. Better. Yeah, it is much better scene.
It was a little awkward the way they revealed it in this, but I thought it was kind of fun, but it was strange, definitely strange.
I've got 3 more things I want to say about this movie.
Yep.
First of all, the music in the movie sucks. It's like
we're back to
it sounds like a high school band is playing John Williams' greatest hits from Superman 1. It fucking sucks. And then we're talking about weird powers, right? That he has in these movies. No one's brought up the fucking magical kiss at the end of the movie.
Oh, the forget me kiss?
No. Yeah, please go on. And I'm totally with you. I'm not gonna. I want to say, all that stuff is fucking bullshit in both versions. The spinning the world around, turning back time, and the kiss.
As you know from watching Superman 2, the Donner cut, that was supposed to be the ending of that film, him going around the planet and changing time.
Oh, weird.
Yes. So when you watch the Donner cut, that's how it ends, which is also another reason why I don't like it, because it's like I already saw that.
Wow, that's strange.
Yeah. So yeah, what was the third thing I was going to say? I don't fucking remember. There was something else, but
sorry, I tripped you up.
Oh no, this is the other thing. I guess Superman 2 is also it's sort of the movie that we have to blame, I think, for every single superhero, like second superhero movie. Like the superhero doesn't want to be the superhero anymore.
Spider-Man 2.
Fuck yeah, and like everyone blows Spider-Man 2, and I like the movie. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, it's good.
But I'm in the minority. I think Spider-Man 1's better. And the primary reason for that is because I fucking hate the aspect of Tobey Maguire just not wanting to be Spider-Man anymore. And
I don't mind it.
Just him not wanting to do it, like that's what gets rid of his powers. Like, it makes no fucking sense. It's stupid.
You've heard of ED, right?
It's stupid. But you have Superman 2 is to blame for that. That's the movie that started that bullshit. So every time you have the sequel, any superhero movie, it's like now the superhero is grappling with being who he is. Don't want to do it anymore. So you've got the hero at his low point stopping being the hero, and then at the very end he's got to like reclaim the mantle. It's stupid.
Yeah, that's something I also don't like. Good point, Matt. He when he gets rid of his powers, or he goes through that process, that was so irresponsible. I couldn't believe it when it actually happened.
And did it need to happen? Did it?
Yeah, exactly. No, there's no.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of like, it's all hearsay, right?
Did he not have sex with Lois while he was Superman?
Right. Well, and not only that, he gets rid of his powers. They go to that truck stop. He gets his ass kicked, and then after that, he's on his way back.
In both versions,
it's like, what the fuck? Yeah. What was the point of that?
That was weird. I know he folded hard, man. And
what's different?
We didn't need to see that. That was so strange.
This is something that is very egregious in the theatrical cut compared to the director's cut. Donner's cut actually clarifies how he gets his powers back. The theatrical doesn't do shit. He just shows up at the cave, and then the next scene later,
diner.
Yeah, it was super random.
No, he finds the green crystal though.
Yeah, but we don't know what the hell that means.
Well,
he doesn't put it in.
It's just some magical bullshit device that gives him his powers back.
But,
you know?
but they needed to show that happen
You're right.
in the director's cut where they do it right. You know, he gets enveloped by Jor-El, who specifically states that this is the last straw. I am exerting all my power to give back your powers, and I'll be gone forever. Wow. Wow, that's actually some good writing there. He gains one thing only to lose another. That's fucking drama. The theatrical cut doesn't do shit about that. They don't do nothing. He picks up the green crystal, and then 2 scenes later, he's Superman again.
Plus, when he's like going through the process of losing his powers, they do that like David Cronenberg body horror thing.
Yeah,
he's like being like stripped apart and shit. And then
that was strange.
And then like, hey, that's kind of cool. Whatever, it's like the weird horror shit in the Superman movie. Fine, I'm going with that. But then later on, when he tricks the Kryptonians, that doesn't happen to them when they're on the outside. Like they don't break down like that when they lose their powers. So it's like fucking bullshit. It's like a total cop out because they're trying to fake you out in that part. So they're not going to show that.
Well, something real quick to comment on that. So like when he I wrote this down because this was something that bothered me. The first time when he loses his powers, he's pretty much out in the North Pole, right? I can't imagine how far away he is from civilization.
How did he get back?
And he has to get back with Lois Lane. And I can't imagine how far that was. And they would probably starve out there. It'd be freezing cold. They're humans. Like, what is happening? Those are some weird like holes that they left.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So let's rank these 2 movies. I think we're good, right?
We're past it.
Yeah. I did the all right. The Superman 2 is not looking good on my scale. I do have a little more notes for Donner's cut though. Let me see if I can get a good one, and then we'll move on. That patrol car attack sequence can get the fuck out of here. It's terrible in both versions. I really liked when Superman popped that champagne bottle. The sexual euphemism.
Oh yeah.
That was funny. That made me laugh. The Metropolis fight sequence on the streets. There's doesn't really have pronounced score. When they're when all the pedestrians are getting blown away, all the cars and all that stuff. There's not a lot of score in that, Matt. I know you'll have noticed this.
There's no score on that part until
it feels naked. It feels something's missing. Yeah. So I think that's in both versions. That's lacking. It's kind of I think both versions are not great. The theatrical is fucking terrible though. If you're gonna pick one, you do the Donner cut because it is an improvement, but it's still not. This when you hear director's cut, you automatically assume, oh, this is gonna be epic. It's not. It has some improvement, but that's like them trying to turn a piece of shit into putting decorations on it and sparkly glittering stuff on it. So yeah. All right, let's see. We got this ranking system now. We're gonna rank both, okay? So fire away.
Well, I'm gonna put it on. All right, I'm gonna put Superman 2 at a 5. We're gonna be a little more.
Well, so both versions. So
I haven't even seen
you haven't
Donner
seen
cut.
it? Okay, so you don't count.
Superman 2 for me is like Margot Kidder in the later films. Just aged to not age well at all.
Right into the wall.
Right into the wall. It's pretty beat when you revisit it. It's I don't know, but I do still have some nostalgic ties to it. But like I'm just objectively looking at it.
Don't let nostalgia blind you.
I'm honestly not. I'm gonna put this at a 6.
No, I'll agree with that. I'll
both
go with
versions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, no, I mean, if we're going to put them together, do you want 2 separate
Yeah, they're separate. They're separate posters.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I mean, for me, like I'll do 5, 6. You know, I'll do theatrical Donner.
I got you. Matt, same rating?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
This might be a little tricky math here. What
do you say, Kyle?
Well, you're rating it at 5, Brawler. Most of everyone talking about the theatrical cut. Where is it? Okay, so it's on here. At 5. Honestly, I'm putting the theatrical cut at this.
Kalel, no.
Oh wow,
dude!
What?
How?
I have no remorse.
Wow.
Wow,
I have
this
no
is-
remorse
this
for
is the
Superman
bottom-
2,
this
the
is
theatrical
this
cut.
is the absolute bottom.
You're really
of the series
jacking
for
this
you?
up, man.
Okay, but it's not going to get to there. Average it out. You guys put it at like 5 collectively, and I put it at 1. So, 3.
Oh man, it doesn't deserve that.
Dude.
It's got enough merit
it's
to
fucking
pass
terrible.
3,
Wait,
bro.
Kyle, I just want to refresh myself with this ranking system you have. Is this where you can put 2 films at the same number, or are you actually like organizing them in a way where every film has to be in its own number?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, what do you mean? Like,
Like,
sorry.
can there be
Can
two
you
number
put, can you put like
fives?
Superman 2 and Superman 4 both at a 3, or does one of them
Yes.
have to be higher than the others? Like, do you have to choose a separate number for each film?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, what?
why not?
Wait,
Separate numbers for each film. Separate
numbers
scores.
for each film. Okay, so
Yeah.
you just put Superman 2 at a 1, which means you can't put any other film at a 1.
He's asking, so you have like all the categories, Kal-El, no, and then 2.
Yes.
Can you put multiple movies in one of those categories, or is it just one movie per category?
Oh no. You can look. I mean, if
You can
Superman
put
3
multiple movies in
Yeah,
there.
it could end up in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
It's not like it sounds like you were saying. So a gaming
No.
system essentially. So if one movie occupies one category of a number, that's what your
wanna
question was.
clarify
It
that
was
because-
yeah.
because there are definitely worse films than Superman 2 for me anyway.
Well,
Oh, no, they're
this
all
is me considering in the pantheon of
Yeah.
I think 2 theatrical might be the worst out of all of them. I think so. So the Donner cut, you 6, Bobby, Matt.
Yeah, I put it at a 6.
I put it at a 4.
Okay.
So let's put it at a 5. Where you
Nice.
at, Donner cut? Where you at?
So generous.
There we go. Look at that. So we got that right now. Hey, comments. Where you at?
Wow, this isn't looking so good so far, boys.
Trash.
It's only gonna get worse, right?
The live stream or the movies?
The movies. Hopefully not the live stream.
Oh no, the movies get worse, unfortunately. From here, it's
that's
a downward
unfortunate,
slope.
Brawler, that you haven't seen Superman 3 and 4, because boy, you have no idea how far this series sinks.
I didn't want to see him go through that, man.
That's
I
fair.
love
Well,
Christopher
that's fair.
Reeve.
The thing is, though, is even though the movies get shittier, he still is very
Yeah, he's still
professional
smart. Like
throughout all of them.
one of
And
the
he's-
best scenes. I mean, well, I know you want to do comments first before we get into Superman 3.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. But you can. You want to say something?
No, I was going to say, like, in Superman 3, he gets to kind of like play a different side of this character that you
Which
haven't
is
seen
good,
before,
yeah.
which is actually the best part of the movie.
Mhm.
I mean, the movie as a whole, they bring in Richard Pryor as like comic relief, as like a sidekick, and it just changes the whole dynamic of what the series is.
Is it his son?
No.
Oh wait, no, that's from the new one. That's from Superman
No.
Returns. See,
Richard-
all of them just blend together.
You know who
Pryor's
Richard
black.
Pryor is, right?
Oh no, I didn't.
He was like a big comedian.
Oh, I was
Big
way off.
comedian,
It's
yeah.
definitely not his son.
No. And he's black too, just to. And I love Richard Pryor as a
Oh, he's
comedian.
great.
But he comes in and he just he changes the dynamic of what these movies have been up to this point in a whole different way. But the way Christopher Reeve plays it, he gets to do a lot more with this character in a way that wasn't explored in the previous film. So it does have that going for it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Do you mean that because he's like a clone? Isn't he a clone of himself?
No. So this is the first time he gets affected by like an alternate version of kryptonite.
They synthesize kryptonite.
They synthesize it, and they don't have every element necessary to create true kryptonite. So it
makes him
instead of
bad.
just hurting him, it affects him in a way that makes him he becomes like to boil it down in the most simple terms, like he becomes like a bad Superman, basically.
Okay.
So he becomes like this, like he starts drinking, and like he just becomes like this, like he doesn't care about people anymore. He loses that whole optimistic angle to him. He starts growing like a 5 o'clock shadow. You know, it's like
he becomes like emo Spider-Man.
Basically,
Spider-Man
but
too.
better.
It is the template for that.
Again, exactly. So
Yeah,
another
but
instance that
it
inspired
just does,
him.
it just allows him to explore the character a little further than in a different way. And I thought that's like the thing that works the best about the third film.
Cool. Nice. One positive.
Oh
yeah, there's a few.
Ian only watches the Donner cut. Smart man. Story to screen, a little tidbit. Mario Puzo wrote the first draft for Spider-Man with over 500 to 600 pages that became the foundation for the first and second movie. What is he writing, The Godfather again? That all makes sense.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 2 films. Come on.
Man, that's insane. I respect that.
Although the fans may revere the Donner cut for Superman over Superman 2, I think. I personally prefer the theatrical cut. Story to screen, what are you talking about?
I completely agree with exactly what he said.
It's more complete as a vision where Donner unfortunately never finished. Well, it doesn't mean you have to choose an either or.
It's hard to watch it though, because it's like amateurish almost, because it's not there.
I argue that for.
I can't believe they were using screen test footage.
They do.
It's unbelievable.
It's not even just that scene. There are other aspects of it too. And like I said, I've only seen it once, and there's a reason for that. I remember I watched it and I was like, why the fuck is everyone praising this shit? It's not that good. So I don't know. It's cool to see. I'm glad that it's out there, but hi, Sin.
Sin's Corner. Proctophile says sources say that Donner was fired over creative and financial disagreements he had with the producer of the film. Yes, Matt, I side with that likelihood. Ian says he throws Luther off the lead trunk and onto a couch. He might be talking to someone in the chat. Ian says, as uneven as the audition footage feels, I think Lois using a fake gun to reveal Clark's identity is way better than Clark tipping on a stupid bear rug. I could shake your hand, man.
Way more eventful.
And if Donner,
I can't believe they didn't go for that.
If Donner actually shot it, in a professional manner, yeah, it would have been great. But unfortunately, they didn't.
What a missed opportunity. Yeah, I don't know why you would want him to stumble into, that sort of reveal. I mean, that's a big deal. That's something that we see 100 times over, Superman revealing himself to Lois Lane. That was a weird precedent to set.
This one goes out. Hold on. This one goes out to Ian just for saying that.
I like this one.
Ian's the man.
I do feel like you can argue. This is totally just my perspective, so it's not canon or by any means, but there is a part of him that just wants to reveal to her that he is Superman, so he just kind of lets it happen.
That's true. I really thought he was going to get foiled with the elaborate her fall into the water scheme she did.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ian's giving a little taste for the future. He thinks
Ian's correct when he said
Western.
That's an objective statement there.
That's the correct take.
Yep.
Dang.
How about we get to number 3? Boom.
There he is.
There he is.
Yeah.
Not his son.
Not his son.
Here's where director Richard Lester from Superman 2 reshoots has full reign, full control over a Superman movie. Superman 3, which opens with the weirdest slapstick comedy opening title sequence ever. and it's fucking stupid.
That's so cringe.
Yeah. Sucks.
See, comedy's the last thing I want to see in a Superman movie. Oops, Superman 2025.
Yeah, this is the first note I have in my folder. What is with all this retarded slapstick bullshit?
Yeah, they went a different way.
Wayward.
The British way.
The British way.
The cucked way.
I mean, it goes so far as to having a moment where Superman accidentally, yeah, sure, he's like unaware of what he's doing. He accidentally pies somebody in the face in the opening scene on the street.
Yeah, you could tell the director really respected the source material.
Yeah.
Yeah, and didn't just want to do a bunch of random Benny Hill bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, Superman 3 is about Richard Pryor becoming he doesn't become anything. He just magically is a computer prodigy, and he's able to know how to operate computers instantly, and he can't find a job other than that's his gift, and then he manipulates financial aspects of his paycheck, and he gets noticed by the head of the company, and then he gets employed by the bad guy to manipulate markets and blah 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 blah. Eventually trying to take down Superman. Brilliant.
Creates the supercomputer that Superman has to fight against.
Yep, this was a precursor to AI, guys.
Yep.
This movie was a little ahead of its time.
Yeah, so everything that Bobby was telling you earlier about, that's like the high points of the movie. And then it sorry, go ahead, Bobby.
No. I was going to say, to add on to that, with him having to like fight himself basically to overcome what the kryptonite does to him. He actually, in this one, he goes back to Smallville. And that's when they bring back Lana Lang, they bring back like people from his past, and you get to see a little of that side as well.
Which
and it's
like
all those parts of the movie are what
there's a heart to it.
Yeah, there is a heart to it. And then like the Richard Pryor stuff is just like ridiculous and silly.
Yeah, but then it culminates to, and it's never fully made sense, but he splits from his the evil Superman and turns into Clark Kent.
Yeah.
And they have this like fight in this junkyard. And again, it doesn't really make sense, but it does show that like
his internal struggle, essentially, but they manifest it into like a physical scene where he fights himself. And I remember when I was younger, like really liking that scene a lot.
Me too.
And it still is like the strongest part of the film.
It's actually one of the strongest parts of any of the Christopher Reeves movies, I would say. Like it's just a cool concept, and him being bad Superman is cool. And also, you got to give this movie props to. Without this movie, you wouldn't have the main plot for Office Space. So this is what gives them the idea in Office Space to rip off their company. Is like he's explaining it to him, and then he says, "Oh, it's like Superman 3." So
fractions of a penny. It all adds up. Mm-hmm. Annette O'Toole, by the way, is an improvement over Margot.
100%.
Yes.
It's kind of astounding, actually.
Wait, so Peter O'Toole's in this?
No, Annette O'Toole.
Oh.
Yeah.
She plays Lana Lang.
Peter O'Toole plays Lana Lang.
Yeah.
Peter O'Toole is in Supergirl, though.
Okay. I thought he was involved in one of these.
Which takes place in the same universe as the Reeve movies. So
okay. Wow. I didn't know they did like an old, like they touched on Supergirl back then. That's interesting. Oh, cool.
It's a horrible fucking movie.
Yeah.
I've only seen clips and reviews online about it.
I'm not excited for the new Supergirl at all.
Why not?
Why not? You don't want a drunken slut to be a protagonist?
You don't want to see Supergirl
I'm begging
on
for that
OF?
content.
A sleut.
Oh gosh, bruh.
Yeah. Try to demonetize me, YouTube, for saying slut. Yeah.
Bring it on!
I don't think that'd be a trigger word. Who knows?
It probably is. Everything is for YouTube these days. What else can be said about Superman 3? I mean, 40 minutes into the movie, Lois Lane is not even a factor in this movie. Lois Lane is fucking gone.
She's barely in it, yeah.
They send her on her way to go on a vacation in the movie, and she doesn't. She literally filmed her scenes within like a couple days, and it just bookends the movie. She's a pointless character. She doesn't need to be in this movie. They should have just written her out.
Yeah.
Pointless. But I do like the Smallville scenes. I just don't give a fuck about Richard Pryor.
It also has a scene in it where if you saw this as a kid, it freaked you out. Where the girl gets sucked into the computer and it starts changing her.
And she comes out like all attached with like computer parts.
I can see a kid being
scared
of it. Yeah. I can understand that. I can see that.
I've seen some memes where people say, "Oh, if this scarred you, then you had a cool childhood or some shit," But I get it.
Did you notice that when Pryor is on the rooftop doing an impression of Superman, he hums the John Williams score?
Yep. Yeah.
That's how he's just improvising on set, and he didn't even give a damn that he was breaking the fourth wall. Okay.
Well, it's like in Rocky 3 when he's getting his statue and the band is playing the Bill Conti Rocky theme at the ceremony. So there's like a little bit of it's kind of meta, before things were meta.
It is meta.
So like, it sounds like this movie makes just endless efforts to be funny. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it funny? Is it ever funny?
No,
not really.
Maybe if you're like 8 years old.
Is Richard Pryor hilarious?
He's
like,
funny.
He's a funny comedian,
right? But he doesn't work in this movie. He's out of context.
Well, it's just because at the time Richard Pryor was popular, so they just put Richard Pryor in the movie and let him be Richard Pryor, and so it does stick out. It's like Jim Carrey as the fucking Riddler. It's like he's not the Riddler, he's fucking Ace Ventura. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same kind of thing.
He was just big at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised that they didn't have Jim Carrey talking out of his ass in Batman Forever.
That'd be fun if you talked about all the Batman films. There's a lot of good content there.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah.
Well, we kind of did. Me and Hardcut, we did the Batman trilogy, the Dark Knight trilogy.
Yeah, we did the Nolan films.
Yeah, it's available now on their channel, guys.
Ooh,
somewhere.
Yes.
Somewhere.
Somewhere within the selections of live streams that you've done.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure people have trouble finding it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice that, at least I think, that the all-powerful computer plotline also inspired Christopher McQuarrie for MI7 and 8?
Kind of, yeah.
The Entity.
Mm-hmm.
Because they literally say that all-powerful computer and they can manipulate all sorts of things.
Yep.
Yeah. That was a funny little connection there. Why didn't evil Superman go after Lois? I mean, clearly he has the hots for her, and he just instead goes after some random chick that the bad guy knows.
Well, that chick was way hot, first of all. And second of all, it's not that he's like, I mean, he is evil, but he just doesn't care. So he's not going to go out of his way necessarily to like...
For Superman, that's not going out of his way. He flies pretty quickly over to the Bahamas and just pick her up and do his thing, which was... There's a rapey moment with Lana Lang, where he says to her, they sit down on the couch. It's not easy getting to be alone with a woman like you, something like that.
Whoa,
and he's looking her up and down. It's weird. It's a weird moment, but then he has like an epiphany, and he has to go help a truck not fall off a bridge, but it does anyway. That was It's not super apparent. But get what I did there. But that was definitely implied there, that he would have taken advantage of her in that moment. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to see my man Christopher Reeve be down like that, be that down bad.
Well, also the scene where he's battling himself in the junkyard is it doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it doesn't.
He lands in the junkyard, and then Clark Kent phases out of his body and he starts fighting himself.
It doesn't make any fucking sense.
I think you have to look at it in the context of it. Like, an internal
metaphor.
struggle, an
It's a
internal
symbolism
struggle
behind
that
it,
is that is like we're seeing his internal struggle basically, even though like people clear out of the junkyard and all that stuff.
Right.
But it's like, how do you show that, him having this struggle? Is it the best? No, but at the time, I remember like actually enjoying it.
Did you
quite a bit.
reenact it in your house, and then you were like hitting yourself?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
With
When I was a
with
child,
a bumper, with a metal bumper. You're hitting all the furniture around the house. Your parents are yelling at you.
Yeah, I don't know. I excuse it, even though yes, like if they had made the film today, it's like okay, yeah, you could figure out a different, better way to do it, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, you could literally create. What if he cloned himself? The result of that kryptonite soon after it being gifted to him made a duplicated version of him that was evil, like physically.
But then they would have to change what the plot was in Superman 4 if they did that.
Yeah.
So
They
How
couldn't do
so?
that. Well, he's a
'cause there's the
clone. in
cloning
Superman
aspect.
4.
That's what Nuclear Man is. He's a clone of Superman.
Oh, but I read in the trivia that they were thinking of casting, Reeve as Nuclear Man, but then they went
He's a
against
clone
it,
who looks nothing like the source.
right, which doesn't
person
make
he's cloned from.
so he's not a clone in
Well,
terms
he's
of like
cloned from
powers.
Superman's
of
hair,
it.
but he's
Like
like
the sun makes him a different person, basically. But
Yeah.
he's still like the DNA behind him is still Superman's.
Yeah, with the Gene Hackman voice.
Yeah.
I will hurt people.
I will hurt people. So good.
It's as bad as it sounds, brother.
What the fuck is that?
Wait, we're talking about like a dub, like it's not actually him.
Yeah, the guy that
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't
Wow.
speak his own voice in the film.
yeah,
That's
this is Superman
hilarious.
4. We'll get more into this,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Definitely
Mhm.
should have seen these.
Superman 4 is just a film about nuclear proliferation.
It's liberal Christopher Reeve, his like quest against the nuclear arms race. So his stipulation to come back to play the character was, well, I have to have all this left wing bullshit in it.
Yeah,
And
I have to destroy all the country's nuclear arms.
Oh yeah, that whole thing. Yeah, we're gonna get into that.
Oh boy.
Ugh. Yeah, I got a few notes for Superman 3 as well. The biggest convenience that makes no sense. Yeah,
It doesn't make any sense.
I'll tell you, is that the villains tell Superman where they are, where they're gonna be. Come and find us. Okay.
They're so sneaky.
Yeah, that's just poor screenwriting, just to get him so they could leapfrog over to him going there. Ugh. Did you
Wow.
like when Superman gets encased into a giant used condom? I wish I had a
Used?
video of it. I should have extracted some of these clips.
You need to extract that one. That must be seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the abilities that the supercomputer has for some reason. It can shoot used condoms at Superman.
Yeah.
Keep talking and I'll try to find it.
I mean, there's really nothing more to say about this movie. It sucks. It's a terrible fucking movie.
Yeah, but like seeing Christopher Reeve sitting in a bar, like throwing back shots at Jack Daniels, or what is it? No, he's drinking Johnny Walker or something.
Yeah.
And he's just like, he just looks like so over it.
And he's flicking peanuts. He's flicking peanuts at the bottles and breaking them.
Yeah, busting the bottles, and then
Yeah.
like he just looks at the mirror behind the bar, and you see it like melt and like crack.
Wait,
You
so
know
who
that.
did it better? Bad boy Tobey Maguire Spider-Man or bad boy Christopher Reeve?
Bad boy Christopher
Superman?
Oh, Reeve,
100%.
100%.
He still did it better.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, because he's not gay. Like
Oh.
The way Maguire plays it, he's
It's
just like
gay.
this little
Yeah.
emo fuck.
yeah.
Oh man.
So like bad Superman is intimidating, you know.
So he's actually cool. Oh,
It's
okay.
cool to see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right. Cool.
I mean, you could just look up those scenes with him as like bad Superman.
They're memes. There are tons of
down.
memes of it.
Yeah.
And he just wears like the blue suit.
It's like darker. It looks
Okay.
it looks like the same color palette as the Brandon Routh suit. you
Yeah.
know?
Okay. Nice. Sweet. They're so edgy.
Yeah.
I'm excited to get to the Brandon Routh Superman.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Ew.
Found it.
Oh my gosh.
Nah, you're hurting him, bro. Even though I've been helping you.
Whoa. Who's that blonde lady?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like the Miss Tessmacher of this movie.
Wow,
Oh,
you're
the
just
junkyard
going through the
scene.
whole movie right now.
Skim through it, right? Is this when he
Nice.
gets? Yeah,
Yeah, this is when he splits.
Oh, cool.
Clark Kent comes out.
Okay, so yeah, I thought he was cloned at this point, but I guess he splits. That's wow.
It makes no sense. It really
They do
doesn't.
some strange stuff here. They're experimenting, guys.
Okay. Well, we're gonna rate this now.
All right.
I like how we're moving through this a little bit quicker than last time.
We still have a lot to talk about.
Dude, there's no way we're getting through every one of these films.
We just move pretty quickly through these. Not the first, but these.
Well, by the time we get to the Snyder shit, we're gonna have lots to say. So,
Well, let's see. So where do you rate Superman 3? Starting with Brawler.
Oh,
You didn't see it. So you haven't seen this one or the next one.
That's right. Yeah, I
Okay.
know. Sorry, I wanted to see everything. I just I can't take Superman anymore. I've watched so much the last week and a half. I need a detox from Superman. So it's good getting it out of my system here with you guys.
You didn't see the third and the fourth.
What?
Those were the two I chose to ignore because I wanted to preserve my high love for Christopher Reeve Superman.
All right. Well, I'll go first. I think this is probably it's probably alongside. Well, it can't be alongside because well, fine. I'll put it at a 3.
that's where I was gonna put it.
Yeah, 3. That's where I was going.
I like
3
it.
for Superman 3.
We're on the same page there. Look at that. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. We're done with Superman 3. How about some comments?
People are pretty interesting here in the chat, Kyle. You got a good chat.
Thank you, guys. And while you're at it, can you, bam, bam, bam on the video?
Thumbs up and subscribe.
Yeah.
Bring it on!
And let's see. Time-wise. Gen X Man, that Superman 3 poster screams, don't watch this.
Yeah.
Do not watch this.
Don't.
That's true.
The last one screamed that too.
Ian says the bad guy in Superman 3, Ross Webster, was played by Robert Vaughn, who was Lee in the original Magnificent Seven. I haven't seen the original one.
Yeah, wasn't he also in The Man from U.N.C.L.E.?
Yeah.
Robert Vaughn? Yeah.
Yep. He was in the Towering Inferno too.
Yep. Yeah.
He was in a lot
And
of
this
stuff.
last season of A-Team.
I
Ian
did not
says.
know that. But yeah, he's like one of those classic journeyman actors, you know? He was good.
Proctophile. It's fun to laugh at, not with.
Not with, no. Wow, that's sad. The opposite effect.
Story to screen with the technology available at the time. Does anyone think Donner could have pulled off villains like Brainiac, Metallica, Bizarro, Darkseid? Metallica's a thing?
No,
Or are they
Metalo, I think he was trying to say.
okay? Or they could bring in the band. It's sure. Are they too ambitious to pull off?
Maybe Bizarro. Definitely not Darkseid. I don't think Brainiac either.
I mean, shit. Like,
shit.
They could have been done, but it would have been definitely a product of its time. So
Imagine
but I know
Darkseid.
he's asking with the technology at the time, so it would have been tough. Darkseid would have been really hard to do. Bizarro is basically what they just did in Superman 2. I mean, you'd have just had those kinds of effects. But,
Yeah. I don't know that Metalo or whatever that dude's name is. Never heard of that.
Ian says, of course, Annette O'Toole plays Superman's mom in Smallville. Superman was hitting on his mom. Connect the universes, each
Good call,
iteration.
Ian.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Christopher Reeve does appear in Smallville. Just putting this out there.
Ooh. Maybe there's an alternate universe merging kind of deal going on.
Not, of course, as Clark Kent. Totally different character.
Proctophile. They wanted to bring Brainiac into the Nick Cage Superman in the late 90s, but sadly it didn't pan out.
Sad.
I mean,
Sadly.
look, Tim Burton didn't need his hands on Superman.
Yeah, thank
Definitely
God.
not.
Although that is one debate that could be had: Tim Burton or James Gunn.
Tim Burton.
They've just been both equally shitty, just for different reasons.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, that doesn't work either way. I'm with you, Matt. Okay, look at that. And where is number 4? The Quest for
Hey, Kyle, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Go
Sure
for it.
thing. Get out of there. Superman 4, The Quest for Peace.
Perfect.
Let me
Let's
pull my
take
notes
away,
up.
that big, nice budget that they had for Superman 1 and 2. Let's just get rid of that and give them the budget of like a fucking straight to video independent film and make a Superman movie out of that. Superman 4.
Even the credits look cheap as fuck. They're
Everything
supposed to look
cheap.
3D, but they're just flat.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything about this movie is cheap as fuck. They reuse effect shots in this movie, it's bad.
Oh, one thing that I didn't bring up for every Reeve movie is they end it on the exact same shot every time.
Man,
Of him winking at the camera. No, what?
They do that with Superman Returns as well. They try recreating that.
They try to
shot.
recreate it. I know, but could they not?
Could they not?
It's repetitive.
Well,
It's like the barrel opening in a James Bond movie.
Yeah.
Oh wow, the weakest version of it.
The wink and the flyby.
It was boring.
So they reused the same shot of Superman coming towards the camera 3 times in, as I said, and that doesn't work. Yeah, that was boring and unnecessary.
Yeah. It's
Yeah. It was this one, right? It wasn't the previous one. It's the same head-on shot of him doing that. Yeah. It's the same. Yeah, it's this movie. Yeah, and apparently, in years later, in his autobiography, Christopher Reeve admitted that this was a misconception. Let's put it lightly. One of the worst special effects shots of Clark being able to look through the barn walls. If you remember this little effect. Yeah. I thought it was a different scene that we just moved to.
Yeah.
But it was supposed to be his X-ray vision. One of the worst special effects I've ever seen.
Though I think the worst special effect in this movie is when he's fighting Nuclear Man and they fall off the building and they're like tumbling down and they're fighting, and then Nuclear Man kicks Superman and he just there's this shitty composited version of Superman that just suddenly flies off and he goes, oh! It's so good. It's fucking terrible. If you could find that scene at some point,
You would want to see it?
No, I don't need to, but just for your own personal reference, it's stupid. Yeah, fuck this movie. There's a part where the chick in this movie, what was her name? Lacey, the chick
Lacey.
that's her name, Lacey, whatever.
Yeah.
She's in outer space. And she's
yeah, she carries her up into
Yes.
space, and she's just got a light breeze in her hair.
Yeah.
And she's
breathing.
just looking
She breathes.
around, and it's
Miles
okay.
away from Earth.
I guess that's just, even if she wasn't in space, just the temperatures up that high would be enough to she'd be dying. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Sucks.
Well, she works at the Daily Planet, right?
She's her father and her taking it over. They're buying
right.
They're ripping everyone, everyone's losing their jobs and shit.
Yeah.
Corporate America.
Yeah. An improvement over Lois Lane in the looks department.
100%.
Yeah.
And the music's better in Superman 4. They had Alexander Courage come in, who's one of John Williams' orchestrators, and he took the Williams material and added some class to it. So the score is actually not that bad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was
Kal-El, no.
yikes.
It's a shame Brawler didn't see that.
He'll see it on replay.
definite low point.
I just caught the end of that. What did I just watch?
Yeah, exactly. You'll see it. You'll see it.
His suit looks funky too.
Yeah, it's like a teal color or something. I think that was because of the blue screen that they were shooting it against.
Yeah, they had to offset it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to. I want to see the full clip. I'll rewind later.
You'll
and
rewatch
watch
it. Yeah. You'll enjoy it. Margot Kidder's voice is even lower this time. All those cigarettes.
Can we hear it?
I tried to make the sound work, and it didn't. So, yeah. I am emphasizing that a lot, though. I should have brought a clip to show the comparison of her voice from the first film. Yeah.
How do we know like the timeline of when these movies came out? Like 78's the first one.
This was 87.
Wow.
This is
Well,
this is
not
the
that
only
long after.
This is the only Superman movie I saw theatrically. I'm that old.
Man. Do you know how old you were here?
5 or 6. I think I was 6.
Oh, okay.
And did you enjoy this film?
When I was a kid, yeah. I did like this movie as a kid.
You're very careful to clarify. As a kid,
as a kid,
okay?
as a fucking stupid
careful,
little kid.
Kyle.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. But as soon as I wasn't a kid anymore and I watched it, I was like, damn, this is a piece of shit.
The next year you turned 6, and then it was just like, oh, that movie was shit.
Christopher Reeve didn't
sorry
want
to jump in. I gotta
hop off.
I gotta hop off. Yeah.
No.
I know.
Why, Bobby?
I know you're just stuck with me. I'm sorry.
I know. But yeah, I will see how far you guys get. I'll check in tomorrow and see. But yeah, I gotta run now.
All right. When you're in the restroom, you can, take a look. Watch.
All right, guys. I'll.
Well, before you go, man, why don't you plug the recent video you just released? I know we can just repeat it.
We just dropped our review of episode 1 and 2 of Alien Earth this afternoon. So check that out. We don't really do TV shows.
This is our first.
It's the first.
This one's a rarity, and you guys watched it recently? 2 days ago, or when it came out?
It came out on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So we're gonna try and stick with that schedule every week. Watch it Tuesday. A couple days later, get a review out on it.
Sweet.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bobby, hope you stay a little longer next time. But thanks for coming this time.
Rest in peace.
Cheers, man.
Talk to you later.
Oh, no.
It's the Phantom Zone.
We look like. Wait, is the Phantom Zone where Zod and the two goons were?
They're
like
in the mirror
triangle?
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that was literally what just happened.
What else can we say about Bobby behind his back? Yeah. So, but about the Superman 4, right?
Yeah. So Christopher Reeve didn't even, after what happened to Donner on the first two, then the reception of the third one, he didn't want to do a fourth one, but they coerced him to come back. And like part of his deal to come back as Superman was that he was trying to get this independent film off the ground. I think it's called Street Smart, and it stars him and Morgan Freeman as Morgan Freeman plays like the street thug. But anyways, he wanted to get this movie made, and he said, I'll come back as Superman if like you guys fully finance this movie. And they did. So that was, and also having his bullshit nuclear political stance. Have that.
Yeah, why don't we talk about that for a second? Ridiculously, Superman enters a international summit, goes to the podium, and says, I'm going to rid the world of all nuclear warheads. And everyone in that chamber erupts in claps. And I'm just looking at this scene thinking, there is no fucking way that would ever happen.
No.
Ever happen. That they would allow, whether it be a superhero or an entity, a country, whatever, other power, defang or de-weapon them.
Billions of dollars right in the shitter.
Well, and then just they don't have any defense for other countries, so
who would on the side secretly develop their own weapons.
Correct. Yeah, exactly.
He's such an optimist. No, that was something that disappointed me about Super Slash Man, the documentary about Christopher Reeve.
Yeah.
It got the first half was great, and then it got political, and it's like, bruh, come on.
Agreed.
Here.
I saw that documentary too.
Yeah.
I saw that in theaters. and that was.
I didn't go that far.
Oh, I know it's weird seeing a documentary in theaters.
No, it isn't. I
You
just
don't
wouldn't
need
go
it.
that far to see that documentary in the theaters. No, it's. I thought about it, but it's just I realized it's probably not going to be as great as it could, because unfortunately the guy, passed away before there could be significant footage that's similar to, like, if you compare that documentary to Val. Yeah, Val is a deeply personal documentary that I would highly recommend to everyone watch.
I still haven't seen it.
Never
It's
heard
fantastic,
of that.
dude.
It's about Val.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
that.
And they could actually make a sequel to that. They talked about it in an interview, the filmmakers of that, the directors. They said
they have enough footage for that.
they have enough footage that Val Kilmer filmed of himself, and on the film Red Planet, he has they have like 48 hours or more. They have hours of footage of him on set and all the drama.
Oh man,
that they didn't show anything. I would love to see them make a kind of spin-off to Val of just him making movies, and you could feature the Red Planet as an example of this is what it's like from a actor's perspective, POV, of what it's like to make a movie. I think that'd be fantastic.
What it's like to make a terrible movie on top of that.
It's not that bad.
I can't wait for the Stan
It's no
Lee.
Superman 4.
It's true.
I can't wait for the Stan Lee documentary that they're trying to fund right now. Have you seen the trailers for that?
No, do they talk about the elder abuse and shit?
Yeah,
Really?
man,
Okay.
it looks so intriguing. I
think I
got
saw
to
a
meet
clip of
Stan Lee a
that.
while ago, and I remember seeing the guy that is like the abuser, and he was like his right
Really?
hand man. Yeah, I recognized him.
Where'd
He's
you meet him
very-
at?
Cincinnati. It was like in Ohio. It was pretty cool. It was a comic expo there. It was, like 5-second interaction, but I'm glad I did. Got his autograph.
Still got to meet
So,
him.
yeah,
That's cool.
it was cool. Yeah. I don't know how he feels about Superman 4.
I think Superman 4 is actually the best Superman film of all time.
I do not want that image in my head.
James Gunn probably gushes over this movie. His greatest inspiration.
He saw Superman 4 and was like, that's what I want to do.
Well, he said Flash. The Flash was like the best superhero film he's ever seen. I remembered that. And then I kept thinking that when I was watching, I was like, what? Are you sure? And now, I mean, it's like everyone forgot, but now thankfully people are bringing it up again because that's
Dude,
he never backed down.
Not only did he say that, he hired the same director of photography to shoot and The Flash is one of the ugliest fucking movies ever made. And he's like, I want that guy to shoot my movie.
Yeah. I can't wait to talk about the new one.
I can tell we're over this movie at
this
point.
movie sucks. There's really nothing more to say. I'm trying to think of like other trivia about this movie that I know. I
got a couple notes. Lex Luthor creates Nuclear Man. He's a gay male stripper from a bad 80s music video.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Nuclear Man.
Wait, Lex Luthor makes him?
Yeah,
he takes a strand of hair.
He goes to a museum and there's like a strand of hair that Superman's hair is like holding up this like a ton
With
thing.
no security around it.
Yeah, and he cuts the hair, he takes it, and then with some other, I don't know, modern chemistry, he mixes that stuff, launches it out into the sun, and bam, we get Nuclear Man.
Man, sounds like a great new villain.
A gay male stripper.
Intriguing.
Now there are some clips out there on YouTube you can find that before Luthor perfected Nuclear Man, he made different versions of him. So there's like Down syndrome versions of him before getting to the Nuclear Man that we know, and Superman has some interactions with them.
Hey Matt, I did a double take. I thought that this guy was from a comic, and I researched it real quick, and apparently he's not. This is created for this movie.
Correct. Yeah.
I feel like we've seen another character recently developed where they did not come from a comic. It's brand new. It was in a film. I don't know what it was. I think it might have been in the new Superman. There was like this guy, Mr. Handsome, or I don't know. I think they had a funny name for them like that. He's like he was an alien. He had like a giant long head
Oh, I think he is in the comics, though. I think he is. I could be wrong, but I think that was like a little cameo, like a little Easter egg that Gunn threw in there. Like, oh, we're throwing this character in here.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong. I don't know. But that being said, the whole aspect of them cloning the stupid Superman as Ultraman, that kind of comes from Superman 4. That plot thread, and they even clone him with his hair in the new Superman.
That was stupid.
You want to get into a nitpick?
Oh, sure.
Superman plugs an erupting volcano with the tip of a mountain that he lasers off, then freezes the lava flow in presumably Sicily in the city streets while the people are still there. He would have generated what is known as laze, as a lava haze, and it's not harmless water vapor. It's a mixture of hydrochloric acid and tiny shards of volcanic glass. Inhaling and coming into contact with this mixture can cause breathing difficulties, eye and skin irritation, burns, etc., etc., etc.
Wow.
Superman would have killed that village.
That would have been awesome.
That would have been a better outcome.
I should have had the clip playing while that happened. Yeah.
Let's rate this fucker. This movie sucks. I'll speak for Bobby as well.
Well, hey, let's clarify to show you got hard cut there. You should change it to Matt and Bobby now.
He's both.
Just change it to hard cut. Now you're just hard cut. Yeah.
I am gonna change it.
I want to see this. I'm gonna wait to see this.
1 second. Oh, here we go.
Matt and Bobby.
I'm just gonna say hard cut.
Bonding one last time. Oh, look at that. So official.
Nice.
I'm curious to hear what you guys are going to rank this as.
Yeah, let's just do that. I have a couple notes, but I'll let them pass by.
Oh, this is definitely Kal-El no. For sure. This is Superman. This is the lowest point.
Hold on. We got to wait.
Whoa.
Where's that? There it is. Okay. Let's share. So I got Superman 4 in hand. I have that in my notes with I didn't rate it actually, so I'm rating it on the spot. So in the context of what we have here,
I can't believe Superman 2 is.
See, this is the thing. I like the scenes in Smallville. That's this movie, right?
Yeah.
I like those scenes.
Well, it's this movie, like not when he had like Lana Lang and all that stuff. Not that. That's Superman 3.
Okay, see, I'm merging those two.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
He does go back to Small. He gets sick because Nuclear Man scratches him,
which is bullshit. Because by the way, he's from the sun. Superman gets his powers from the sun. Why would that harm him? That doesn't make any sense.
They didn't really go into the fact that Superman gets his powers from the sun back then. That's not really mentioned in the movies.
Oh, okay.
So you're right. That's stupid.
Okay.
All right. I'll put it at a 2.
Okay.
Did you do what, Matt?
I said it's Kal-El no for me.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I put it in the. Well, just to. What is it,
dude? This is like one of the worst. This is like one of the worst films ever made. So,
put it at Kal-El no.
Yeah.
It is in the red range, even at 2, so it would still count. So
based
I'll put
on that
it in
shot that I recommended earlier with him.
Yeah, the special effects are so egregious.
Yeah,
it's
there's nothing redeemable. It sounds like.
Yeah. Welcome, Superman 4 2.
Kal-El, no.
Oh,
all right.
Gosh. I have a feeling Justice League's going to be around that range.
Oh, yeah. We'll see about that.
All right. So what's next, Kyle?
Let's do a couple comments.
Ooh, couple comments. See what everybody's saying. Oh, Megan misses Bobby. I miss Bobby too.
Can you fly, Bobby?
Rest in peace, Bobby. We'll remember you.
Did we go over this one? They wanted to bring.
we did.
Yeah, we did that. Okay. Oh, Sin had to go. She got a dip.
See you, Sin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To file
I don't know
says
how
take
long ago
care.
that was. But.
Good night.
It's 9:08. Ian tells us Canon Films put more money into this bomb than Masters of the Universe with Dolph Lundgren that bombed and destroyed the studio. I didn't know that.
They're being financed at the same time. Yep.
Wait, do we know how badly it bombed for?
I don't know the exact.
Matt,
numbers,
you'll have
but
to help me out with that. I got my hands full.
I'll
look it up.
Yeah. You guys, if you can help out
I'll
with like
do
some
something.
trivia stuff, that'll be awesome.
What resource do you use for looking up box office returns?
Me?
Yeah.
What is it? Box Office Mojo?
Yeah. Okay. I was just making sure that there's
That's a good
something
one.
else better out there.
Let's see. Budget was 17 million. Has 14% on Rotten Tomatoes. He literally looks like he's wearing pajamas in this one. Let's see. Then where's the box office?
Worldwide 30 million. Domestic 15 million. Ouch.
Yeah. It's a bit of a stinker. A little bit of a stinker. Shame. Well, it's a good thing we didn't get another one of those.
Yeah, it was done after that movie.
You said that was 89 or 87?
87.
Okay. Well, this is a long time before we got the next one. I think I think the next one we're talking about was 2005, if I'm right.
2006.
2006. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a long time.
It's like
I still can't believe we've moved on and literally have a new Superman right now. It's way too soon. It's really ridiculous,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Apparently, Proctophile didn't like the volcanic trivia there. Today on Science with Superman, volcanic haze. That's right, man. You got to inject some reality into fantasy.
That's right. That's right. Don't do that to Star Wars. There's too much to pull.
Matt, this might be a question for you. Has anyone read the 78 Superman comics that provide better continuation to the first two Superman movies?
I don't know if you're talking about the John Byrne run. No, otherwise I haven't read those. But the John Byrne comics, they drew Superman very similar to Christopher Reeve. And they feel very much like the movie. So I don't know if he's talking about that. If he's talking about that, yes, I have read those, but I haven't read anything that's specifically like a continuation of 78.
Proctophile, the nuclear man needs to be in direct sunlight to even stand up. Pathetic.
Yeah, that's how Lex Luthor controls him. He puts him in the shade.
Yeah.
Oh man. Wait, it's still
direct.
Gene
He
Hackman?
can't even be.
Yeah, Gene Hackman comes back.
Okay.
Yeah. He's in this. Yeah. Nuclear man can't even be in the shade.
Yeah.
No.
And also Lex Luthor, his nephew is like his henchman in this. So they don't have Otis anymore. Now you've got this like
John
Cryer plays this like teenager, and he's a fucking idiot in the movie. You just want to punch him.
Yeah, he's just as bad as Otis, just on a different side of the coin.
Yeah.
And what was hilarious is how they took him out of the movie by sending him to a boys
boarding school.
Boarding school. Yeah, right? And he looks like he's 30 years old.
Yeah.
Weird.
It's like the Chris O'Donnell situation. Ward of the state, Chris O'Donnell, the 25-year-old man, 30-year-old man. Oh, dude. Oh, okay. So he wasn't criticizing the scientific sidebar. It's just a reminder of some old Bill Nye sketch. Well, I did not get that reference, Proctophile.
Kyle, he's not dogging you.
Well, this is an example. I'm not pointing you out, Proctophile, and specifically to this, but this is what can happen when communication is limited to only text. Is you lose the context of tonality, with voice, etc. That's why when you do these live streams, you have more of a understanding, more of a connection with what's being communicated. Is that what you? Yeah,
Lenny.
Was that was? Yeah, yep. I forgot the character's name. All right, let's move on to the next generation, because this is what really happens. So Superman 4 occurred, and there was a huge gap of time where nothing with Superman aside from Lois and Clark on TV. Nothing, no movies came out. And I know some people, Ian might say, what about the animated this and this and that? But we're not talking about. We're talking about live action feature films. Okay. And in 2006, prior to leading up to that, Bryan Singer had a choice between making X3, X-Men 3, or Superman Returns. And he decided to go with Superman Returns because he's such a fan of Donner's Superman, which he harkens back to a lot in his version, which is a continuation. And I'll pull up that poster. I think it's... there we go. Superman Returns, 2006, is a continuation. Apparently, and correct me if I'm wrong, it only counts Superman 1 and 2.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even then, it's still pretty fast and loose with those movies. It's supposed to be like adjacent to those films in the Donner universe, but loosely, kind of. To me, this movie, it's supposed to be part of the Donner universe, but it doesn't really feel like those movies. Yes, you have the score, but the suit looks nothing like Christopher Reeve's suit. The suit sucks in this movie, by the way. And
although the trunks are a lot smaller.
Oh no,
and better done than comparative to 2025.
If you're gonna try the trunks, yes, they should have done they should have tried them this way, yes.
Yeah.
But the logo is small. Like you can tell that the director of this movie is gay, by the way the suit looks. And
it's nice and tight.
It's I don't know.
I actually like the suit. I thought it
yeah, I don't particularly care for it, but
this is a confusing film. I was wondering if this was a continuation, but there was a few red flags that kind of because I didn't know what I was getting into watching this. I never would have imagined it was going to be a continuation. I went in raw, not knowing anything, and probably not a good way to phrase that, but
okay.
It's
okay, man.
Come on, bro. But yeah, I went in not knowing anything, and I was immediately right off the bat, I couldn't believe I was seeing Marlon Brando's Jor-El. I was like, what is he doing here? That was so off to me. And that's when I was starting to think okay, maybe this is a continuation, because obviously it must be, or it's like some alternate universe. But then really nothing seemed to line up, and I was really just flipped over because because obviously I haven't seen 3 or 4, and I forgot, because correct me if I'm wrong, at the end of Superman 2, when he does the weird forget me kiss, that's what happens. She forgets about him.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Matt, is that in the comics, by the way?
No, that's all bullshit.
Yeah, it is bullshit.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so for whatever reason, that just a lot of these movies are kind of blending together for me at some point.
3 and 4 just did, and I didn't even realize it.
And so I'm thrown here. I don't really get his relationship with her. She kind of looks like she knows him, but also not. And then I thought it was also strange. I thought it was really weird to see that now we have Superman in some fashion pursuing a married woman. I mean, she's married and she has a child. And I thought that was
she's
weird...
engaged.
Oh, she's engaged?
Yeah. But I get what you mean. No, I understand.
Okay. Well, okay. I don't know how I missed that, but it certainly seemed like she was married and, a committed person, a committed partner, right? And
well, she's supposed to be.
Yeah, supposed to be. And seeing him kind of in a way pursue that was a little odd from a protagonist. This is supposed to be a character, kids look up to, and seeing that was a little odd to me.
Dude, he kind of stalks her, man.
Oh, yeah. That is not. He goes. That is not an exaggeration. He literally is he's a peeping Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was literally peeping in the
He's super peeping Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this movie also continues the trend of James Marsden getting fucked over, he gets screwed over.
You mean cucked? Well, I can't believe you didn't say that, man.
Well, but it's not the same as cuck though. It's not his fault. You just feel bad for the guy.
Well, that's what makes it even worse. Is he's not like a douche or anything. He's a nice guy.
When you're a cuck, you're willing. You're like a willing participant in that behavior. But Marsden's just this nice dude in all these movies, and oh, he's with Lois, but she's she's in love with Superman. Holy shit, how do you compete with that? And then in X-Men, they just kill him because they were mad at him, and then he gets screwed over in the Notebook, he just gets screwed over.
She glosses over him so easily, and I mean, he's literally fathering the child. And to my knowledge, it seems like she knew that was Superman's son, and she just kind of, dicks over the poor James Marsden, and she looks like a villain.
Lois Lane is a straight up bitch in this movie, and she's
like Jenny from Forrest Gump. She's like that maliciousness.
She was that's a good comparison. And Kate Bosworth in this role is terrible. I think she comes 100%. Across hateful. Yeah. She has a vitriol in her tonality. She comes across as irritated. She doesn't have any charm as she could, because I've seen a couple films that I can recall she has that capability.
She's a decent actress.
Yeah, she has that access, but the way that she chose to play it, and in relation to connection to how she was directed, so Bryan Singer is at fault as well, is so unlikable. She's to say a phrase that is very hackneyed, but it's true. She's very unlikable in this movie, and there's zero chemistry between she and Superman. This is a continuation of Reeves stories, like Reeves Superman movies from 1, 2. The reason they needed to reestablish their connection, because they don't even do that. They try to do it with the rooftop scene, but it's very short-lived. They don't do anything with reestablishing their romantic relationship, etc. No, emotional connection. The reason they needed to do that was because this is an entirely new cast, and you're not familiar with them as you used to be.
No.
So that was a mistake on the filmmaker's part to not reestablish that connection. They just hope that we have this reservoir and cachet from the first Reeves movies to carry over into this, and it doesn't. It doesn't. It almost feels like a quasi reboot sequel.
Yeah,
it's not an entirely direct sequel.
No, and to Brawler's point earlier, how he was saying things just don't add up. Like, that's 100% true. And if this were following Superman 2, well, why does Lois remember who he is? Because she does.
Yeah.
Like. That's fucking. Well, does she remember who Clark is though? I guess she doesn't remember who Clark Kent is, so I guess that does.
Right, I had to think about that too, because she gets her memory wiped in 2 different ways in the different cuts in Superman 2. The stupid magic kiss.
You have to juggle both of those too. Like, what's real, what's not real.
Yeah, but they also hint at she kind of knows subconsciously, because she says something at the typewriter at the very end of the second movie, like, super. Something. And then she brushes it off. So there is subconsciously she knows it, which actually speaks to the flimsiness of his magic kiss.
But even if you look at the Daily Planet in Superman 1 and 2, it just looks like a regular office, And
correct.
Now it's got this Art Deco style to it. So just stylistically,
which looks nice.
I'm not saying good. It doesn't. It just doesn't. If this is supposed to be from the Donner movies, it doesn't follow that well. Like from a design language standpoint. Things just look too different.
Yeah, that's why I mean it's a quasi reboot rather than the sequel.
Well, I mean, 2005, Batman Begins comes out. Oh shit, we got to do Superman now. So that's what they were doing. They fast tracked this to get this off the ground because Superman was dead after Superman 4, and so this is what we got.
And you know what's funny is that people trash Snyder for having the visual conveyance and execution of the cinematography, yada yada, as dark. This movie is this really muddy looking.
This movie is an ugly fucking movie. They shot this movie back then. They were just getting into digital, and this is one of the first movies that this was shot on what was called the Genesis camera back then, and that camera sucks. And it was terrible in low light. It has terrible image quality. It looks like balls. All the colors have this shit brown look to them. It's not a visually appealing. It's an ugly movie. This movie at the time it was one of the most expensive movies ever made. It was like $250 million.
Wow.
And when you watch it, you're like, where did that money go? This does not feel like that money translated to the screen.
They went to Kevin Spacey.
Well, yeah, I guess so, but like it's a very bland looking movie, and just in terms of the action and spectacle in this movie, it sucks. It's not very good. Like, do you remember?
It looks like a
Superman
TV
action?
movie. It looks like a TV movie, and it plays like a TV movie. That's what I was thinking the whole time I was watching it. And I think one of the biggest problems is the characters and the actors, they don't even seem like they're actors. It literally looks like you took somebody off the street, you threw them on set, and you were going over their lines with them like an earpiece.
She's pretty, and so like earlier I said my spiel about Lois Lane, and technically I think she's probably the first attractive one, but I can't get over the wig she wears. Like that ruins it for me. It just looks like shit. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know she wore a wig.
Yeah.
I want to see that. Can you pull that up, Kyle? What a close up.
It doesn't look good.
You gotta see it in the light.
Oh god, this movie looks like
anything going for it. Nothing really. I think there was like one scene in the beginning with the plane, which kind of sold me initially.
You know what, dude? I don't know. Okay, so first of all, something occurred to me while I was watching this movie during that scene. Happens earlier on with the plane sequence there.
This is the best scene of the movie.
The point I wanted to bring up is that Superman is first of all, I don't know why the shuttle and the plane are connected and what malfunction, blah blah blah. But the thing that irked me the most was when
tough, man. I didn't notice that.
You cannot get past that.
Yeah, I don't remember the point of him doing
well,
that.
I guess is this like his no, this isn't a developmental side. I mean, he's been Superman for a while.
And I hate that excuse.
Film.
He's been gone for 5 years, by the way.
And I can't
like you're right.
In space.
Like in the Batman when he fucks up, it's just because it's year 2. Fuck that. Like that stupid excuse. I hate that shit. Because then you watch Batman Begins and he's not making any of those fucking rookie mistakes. Gosh. Stupid.
Oh man. Is there anything redeemable about this? Like, do you guys have like highlights?
To be fair, Kevin Spacey is actually good in the role. It's just the movie is problematic.
So I have like kind of a history with this movie. I was actually on the EPK side of this movie. I filmed some of the behind the scenes of this movie. I filmed all the stuff at the scoring sessions. So I was there. I was there when they were recording all that stuff. So
yeah,
and that was fucking awesome. And that was, it was cool being there for that. It's cool like being in the middle of the orchestra as they're playing the actual like what's going to be in the movie.
It's not digital.
No.
Yeah.
So, but when I saw it, even though I had that like tie to it, I knew it was a piece of shit. I didn't like it. It's just like it's like a Superman movie directed by a gay guy. That's what it feels like.
Well, I was gonna ask you, what does that mean?
Bryan Singer's gay.
Well, I know that, but in terms of like the storytelling, because he had some input in it and the directing.
I don't know if you don't know what I mean.
I'm looking up Bryan Singer. I've heard that name so many times.
He's about to Google it and find a whole bunch of arrest.
Arrest him. Well, and I will say this: when he would show up to the sessions, like he had these like boyish looking. I don't know if they were 15, but they looked like super young, like his assistants. Like it was gross.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's.
Yikers.
Yeah, Brawler. You don't know about that?
No.
He's basically a child predator.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's a buzzword.
Yeah, I don't care, YouTube. I don't care. You're not going to knock my First Amendment right. So,
that's right.
Yeah. So I went into this movie thinking that because I hadn't seen it in like 15 years or so.
Jeez.
And I thought, maybe I'll watch it and I'll say, hey, maybe this movie needs a reevaluation. This needs to be looked at again, and it's not as bad as what people thought it was, or it needed a little more praise, etc. for people that did like it. It's now like a little keener eye I put to this, and just first of all, the movie is 2.5 hours.
Way too long.
It not a lot happens in terms of the plot. It's pretty streamlined, but not in a good way.
It's dull.
Lex Luthor's idea is to just steal one of Superman's crystals from the fortress and then create a new island of Kryptonian rock that will consume the USA. And then that's pretty much it.
Well, and
everything else that happens around it is Lois Lane and Clark and a couple others are just fumbling about without really anything to do.
Superman is on top. He's like walking on a continent of kryptonite.
Yeah,
and he doesn't
doesn't notice.
He doesn't notice. And then Lex Luthor is the one that, because he sweats.
Yeah,
so then he
sweat comes down.
Okay, so I guess it's hurting him. Was he just like not letting on that he was being hurt? And if like he was being hurt, then why did he willingly land on this gigantic continent made of fucking kryptonite? But then he's on top of that, he's able to lift a continent of kryptonite up into outer space, and he can do it. He's just fine doing it until like the branches start coming out of the green portions of the kryptonite.
Oh, Matt, you're missing one thing. He still had a sliver of that fucking green kryptonite in his side still. And he was still able to lift a rock island into space.
I love that movie.
Yeah, how did they get away with that? I think this is probably the iteration that has like the dullest effect for kryptonite on Superman.
Oh yeah,
like that's insane. I was like, I remember I did enjoy that scene. I thought it was great seeing Superman do something just absolutely incredible, like lifting up, you know, like a giant meteor pretty much into the sky.
If it should be a great moment.
If it wasn't kryptonite, then it would have been cool.
Yeah, you don't even think it's kryptonite.
You know, the thought came to mind was they should have figured out a way around that, essentially. So, like, how are they going to get rid of this rock island from growing? Because, well, actually, that's one thing they didn't convey to us, is that it was constantly growing. But that was the implication that Lex was showing those maps and blah blah blah. But when he did actually plant it, they didn't show like cutaway shots of it. You know, like you see rocks growing. Only when he's lifting it up do we see the rocks coming out and the kryptonite, blah, blah, blah. But so my thought was, because he can't do that, they needed to figure out a different way. And I can't come up with the way, but that's the point of the screenwriter's job, is to like figure out a way.
It shouldn't. It could have been simple. When Luthor throws it in there and it starts making the continent, it doesn't have to be kryptonite. Like it could just be some whatever Kryptonian technology. It just synthesizes whatever, but it doesn't have to be kryptonite. Kryptonite is radioactive particles from Krypton, and it's radioactive because it exploded. So how does it create that? Like that doesn't even fucking make sense.
Well, yeah, that whole concept of he takes a crystal that was actually in Kryptonian language or terms, a media crystal full of communication for that contained like Jor-El's messages in the fortress, and then he takes it and creates a rock island out of it.
It's like what he does in Superman 1 when he creates the Fortress of Solitude. It's sort of like an anti-Fortress of Solitude, and that's fine. That's an okay concept, I guess. But again, it just didn't have to be kryptonite. There's no reason for them doing it, like making it kryptonite. There's just no logical reason. It makes no sense because they had him hoist it out into space at the end, which makes no fucking sense.
Hey, you know what this reminded me of? It reminded me of the black goo from Alien. It could do anything.
Exactly.
I'm surprised you guys were into Kevin Spacey as Lex Luthor. There was only one scene I actually enjoyed him, and it was the very beginning.
I wouldn't phrase it like that, but yeah.
Well, okay, well, it sounded like you guys.
It wasn't into him.
The only, ew.
Well, we all know what that. We know. Yeah. So.
Well, yeah, he's definitely gone through some interesting developments in his life. That's for sure.
He was not on the plane.
He wasn't on the plane.
Yeah.
You know, I thought the first scene was hilarious, though. I literally laughed out loud when he's talking to the old lady, and he's been so sweet to her all her life, and literally he's trying to get her. Oh, was it 5 years? Well,
I suppose
he obviously he just wanted her to sign away like her will or whatever to him, and literally right after she signed it, she died instantly. It was the funniest thing to me. I don't know if they were trying to be funny, but that cracked me up. I loved it.
Well, yeah. he's okay. Like he's okay as Lex Luthor. Like you have to like back then, there was no controversy with Kevin Spacey, and he was just seen as like a really good actor. So him taking over the role,
which he is.
yeah, no, he
Yeah,
and
it's
he's
just
still, to this day he still is a good actor.
Yes,
but I think the two biggest flaws for this movie, the first one, just the idea of him going away, like, you know, the concept, Superman Returns. Why did he go? Like, it doesn't even make sense.
And he didn't tell anyone that he was going.
Yeah, and then
which is stupid unto itself.
I need to see
5
Krypton.
years.
I need to see Krypton. Oh, he sees the exploded. You know, he sees the. I don't think it shows it in the theatrical cut, but there's a deleted scene where he finds it where Krypton was.
Can you describe what is it that he just finds?
It's actually kind of a cool sequence because it's all silent. It's like a cool silent movie sequence, but he's in the craft, and then like he finds it, and it's all just broken up into bits, and it's radioactive. It's kryptonite, and so it's like hurting him. So he's got to like get through all of it, and like, you know, it's almost like the asteroid sequence in Empire Strikes Back, kind of, you know, sort of like that. But then he leaves, and then it's like, okay, well, cool, I've seen that, and I'll just turn around and go back to Earth. And it's like, you already knew that the planet blew up. What was the fucking point of you spending 5 years of your life traveling this distance to
so really the majority of his reason for why he was gone that long is because he was traveling that distance?
Yeah, exactly.
What the hell did he do that whole time? 5 years is an insane time.
He's in some sort of like Kryptonian stasis, like hypersleep sort of thing. I don't know.
And what did he use as a craft to go from Earth?
It's the same thing that he arrived. It's like the crystal.
Oh, he used the same one. Wow, that's claustrophobic.
Yeah. Well, it might be bigger, you know, but but it's the same design. It's that same look.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. And then the worst offender of this movie is the fucking kid. The fact that he has a little kid in the movie, and like,
yeah,
I remember
go on, because I want to bounce off of you, but please go on. Yeah,
I was just like, when I saw this the first time, like, you are like, fuck. If you were to make sequels to this movie, now you're pigeonholing yourself. First of all, there is no kid in the comic books. That's all bullshit. So they're going against Superman lore as it is. But now, yeah, if you make a sequel, now you have to include this fucking kid in there, and the kid was a shitty actor. He sucked.
No, he was okay. He just didn't.
He fucking sucked.
He sucked.
Like, that bullshit scene where he flings the piano at him, and then like he takes his like little
inhaler,
and he's like, and then throws it. Fuck that kid. He sucked. Yeah, that was a piece of shit. That pissed me off.
It's funny how a child actor could even they can be damning to it.
They can.
They really can.
Oh, just ask Nadia Corwith Nods. We're reviewing the Institute TV show, the Stephen King show, and those kids actors on that show are horrendous.
I think Acolyte has the worst child actors I've ever seen. The two sisters or whatever. It's unbearable.
I don't think he was that bad in Superman Returns, this child actor. But the thing I want to bounce off of is, so a year or two ago, a colleague of mine mentioned something about this movie, and it never occurred to me. He said, I hate that movie. And I said, why? Why do you hate that movie? He said, because they make Superman into a deadbeat dad. So I went into this review, or reviewing of it, watching it again. Watching it, well, I wouldn't apply that because he didn't know that he was a father this whole time. However,
after he knows,
it's that scene where he goes to the hospital and his son is unconscious in the hospital bed. He starts reciting the same lines that Marlon Brando had said to his, Kal-El.
Was it the hospital? I thought that was her house.
House or hospital.
Or whatever.
Yeah. So he says those things kind of under his breath, you'll be persecuted, blah, 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 blah. And then he just goes outside, doesn't wait for his son to wake up, care for him, etc. Lois says,
I'll see you around.
Where are you going? Where you going? You coming back? And he just says, I'll be around. I'm going to get some cigarettes. It's like he might as well have said that. I'm going to go get some cigarettes. The guy who said that, he's a deadbeat dad, is because of that ending. Because he just fucking leaves. And he's a distant father, essentially, without, we don't really see it, only in that moment of the implication that he's just going to let someone else, he doesn't going to try at all to stay by his son's side. Okay, yeah, you lost me there.
Weird.
That
I'm
kind of is
curious-
the ultimate indictment on this movie, that really solidified what the colleague said to me of him being a deadbeat dad. It's true.
I'd be very curious to see where this goes next. Like if they had a sequel, would she break things off with Marsden? Would the kid be reunited with Superman? Would they train together? Would he be Superboy joining him side by side on an adventure?
See, but now you're going to
could
be
have only went downhill.
Yeah, you're going to be branching out, doing all these other story beats that are not in the comic book or anything. So no one wants to see that,
No,
fucking stupid.
nobody wants Superboy, or really nobody wants Supergirl. Really, I mean, especially not like a child. Nobody wants. I hate to say it, just nobody wants the children actors and superhero stuff. That also ruined Thor, the latest Thor movie, when he like adopts Christian Bale's daughter at the very end. It's like, bro, come on.
Yeah, I still haven't seen it, but I know what happens, and that sounds stupid.
So sorry to spoil it for you.
Oh man, you ruined it.
I think we'll be all right. So there's one thing that I can't. Excuse me. One thing I can say about the scene that I kind of liked, but it just didn't get there far enough. It started to get to emotional heights, but it didn't. It just didn't get there. Is the parallel of the flagellation of Christ when Superman is being beat down after he's on the rock island of Kryptonite, blah 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 blah, and the goons of Lex Luthor are beating him, and you have basically the embodiment of like Mary Magdalene and in the Kitty character crying and blah blah blah, or just Mary, his mom, and it just didn't reach that place of emotionality, partly because they don't even draw blood. Like you don't even see any consequences of them hitting him, and it's a PG-13, blah, blah, blah. You can
still do that in
You can
PG-13.
show things,
Yeah.
okay? But him like having his face hit against the ground or against some rock, cut on his face, yada, yada. It actually would have been cool when he's later on the plane and that heals. We see him heal from that, Bryan Singer knew about that shit when it came to Wolverine. You could show blood. Wolverine had a whole bunch of cuts and scrapes and gouges, injuries, etc. that he healed from. They should have done something like that in order to raise the emotionality of that scene and more of the pain, showcase more of the pain. Otherwise, it just shows it shows it, and it looks as though the henchmen they're holding their punches.
Yeah, it looked ridiculous. I remembered that too. It looked like a joke. It looked like they were just playing around.
Yeah, I'm actually going to revisit this point when we get to Man of Steel as well.
Yeah,
this idea of Superman getting wounded.
Well, I like that reminder, and it's a good place for us to move on and rate this.
Yeah, poor Brandon Routh. We don't have good news for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Kyle, you got a super sticker, by the way.
Oh,
Pretty
I'm
exciting.
multitasking, everyone. Nice.
That's cool. You could get chats and stickers and stuff.
I'll get to that in a moment. Let's rate this first. Alrighty then. Superman Returns, 2006.
3.
Yeah, so you good. You've seen this, Matt.
I'm going to go with 3 as well.
I think so as also because of the aspects I aforementioned, and also the biggest one for me is the realization that he's chooses to be a distant dad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it might even be worse than that. I could rate it at a 2, and I could go there, and but yeah, it's in the similar range for different reasons, not visually speaking, because the special effects, most of it are good, but there are some CGI character models that look like they're straight out of Polar Express, and it's embarrassing.
100%.
Yeah.
Again, the special effects might be good in some scenes, but
Yes.
are they $250 million good? No.
Oh yeah, this movie cost a
believe it
shit
cost
ton of
that
money,
much.
by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like direct to streaming TV. Looks like early 2000s cable.
It does. Yeah.
And there's a time and a place for
Smallville
that.
did it better.
Not here though.
All right, so that's
All right,
where
now we're
that-
going to the Mac Daddy of Superman.
All right, we're gonna move for the sake of time because
We are running out of time.
we got to get to the next film, and I have a feeling that people have been aching for us to talk about this one.
Itching,
Aching, all those good things. Yeah. Or as Matt said, or Bobby said in one of the videos, put some cream on that. Okay, where are you at, Man of Steel? Where are you at? Boom. There it is. Here we are. So now we come to another film that, you know, between Superman Returns and this one, there was a void of nothing. And then here we go with a radical reboot. This is kind of like the first true reboot, you know? Superman Returns was a quasi reboot, but really tried to connect it to the previous Reeves movies.
You mean reboot in terms of Superman movies, or just like in general?
Yeah, it's not connected to Reeves at all. It's a completely
No, I know,
new...
but you know, there you had like the Dark Knight movies, which was a reboot. So,
but this isn't connected to the Dark Knight.
Yeah, I'm just getting clarification that like
Yeah.
it's just okay.
Yeah, it's restarting the entire universe.
Superman, yeah.
Yeah, of its own kind.
Gotcha.
And here we go. This is Zack Snyder's Man of Steel intermixed. Not a lot of people say this, even though he is a producer, but there really is a lot of influence from Nolan in this movie. Not the next ones. This one.
Kind of.
Go on. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like I think Nolan's thing, and look, I love the guy's movies, but Nolan has a tendency to take like cool moments, epic moments, and like make them boring. His shooting style is just very like, I don't know, kind of matter of fact. And I don't get that from this movie. I think that this movie I have a lot of problems with this movie, which we'll get into, but I absolutely love the way this movie looks. I love the way this movie is shot.
I got to pull up the visuals.
I always say that like you can sort of disagree with like the color palettes that they went with. Maybe that's a little dark-ish, but the camera work, the camera movements, the way it's edited, all of that is like top notch. And like, you know, this newest Superman didn't even come fucking close to that, to the aesthetic whatsoever. But I don't know. I just think that this movie's too stylistic to be like even considered like a Nolan movie. Nolan doesn't have that I don't know, that action movie edge that Zack. So we never have that fun relationship between them before they become lovers.
I liked it this way. I don't know. I was ready for something fresh, man. Because I just watched this again today after years. It's been a long time since I've seen it. And that in particular, I smiled. I don't know. I was kind of sick of like seeing that again. I didn't want to see that again.
I think this is the point where we get into generational things between us. You know what I mean? But you know, like those are just mostly nitpicks. You know, a lot of people complain that he kills Zod at the end, and it's like, first of all, Batman's the one that's got the hardline rule of no killing. Yeah, Superman tries not to kill, you know, but it's still not like his thing, though. That's Batman's thing. And what the fuck was he gonna do with Zod? Like, what are you gonna do with him? You know,
how does someone complain about that? That's ridiculous.
Well, the original draft of the script was that I really like this movie all the way up until the Kryptonians appear in the sky on the news footage. That's when the movie starts losing me. And also the way they kill off Jonathan Kent is stupid too. But up till then, though, I think it's a solid Superman movie. But then once it becomes the alien invasion aspect of it, which I do like that approach, just the action gets like, whereas Superman Returns is a boring fucking movie, this like totally makes up for that. You know, like this movie is an action movie, but
it's a little more than that though.
Well, yeah, but like it turns into this like disaster movie.
Well, yeah, it goes over the top when it comes to that. But I'm referring to the character portion.
Oh no, you're right.
Oh,
like, I think all the stuff in Smallville when they're fighting on the street, that's cool. And it's ridiculous when he throws the fucking train at him and stuff. Like, there's just it's over the top. But then once they get to Metropolis, dude, Superman's like not even making an effort to take the fight elsewhere. And that's seriously annoying. So now you're watching Zack Snyder in his element. Zack Snyder really loves blowing shit up.
Yeah,
he's very good at it. Not saying he's not, but that's still Superman. His character should be trying to take the fight elsewhere.
Yep.
Even if the fight ends up having to be in Metropolis, he's still going to attempt what he can do. He's going to do whatever he can do to take it elsewhere. And I think that this was just the wrong approach for this movie. I feel like if they were to do the proper Death of Superman storyline, that, like by the time they get to the Man of Steel 3 or whatever, then you can have that fight in Metropolis that happens like that. But they blow their wad way too early, way too soon. And so it's like, where do you go after that? Like, that was like so massive, that scale of destruction and, Kryptonian on Kryptonian action. What do you do from there? Like,
hey, Matt, I just came up with an idea bouncing off of what you just said. And this is really cool because this is exactly what happens when two creative people, or plus two, blah, 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 in a writer's room, blah, blah. When someone says something and then they bounce off of it, they come up with another idea. So you said something about there being a Man of Steel 3, and then you would have the big out and out action sequence in Metropolis, right?
Because you've earned it by then, yeah.
Right, but also a really great reason for why the fight occurs and they cannot leave. There has to be a reason why they cannot leave Metropolis. What if there was some force field where if they crossed it, Superman might lose his powers or cross over into a haze that might be, kryptonite filled, or some restriction that would need to keep them in Metropolis, and so thereby having no choice but to fight in Metropolis. And even this film could have done something like that. Some restrictions.
Well, it could have made the World Machine be the restriction.
Some addition to it.
Yeah, it got sucked into the Phantom Zone at that point.
But some addition to them wanting to keep Kal-El, Clark, in the city.
Yeah, it's just the lack of intent on Snyder's part. He just didn't care about that. And I know there was serious backlash from that movie of that aspect. And he tried playing it up like, oh, we're going to address that in the sequel. And it's like, dude, if no one ever fucking said anything, you would have just moved on. That was like not an issue for you, you know? And I do think that had they approached Batman versus Superman differently, they could have actually addressed that better. Like they could have started with them, like in the comics after Superman and Doomsday fight, when Superman comes back, he helps them rebuild Metropolis. So you could have started the movie off with Superman, like the final building, him putting it together for them, and then that also would have the public on his side at that point. He could be the Superman that we all know and love in the very beginning of the movie, but they just abandoned that. And, Snyder just said that, oh, I'm going to address that, but he really didn't, and it all just comes down to Snyder just likes his action. And that's all. It was a product of that. And then he didn't realize that people were going to watch this and be like, holy fuck, dude, you need to chill out with this shit. Like you are going insane with like the 9/11 imagery here,
Yikes.
in a Superman movie.
Man, I don't know. I needed to see some explosions here, man. I think especially because, we're going back and we're watching all these older films. This was the last one. I just watched this earlier today, and finally getting to see some work get done. That was so satisfying for me, at least. And I do completely agree with you. That's something I didn't really think about really at all, is that, for being so compassionate and, clearly, caring about what happens to the human race, he had literally no care at all that he was, flying through buildings. And I mean, they were really tearing shit up. So yeah. I don't know, that's definitely fair. I don't listen to very much DC criticism. It's not something that just meets me often, but I like hearing that. Something like I want to call out, because this is something I've been hearing a lot lately. Dave Corenswet's Superman, he is credited as, one of the more competent modern iterations of a Superman that's emotional, right? And after watching Man of Steel again, this guy's emotional. I thought he gave a great performance, and he seemed like a human. He seemed like a compassionate human being who had heart. I mean, there was a lot of.
You're talking about Henry Cavill.
Yeah, Henry Cavill. Yes, not Dave Cornsweet. I would not say these things about Dave Cornsweet. But I just didn't like.
I was going to say something, but I'll wait. I'll wait for Superman 20.
I was just like, I remember because I watched this. Geez, the last time I've seen this was probably when it came out. I didn't really think too much of it, and seeing it again today was kind of eye-opening because for the longest time, I had the impression that he was just dry and sterile. And when I saw this again, I totally misread what it was, because to me, I was inspired by his character, and I loved Kevin Costner in this. I thought he was a great Pa Kent, and I guess yeah, like that's like one of those more debatable topics, right? If that was a good way for him to go or not. I thought it worked for me because he's a man of ideals and his own. He wants to stick to those ideals, obviously, till the end. I mean, the whole movie.
It could have just been done. Like, I know what they were going for, but it just doesn't fully work. Like they could have made the situation that they were in a little bit more, because it's so easy. Like, it would have been no problem for him to save him whatsoever. So you needed to make it so it would have been like a little bit more of a challenge for Clark to get him. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense.
We don't see this Superman with the super breath, do we?
Not in this movie, no.
No, okay. So I was going to say he could do like some super breath action on that tornado.
And we'll also get into that when we talk about Batman versus Superman, about the power issue. But no, I do agree with you, and I do think that you're right. Like, when you see the action in Man of Steel, there's no denying it's really, really well done. It is, and that's an entertaining movie. Like, there's this guy who just commented, Gen X-Man. He says, Man of Steel. This is when people argue with me. This is what they say. Man of Steel, during the fight with Zod, it looked like an actual clash of gods. As a viewer, that's what I want to feel. Yes, I agree with that. And when you see the two Kryptonians fight, that's how it should feel. Mm-hmm. But they still just lost that aspect of Superman trying to save people, trying to get him out. Even if he was not successful, there's no attempt. And that's the problem with the Cavill interpretation. It's not Cavill, it's the script. People, when this movie came out, they actually criticized Cavill. They said that he was like a block of wood. And
are you fucking kidding me?
That's what people were saying.
That's what I was hearing. That was my impression too. Just
like everyone sort of has these rose-colored glasses when it comes to him. Like, look, I didn't back then. I knew why they felt that way. But to me, it's like, well, that's not his fault. That's just the script. Like, I do think that Henry Cavill, to me, is like the fucking perfect Superman.
Yeah.
He just never had like Ben Affleck, great Batman, never had the movie to shine though. You know what I mean?
I just don't think he was a plank of wood here. Watching it again, because I remember him being that way, but he has so many great moments where he does go get vulnerable, and that's where I sympathize with his character. But I don't know. I think he's just kind of a straight shooter. He's serious. I didn't think he was a block of wood. That wasn't my impression.
I don't think it's fair either. I'm just telling you what the reception was at the time. I'm with you though. I feel the same way. I always thought that he was good.
Sorry, continue. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was finished with that thought. So,
did you think he was,
hell, but he's Eddie Camelot.
Well, I thought you were going to say wide angle lenses.
And 14.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, we're in the Phantom Zone for a moment.
But that's actually his later career. But anything before, like, if you Thin Red Line, and what's the Indian one? I love
New World.
Yeah. I love that movie. That movie that's shot anamorphic the same way.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's
because he's not using those obnoxious wide angle borderline fisheye lenses.
That's his best looking movie. Is New World.
It's a gorgeous looking movie, and I said it in my video essay, The Paradox of Terrence Malick, is the comments I made about the movie is that you feel like you're going back in time.
Yeah.
Because of how accurate the production design is and the cinematography. It's a gorgeous looking movie.
Yeah. And I think it's fair to say that Snyder did, like, maybe under the influence of Nolan,
Yeah.
make this very much like if you know, Terrence Malick directed a Superman movie, this is what it would look like. At least for the dramatic bits.
Yeah. How do we feel about because this is a big contention, I suppose, with people, is about the suit.
This is my favorite suit.
Yeah, this is so much better than Cord Sweat's
Oh my
suit.
God,
Oh
dude.
my gosh, it's so nice seeing, you know, a muscular Superman.
Yeah,
where it's like it's great form fitting. It's, you know, it looks like it's almost like part of his body. It's alien, you know, it's an alien. The stream's suspended. That's weird. Also, I hear music.
Yeah.
Okay.
It says, "Oh crap!" Just as
Sorry.
Kyle was saying, we are in the Phantom Zone. The stream got suspended. You were really banished to the Phantom Zone. Shit, yeah.
Oh, crap. What is that?
Oh, damn.
Shoot, man. Well, we're still going. I mean, I'm gonna.
Fuck.
I think
I don't know. What do you do in this kind of situation?
I'm
I have
gonna
no
look
idea.
at YouTube. Let me. It says you're still live. Oh wait, no. It says stream
no, it says stream
unavailable.
unavailable.
Oh crap! What?
Yeah.
The stream was suspended for policy violation.
Oh,
Damn.
what? Well, I think we could keep running, and then you could just clip that, and people could maybe watch this afterwards.
Clip? How do you mean clip it?
Like, I think what'll happen is, I don't think I've done this with a stream. I've done this with videos where it's like, if you play like a clip or like movie clips and it's like too long or something, it'll give you an option. YouTube will let you, it'll just automatically cut it out for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine.
Because I think are we still
Sort of.
running? It says we're still live, so I think like you still have access to this file. That's weird. I've never seen that before. And
Yeah,
people are
this is
still
new
chatting.
territory. This is new territory for me. But people aren't able to see it, right?
No, they can't see it.
But
Stream
they're
suspended for policy violations. But I mean, if you keep it going and then you post
but I
it-
mean, we want to get some people in here.
yeah.
The thing is, if we keep going, I don't know if like the stream is going to record fully on the back end or if it's going to just cut off. Oh wait, we're back on.
We are? Oh,
Looks like it.
let's see. I'll refresh.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
all right, we're back.
Sorry, audience. I'm not going to. I'm not going to play the movie anymore because of the copyright notices. I didn't think it would be an issue because there was no sound playing, and usually that's been the
That's
issue.
so lame. Can't we play
But-
the clips? Like, come on, we're supporting your film.
It's because of the length of the clips. I was letting it play on because I was loving you guys talking about it as if it were a live commentary. And what's funny is that we did that for Mission Impossible. I played the sequence pretty much, or a huge portion of it, of the Burj Khalifa scene, but it was a real small square. I remember it being very small, and that might make the difference there. I was wanting to show more of the video, but well, yeah, we'll stop doing that. That's my bad.
It's a shame. You
let me
can't
look
have
at-
fun, man.
It's likely that the section that you guys saw, the audience, and audience, would you please comment in the chat to make sure that you're back?
I think Megan said she's back. We're
She
back.
says she's
Yeah, she says you're back.
Yeah, cool. But yeah, probably that section of me showing the clips of Man of Steel is probably going to get cut out, possibly. Yeah, that's going to suck. Yeah. Okay. But we'll keep going because we're back on. You guys good?
We're good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Good to
it
keep going?
running.
All right.
We're gonna rank this one.
Well, I want to say one more thing about Man of Steel.
Please do.
And I brought this up earlier talking about John Williams, the quintessential theme, but Hans Zimmer fucking knocked it out of the park, switching it up and bringing Superman into like the modern age with a modern score. It's a fantastic score. It's full of many new themes, and they're all solid. So yeah, as much as I can say that the John Williams score is the quintessential one, like it's definitely up there, and it works really well with this film.
I love this score. I love Hans Zimmer's score in this, and it reinvented the theme in a way that wasn't people didn't think would happen. Like he could create something as epic, and this is someone's phone's going off. I can hear the vibrating.
It's me.
Okay.
Bobby was just texting, "What the hell happened?"
Oh, so he was watching from the restroom?
Yeah, I guess so.
He's still on the John.
Yeah. This is a score that I constantly have on repeat. And you have a dichotomy here, or a contrast, where you have at the beginning, you have a contemplative, very heartfelt, subtle piano piece section of it. And then it builds to this utterly epic soundscape that's just tremendous. It's an amazing score that this legend of a composer, Hans Zimmer, did. This guy's been around for half a century. It's incredible.
I'm glad he's still active.
Yes.
Still making stuff.
No, he's not that. He's not John Williams old. So John Williams still pumps out movie scores. I mean, not that many anymore, but he's still working.
Man, it's gonna be a dark day when John Williams is gone.
Dude, that's gonna be any day now, man.
Man, don't remind me.
Him and Clint Eastwood. It's gonna suck.
Oh man, that's gonna be. Which one's worse?
That's tough. I mean, he's basically the Clint Eastwood of film music, so that's tough.
I think Clint Eastwood dying is gonna be worse
for the world at large. More, I would say.
Yeah, it's the end of an era. Once he's gone.
Good. We got a confirmation aside from Megan.
Nice.
Yeah, Proctophile. Welcome back. Thank you, Proctophile. And I won't be banishing us to the Phantom Zone with a whole bunch of just letting the movie play. But we're having such a good time, Having such a good time. And
I'm watching this live right now.
Mm-hmm. And this is what I can say. This is my reaction to coming back.
Nice. Get hyped.
All right. So since we just had a moment of halting, let's get back to the ranking system.
Good stuff. I'm excited to give my rank. It's gonna get lowered quick.
One sec. And I'm gonna do it that way. Okay. So, Man of Steel, guys. Brawler, what would you rate this in?
Oh gosh. It's a tie between 9 and 10 for me. I think I'm gonna. If he would have said Truth, Justice, and the American Way, then we would put him at a 10. So I'm gonna put him at a 9.
I should probably put this at like an 8, because of that third act sequence. It really is an eyesore on this movie, and it shouldn't have happened. But everything prior to that is, cinematically speaking, to me, is so far the best iteration of Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I would put it at a 9. So it's
it's finally,
it's in the green.
Something.
It's in the green. I'm knocking it down. I'm not putting it at 10 because of that egregious third act sequence of destroying the Metropolis city. But it's in the green, so it is in Truth, Justice, and the American Way. Matt, what do you say?
All right. Well, sorry guys, but I am going to knock this down a bit. I'm going to put this at a 7.
All right.
The movie does a lot of things right. I really liked. I like. Okay, I will say this. This movie has mass rewatchability appeal. So, like, I do watch this movie like every few months because I really enjoy it. But it gets to the parts that I don't like, and they re-piss me off. You know, each time I watch them, and it's like you guys, you almost fucking had it. And Zack Snyder, if you cared as much about the character aspects of the story that you do about the action, this would have been like the best Superman movie ever made. But it just falls short.
Seriously, seriously, if the third act was as solid as the first and second, it would have been up there, man. And we would have been more pissed off that he didn't get to, not necessarily Snyder, but that Henry Cavill didn't get his Superman too.
Yeah, well, the thing is if the movie was that, if they handled the third act better, I think we would have gotten that though. I think the
Good point.
reception would have been better. And like they suddenly like, oh, Warner Brothers, they start panicking. What are we gonna do? Oh, let's fucking throw Batman in there. And of course, like Batman's like the way they solve all
the
this.
Avengers happened. We gotta get our own
Yeah.
Avengers going. Yeah, fuck the studios. You know the reason that this franchise, the Superman franchise, Henry Cavill's got fucked up, is because of the studios, guys.
Absolutely,
because of the studio.
100%. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Greed fucked this up.
Yeah,
it's really sad.
Well, you know what's funny? So Warner Brothers, they do DC stuff, right?
Correct.
I thought so. Well, they're talking about, is it Zaslav, the president of Warner Brothers?
Yeah, he's the
yeah, Zaslav. He gives a thumbs up on the new Lord of the Rings script. Does that mean anything? Nope.
Do you mean like the show?
Or the Lord of the Rings, like they're making the Hunt for Gollum. I
Oh,
guess he saw the
yeah.
script,
Yeah.
Okay,
and
yeah,
it's got
yeah.
his approval. Thumbs
Yeah.
up, guys.
Yeah.
Who does that? Did we used to do that in the trades and like, you know, Variety and blah, 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 that studio heads and executives would do comments about a script?
Yeah.
Is
it
that a
literally
new
means
thing?
Nothing. Of course they have to sell. The
I don't
product.
recall that being a thing. Plus, they're probably full of shit too.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't trust anything.
Yeah, especially after the Hobbit movies. I'm just skeptical. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to make a good movie because it's a simple story, you know? And it's got Andy Serkis's Gollum back, and I do think that the scene in the Riddles in the Dark scene in The Hobbit is actually that's the
great scene.
highlight. That's
Yeah.
the peak of those three ridiculously bloated the bloated trilogy that didn't need to happen. But I actually have that scene like in my hard drive just to watch occasionally, you know, because it's that good, you know. So
Your special hard drive.
yeah, well, I mean, that's my hard drive got us into trouble. That's where I was streaming all of the, you know, the clips for the movies. So yeah,
Nice going.
all right. Well, let's see what's going on in the comments.
Ooh, check on
aside
chat.
from-
It's been a
yeah.
while.
It has been a while, but we're back.
We're still here, chat.
We're going to be talking about referencing Man of Steel more so. All right, let's see. So I think Story to Screen is talking about, Man of Steel, my personal favorite Superman movie, he says.
That's fair. I get
That's
it.
cool, man. Eddie D, Zack Snyder and James Gunn made a great Dawn of the Dead remake.
I disagree with that.
Fight 'em.
I didn't see the original, so I can't compare.
I fucking hate the remake. There's one cool part in it, but the
What
rest
is
sucks.
Big Kyle.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's
That's
happening?
messing up. Gen X-Men, Man of Steel. During the fight between Superman and Zod, it looked like a clash of gods. That is what we
Yes.
want to feel. Yeah, but you don't risk the lives of all those people. There has to be an attempt or a restriction as to why they're fighting in Metropolis, or et cetera, et cetera. We've been over that. Morgetha. I'm done with Man of Steel when Clark let his father die in tornado.
It's a trash scene for sure.
It's problematic.
Morgetha's a hater.
Proctophile. Superman could have covered Zod's eyes with his hand. It would be interesting to see which one taps first, as they both take potentially permanent
Oh,
damage.
his comment just reminded me of something. If you want to go through the rest of them, that's fine. But I did want to bring something else up too.
Bring it on!
All right. So earlier we were talking about Superman and Superman Returns getting his ass kicked, and there's like no bruises on him and stuff. Well, the same thing applies in this movie. Like, he's fighting a Kryptonian. If anyone can make him bleed, it would be fucking Zod punching him. So it would have been more impactful if they're taking blows and like they're getting hurt the way we would get hurt if we
That's
weren't
true.
a fight. You know, that's what they should have done.
Yeah, neither of them were really blemished the whole time.
No, they're not at all. There's
That's
no,
weird.
which also makes it more ridiculous when they're throwing each other into buildings, because it's like, well, why are you can't hurt each other? This is stupid, you know?
Yeah, Kryptonians are still able to get hurt. That just depends on how much power
they can hurt
getting
each other.
thrown at them.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a
Doomsday,
very
the
good
one
point.
who kills Superman, is a Kryptonian, so that's how he's able to do it.
100%.
100%.
100%.
Mm-hmm. Comments. Let's see. Well, Yash, Snyder is such a hack man, sent Superman to Africa. Is that
Well, I mean, you talking about BBS or I know he does like a little flyby in Africa.
I don't know what he's talking about.
At the
in Man of
beginning.
Steel.
Yeah.
Like when he first learns to fly, the fly which is a great scene, that montage. I think he flies over some like zebras or some shit in Africa.
Nice.
I like this though. He says whenever Cavill is given a moment to act, he is very much Superman.
That's very true.
Eddie, without this film, BVS, we wouldn't have gotten the BVS rewrite from Chris Cuckman.
That's true. Oh man,
we wouldn't have gotten the gold video of him weeping.
Oh my
about
god,
that
so
because he
good.
couldn't take online criticism.
That was so good.
If I could tell you the amount of things I've been called, both personality and looks wise, it would like I could write a novel or compile a novel.
People are fucking mean. That's the risk you take when you go on the internet.
Yes, when you put your face out there, your opinion, etc., it's inevitable. It's like, can you take it on the chin? Can you move on from it? And also, can you just do you have a good comeback? Because that's the next step. You guys are good at it, by the way. Hard cut. You should look at their comments, everyone. They have some really great retorts. So, yeah.
They fight the haters.
Wow, the stream got snipped that fast from just showing the trailer. It wasn't the trailer, it was the actual movie, and that's my fault.
Even worse.
Yeah. Yeah, this is when the stream was suspended, etc.
Oh, man.
But we're...
Red flags, Kyle.
We're back. We're back, though. We're back.
Rockfile says we're back. We're back.
Yes. Story to screen, the Snyderverse films were ambitious failures. The movies, debatable, were reaching for the stars in concepts, high concepts, thought-provoking themes, real-world commentaries, etc. Did it work? No, but it tried.
Wow. It's a sad conclusion.
Proctophile, don't even get me started, man. With a silly name like this, I catch flack all the time. All right. All right, guys. Thank you for commenting and sticking in watching this, even after we got suspended. So, what's next? There is something next, isn't there?
BVS.
It's a big one.
All right. Yeah, they did it again.
Oh, there we go.
I get so confused by these buttons, so my bad. Where are you at? Gotta get that poster, and we can only show the poster.
Yeah, only the poster, no clips.
There it is. All right,
it's a great poster.
It's a cool looking poster, admittedly. Yeah, like I want to see that movie, but it's the movie itself that's problematic. I do want to start off. I just got a reminder in my mind. I actually was on set for this movie.
Wow. Oh, that's cool.
What sequence?
I'll tell you. So back in 2014, they were shooting this. They were doing a sequence when I was living in Chicago where they were doing the flashback. And damn, I wish I could show you. They were doing the sequence where Martha and I always forget the father's name.
Jonathan
Wayne. There we go.
Oh, the Waynes, Thomas.
Thomas. Yeah. See, I'm not good with names. I'm good with faces. Anyway, the parents of Bruce Wayne are going to get shot. They filmed this scene outside of the Aragon Theater in Chicago. I got to do one day on set where I was one of the theater patrons walking out, and they were shooting on IMAX on a huge crane. I walked onto that set, and this was the first big set I'd ever been on, and I felt as though it's that moment in a movie where you see the character on a movie set and they're just starry-eyed,
right?
That they got to walk. They're finally on a movie set, and this is movie magic. That's what it felt like. It felt like it was a set because of how it was lit, how many people were in period costumes. I was one of them, and I got to walk out of the theater right past the parents and young Bruce Wayne, and in between shots, I was standing next to the actors who were playing, Martha and Thomas,
Jeffrey Dean Morgan,
and the chick from Walking Dead,
right?
And I got to see Zack Snyder direct them, close proximity. Wow. The thing that I really appreciated the most, that I'm gonna give props to and respect to Zack Snyder, And I'd never seen this before, even though I worked 3 years on a TV show behind the scenes. Many directors come and go on TV shows. I had not seen a director do this before or since. Zack Snyder was running from Video Village, and for those that don't know, that's where you look at the monitor of what you're shooting, and it's usually very far away from where the actors are and where the camera is pointed. He was running from Video Village back to the actors each time. Cut, action, running back and forth. Directors don't do that, usually. It showed me that he gave a shit. And he really is committed to his job. And he respected the actors. He respected the time that was on set. And even if and the likelihood is that they were late. Like they were behind schedule. But even still, that's something that you would see an indie director do because they're still trying to prove themselves. He didn't need to prove himself. He had already been successful for many, many years. But he was still doing that. And that gave me some portion of respect for him. And I even got to watch them film from a distance the portion of the scene after I had wrapped. I just stuck around and kind of hung back, and I watched them film the scene where the parents get shot. And it's all in slow motion in the movie and all that. Until a PA came up to me. What are you doing? You're not supposed to be here. And I said, well, they told me to stick around, and here I am. And it's just, I played dumb a little bit, blah, blah, blah. But that was my experience for, I was on set for one day while they were shooting the flashbacks for that.
That's
and
sweet.
Apparently Ben Affleck came to set. I didn't see him, but he came to set that day.
Ooh. Could you hear the IMAX camera? Isn't it like...
Yes, it is. It's very loud. And you know what? They, at one point, they just got rid of it. Because I think it goes to the point of they were behind schedule. I really do. I think they stopped shooting IMAX as much as they thought they were going to.
It'll slow you down.
Yeah.
That's a shame. I don't know how they haven't fixed that by now.
I think that they have. The Odyssey is the first movie that is shot 100% IMAX.
So they did some technical fix to that so they could record.
I think they fixed the mags, so they're quiet now, or at least quieter. So
yeah,
sweet, good.
It's gonna be weird if they have to do ADR for a lot of dialogue in that movie.
No, any IMAX scene in a Nolan movie already is ADR.
So Kyle, if you don't mind, with Batman vs Superman, honestly, it's been a long time since I've seen this one, and I was younger. This was before I, paid more attention to film and to study it and analyze deeper. And I remember enjoying it. I remember I had a great time. It was so long ago, though. I mean, did you say 2014?
This came out 2016.
2016.
They filmed it in 2014.
That's crazy. Okay, so that was a long time ago. But when at my really young age, I loved it. I had a great time. I enjoyed Doomsday. Okay, this is a long time ago, bro. Okay, long time ago, 9 years ago. How old am I? Yeah, I'm like 14 or something like that. I enjoyed. I thought it was interesting the way they created Doomsday. I liked that it was General Zod's corpse. I thought that was kind of interesting. This is a long time ago, okay? And I was sad when Superman died. There you go. And this movie sold me. Gosh, I sound like such a simp. This movie really sold me on Ben Affleck's Batman at that point in time.
Well, he actually works as Bruce Wayne.
No,
I think he brings an aggressiveness to.
I liked that. I think we needed that with Batman.
And him running into the debris cloud. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's dumb that Metropolis is right next door to Gotham. That's stupid. But the fact that he's there though, when he runs into the that's like a very heroic moment. But yeah, fuck that movie. Movie sucks. Batman vs Superman is one of my it's like my go-to for a hate watch because that movie pisses me off every time I watch it. But there are things about it that I like. And again, the shooting style carries over from Man of Steel, and it's a very nice looking movie. But what a fucking train wreck. Stupid ass Jesse Eisenberg is
he's terrible. He was.
And earlier you mentioned Gene Hackman about Lex Luthor, but dude, he's better than fucking Jesse Eisenberg.
He's way better.
Jesse Eisenberg sucks.
No,
like
I don't even know where to begin when it comes to Jesse Eisenberg in this role as Lex Luthor. It's so miscast.
It's like he was
so
like,
goofy.
I feel like playing it as the Joker and the Riddler together.
Yes,
and that's how he does it.
It's this quasi, just to borrow a phrase from Reeve about when he was describing Superman 3 or 4, a misconception. Yeah, it's a huge misconception.
He's like a Jewy Jim Carrey. Like, it's weird. Dude, fucking that movie is just an absolute mess. And then you have the people saying, "Oh, what about the ultimate cut?"
Hey, hold on a second, Matt. I am on the understanding.
Whoa.
Pardon for talking while I'm chewing. But you and Bobby recorded an episode about Batman v Superman.
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's not done. It's in the hard cut vault.
Ooh, the vault, the rainy day fund.
Still needs to be seen, man. When are we gonna see it?
I don't know. At some point. We're too busy. But yeah, this movie is just an absolute fucking mess. First of all, talk about screwing over Henry Cavill. If you watch the theatrical cut, it's not even that much better in the ultimate cut. He's got like 26 lines in this whole movie. It's so awkward when he's in that courtroom scene, that bullshit scene where it blows up, and he doesn't say one thing. Not one line comes out of his mouth. He just completely, and like in this movie, he fucking mopes around. Bad. And I know because the world's like mad at him right now, they're untrustworthy, but he's just like, again, it's like kind of the criticism that I have about David Cornsweet when he flies off the handle in the new Superman. Superman doesn't do that. It doesn't matter what the world is doing. He always approaches things with like crossed arms and a smile. Things just roll off of him. That's the charm of Superman. But in this, Henry Cavill is just like fucking boring. Not his fault. It's the script. Like, he got screwed over in this movie big time because this movie is so like, you can tell Zack Snyder wanted to make a Batman movie.
Yeah.
And that's
which it does have that sequence of him storming the warehouse, which is a cool action.
Well, that is
cool
probably
fights.
the best fight sequence of all time when it comes to Batman. But why he's there is dumb. So the whole motivation of him. Oh yeah, it's like, well, it just doesn't make sense. It's like it would have been more practical if Superman, because he's like, oh no, you go there, I'll go here, and it's like, well, I don't know where my mom is, I'll find her, and then like literally the next scene he finds out where she is, so he could have just been like, yo, Clark, yeah, she's there, and he could have just gone in there and like, since this is Murder Superman, he could have just lasered everyone when he fucking went in there,
Correct.
But yeah, dude, stupid.
It's a movie that they hijacked Man of Steel 2 to make this movie.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. And that's why it's such a weird mixture.
This is course correction, Dawn of Justice. That's what this movie is.
Yeah. Misstep, Dawn of Justice.
Dude, they just, and then they kill Superman at the end. So now we're never going to have a really good adaptation of the death and return of Superman because this movie shoehorned this into the, like, again, this should have happened like 3 Superman movies into the future before killing him off. Too much shit's going on, too many things that don't make sense. In the ultimate cut, it's revealed that the reason why everyone died, like the Capitol building blows up, is because the bomb was in the wheelchair, which was lined with lead. But at no point in these movies have they mentioned the fact that he can't see through lead. That's never been mentioned before. So I don't know. I don't even know if he knows he can't see through lead. Like, we don't know, and so she mentions it, like Lois Lane's like, oh, he couldn't see because it was made out of lead. How the fuck do you know? We don't know the full extent of his powers yet. The people in this universe don't know the full extent of his powers.
Yeah, because they don't have any damn time. The studio hijacked Man of Steel 2 to make this, essentially. So we didn't get to explore the character, the new iteration of Superman. Yeah. And maybe it was something, here's a new idea. Maybe that kind of power or limitation is first discovered in that movie. Maybe
Well,
he
yeah, but
gains
it's like-
you mentioned the breath. What
Yeah,
if
they
that's
don't
something
even-
he didn't know before that he could
Yeah,
do?
and it's like, how does Lex Luthor know he can't see through lead? That doesn't make any. There's so many things in that movie that don't make sense. The whole plot and the setup in the beginning, the shit in Africa, and then them framing Superman, that makes no fucking sense. And that could have been like disproven, like in 3 minutes. Just nothing about like the movie is so childish. It's like it's like an image. It's like a 13-year-old.
That's why I loved it when I was a child.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's like Batman and Superman. They're fighting for 5 minutes, and it has those like cool visuals that are holdovers from Man of Steel, like I said. But Ben Affleck was a great Batman, and I will fight to the death when I say that I actually think that he had the potential to be the best Batman. But again, like Cavill, he just never really had the movie to shine in, unfortunately. But I like the Batman suit is the best suit out of all the Batman suits by far. I don't like this is probably my second favorite Superman suit, but I don't like the changes that they made in this movie. I think they should have just had the same suit from Man of Steel, but there's like little subtle changes to it that I don't like. But yeah, I don't know. I feel when I watch this movie, I get pissed off and I feel bad for Henry Cavill because he just massively got screwed over.
Maybe the grimace expressions that he had in this movie were about the fact that he got screwed over even back at this time because he didn't get his Man of Steel 2.
Yeah, possibly.
Well,
he's bringing out within himself.
Yeah, but it's almost remember how Margot Kidder was pissed off that Donner got fired, and you can see it in Superman 2. I think this is an example of an actor being pissed off again that he knew that the franchise was going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and that's a possibility. But then you see him in interviews for this movie during the marketing campaign for it, and he's professional. He's not like giving anything away that he's like upset about anything. I think he's a very professional guy. So that just makes it further reason why it sucks that they screwed him over because he just seems like a cool dude,
And he's a gamer too.
Yeah. And he was in what is that? Witcher. And thankfully he left.
Well, yeah, because they started cucking him in that
Smart guy.
show, and he was like, "I'm fucking out of here." And like even when you hear interviews with him talking about his exit, he's being diplomatic when he talks about it, but you can tell he's based, and that's why he left.
Yeah, it's a real shame what happened to him. You make great points, man. I imagine I'd have the same issues if I saw it again. It's been so long. I don't really care to see it again, though. I don't really care to see any of these again. Kind of.
Well, that speaks a lot to it, that you just don't even want to watch it.
Yeah. If it weren't for the stream, I probably wouldn't have watched any of these. We lost Kyle. Kyle down. That's all right. Yeah, if it weren't for the stream, I don't know. I just I think there's just so many serious titles to explore from the past, and especially like when it comes to me and watching films, there's so many like older titles I still need to see at home that there's literally no point in watching anything that's like okay that's come out the last 10 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, there are better ways to spend your time than watching fucking Batman versus Superman. Sure.
I'm glad you respect Batflick though, because I do think he was done dirty. I was a big fan.
Oh, they screwed him over too. But like, I mean, you finally had a Batman where it's like, oh shit, like this guy, he's built like a tank, and he would just beat like. No question, beat the shit out of anyone, which is the polar opposite of fucking Robert Pattinson. When you watch that movie, where it's like, when you're watching a Batman movie, you can beat up Batman. That's never a good idea, but you don't get that sense whatsoever with Ben Affleck.
Did you not like Pattinson?
Fuck no.
Oh man, I'm so sick of all the hype. It's like that movie wasn't that good.
No, it's not, dude. That movie has
everyone's got
zero
boners for that,
dude. I think that if I'm being objective, it's a better movie than Batman versus Superman. But I would rather watch Batman versus Superman over that because it's like it's more entertaining. The Batman is like it's just like a boring movie. You're just like, oh my god, this doesn't need to be 3 hours. And look, whenever I shit on Robert Pattinson, everyone's like, "Oh, he's a good actor. You just can't get over Twilight." No, he is a good actor. He is. He's a very good actor. He's just not right for Batman. That's the problem.
It's a weird casting. I don't know why they chose him.
Yeah, he sucks.
I love the idea of Alan Richardson being Batman. I think
I do too.
Sweet,
I do too.
man.
Yeah, I just finished Reacher. I've been sick, so when I was sick, I was actually watching it.
Nice. I couldn't get past the first season. I don't know what it was for me.
Dude, it's a stupid show. It's like it turned into like okay, I'm in this. I just gotta finish it, you know? But like it fucking sucks. And he's actually he's not a very good actor.
No,
but in the hands of someone else, like a good director, I think he might be able to do it.
I know that show wasn't a very good like template, like to see if he could play Batman.
No, it's not. And
he's got the look and the voice. That's about it.
Yeah, but he kind of sucks. Yeah.
You guys ready to rank this?
Yes.
Yeah, where'd you go,
10
man?
out of 10.
A restroom. I didn't mention anything because I know you guys can handle yourselves.
That's right. Wow. Kyle's so quick.
And a refill. All right. Let's see.
I'll put it as a. Let me think. Gosh, how do I properly judge this now? I'll be fair. I'll give it a 7.
That's pretty
just
high.
because just because I liked what you were saying, Matt, and I trust your judgment, but I also remembered how much I enjoyed it at a young age, so I don't know who to trust.
Dude, rewatch
I'm going
it,
in the
man.
middle. I'm going in the middle.
All right.
You guys are gonna lower it, don't worry.
You're talking gibberish.
Matt.
I'm debating whether 4 or 3, but I don't know. As much as this movie is fucking stupid, I don't want to see it in the same category as Superman Returns.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put it in 4.
Yeah, I think I put it at a 5. That's being very generous.
Just put it at 5.
You
then.
know what?
I'll
Though?
go lower.
Let maybe change the perspective a bit. Instead of just like putting it where we would put it normally as a film,
Okay.
let's rate it as a Superman movie.
Oh. Well, then I would probably put it at a 3.
Yeah, that same. Since this is a Superman list, you know.
Yeah.
That's.
Well, it would have to go lower.
Thank you for clarifying that, man. That's very true, actually. Brawler, are you sticking with 7?
All right. No. That's true. I remember him being more of the villain, if anything.
This is what I love about having a panel, is that we correct each other when needed, and there can be course adjustments, and that's cool.
Different perspectives.
Yes.
If it's a Superman movie, it's definitely a Batman film. I'd put it at a 4.
Yeah. So where does then that's a 3. All
I
right.
would agree with that. Yeah.
Wow, there are a lot of 3s, guys.
Superman's had
a lot of 3s. Do you
It's a rough
see
franchise.
that? Jeez. Damn. Wow.
I think we have
All
2
right.
left.
Yeah,
Or 3
and just for the
left.
sake of time, we're going to move past the comments. We'll get to them at the very end because
We are running out of time.
How much time do we have? You keep saying we're running out of time.
it's running out of time.
Running
man.
4 hours.
And we get right to this.
Okay.
We're doing both in conjunction with each other because they're going to be a crossover.
They're so different.
Yeah. But there's going to be crossover.
That's fine. All right. Can I start?
Go for it.
So, okay. It's been forever since I've seen the original cut of the Justice League. I remember I saw that in theaters and I never wanted to see it ever again. Just total dog water. 0 out of 10. Nothing redeemable at all. I mean, Batman was really a joke too. He got cucked hard.
Yep.
And then of course, Superman with his mouth. That was the first one. That you can't come back from that. I think that's also what the Kal-El is from, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. See, it's just endless potential. First one's dog. when I watched the Snyder cut, that came out in like 2020, didn't it?
Yeah. During
Yeah.
COVID.
So like, I remember I enjoyed the Snyder cut. I'm not like a Snyder bro or a Snyder stan, but I had a good time. I thought, from what I remember, I thought the characters were pretty well fleshed out. I liked spending so much time with them. 4 hours is a long time to sit with these guys. And, for a lot of these characters, we hadn't seen very much of them, Flash and Cyborg especially. So I enjoyed spending more time with them. And it was nice seeing Batman a little more competent. But at the same time, it was also a huge blend of tomfoolery. So I have mixed feelings on it. I really enjoyed, well, not really enjoyed, but I respected the improvements they made on the villain. Gosh, what was his name?
Steppenwolf.
Steppenwolf. My gosh, he is the most like copy paste bland like dull villain in the first one, and the second one, he
The
got
Joss
great.
Whedon cut.
Yeah,
The Justice League.
The Justice League. Yeah, total fail. The Snyder cut, I enjoyed seeing him, beefy, big, and he was way more menacing.
Yeah, it's
And
a little better.
especially,
It is a bit better.
it helped. It helped a lot, and also getting Darkseid in the mix as well, and some of those other like variables that Darkseid had at his disposal. So I don't know. That's just what I have to say. I really can't remember it all that well, which is not a good thing. It's not a particularly memorable film itself.
Hey, Matt, I have a question about Steppenwolf. Can you give me a rundown of the character in the comics and how well the adaptation is?
Well, in terms of the design, he looks nothing. I mean, in both versions, he looks nothing like that. He's like a human humanoid in the comics. But yeah, I mean, essentially, it's in terms of what he's about, he's kind of the same. He works with Darkseid and helps Darkseid. So
not too complicated.
It's not, yeah, it really is. I mean, there are solo outings that he has with Superman that don't involve Darkseid, but for the most part, he does tie into Darkseid.
So he's no crazy Thanos.
No, Darkseid's the Thanos of the.
Gotcha.
Well, actually, Thanos is the Darkseid of
of Marvel.
Darkseid came out before Thanos did.
Who's the equivalent of Steppenwolf in Marvel?
I don't read Marvel. I don't know.
Probably Loki, right?
Maybe
like Loki or
Loki.
One
Loki's
of his
a lot
goons.
better
He has
adaptation.
like Ebony Maw.
Maybe like Silver Surfer, because like Silver Surfer is the one that like the herald of
Galactus.
The destruction. Yeah. And I guess Steppenwolf kind of is the same way for Darkseid though, instead of Galactus. I don't know.
Well, one thing that can be said about the Justice League is when I saw this back in 2017, it wouldn't be a copyright issue, but I would definitely show this. There's a recording that right out of the theater, oh, it's fantastic. I should have thought of this. Is just all out venting. Megan vented about this movie. She was so pissed about the way that with what's his face as Aquaman, because she's a fan of Aquaman. Aqua Bro, as she kept calling him. And it was just and I felt the same way. The forced humor, it was trying to be like
a Marvel movie.
Yeah, it was trying to be the Avengers.
Yeah.
And it wasn't
Marvel humor.
It didn't start out to be that. I mean, the same thing happened with Suicide Squad. They took it away from the director and re-edited it to make it more Marvel-y. And the same thing happened. So this was the first time this happened, and they didn't learn their lesson. And oh man, it was bad enough to where the environment made it so that, and granted it was the shutdowns in 2020, that Snyder could go back and reinstate his vision for the Justice League, which was it's fair to say that he went overboard when it comes to the patience of the audience, because I think, dude, just like make a 3-hour movie and be done. He made like a 4.5 hour.
It was in chapters.
It's not even a movie. It's kind of a miniseries. He turned it into a miniseries, a streaming miniseries, and that wasn't his intended vision from the beginning too. So he kind of like did his own fuck up, right? So he turned it into something that was not intended to begin with. So this Justice League saga of these two versions are just a colossal fuck up. It's like it's of epic Hollywood big budget proportions.
Yeah. It's really, I'm glad that he was able to, have his way and edit it, because it is definitely an improvement. I mean, that first film is like unacceptable. I really have no idea how that was like released. It's the low. I think it might be the lowest DC has ever gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I would agree with that. I think that they're both shitty, just for different reasons. I'm glad that the Zack Snyder cut exists. I think that's really great that they let him finish it. But I do think that the movie showcases exactly why it was just the wrong idea for him to be sort of the kind of Kevin Feige figure for DC in the first place. Like, he just was the wrong guy. All Zack Snyderisms come to a head in this movie. Story, plot, and I'm talking about the Snyder cut. Everything just gets thrown out the window for cool, pretty pictures. And yeah, it's just, I would rather watch that, even though it's longer. It's a better movie. But, used a clip, Kyle, from the movie Waiting. You need to use that clip where he says, that's like being the smartest kid with Down syndrome.
Oh, that's where that line comes from. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Megan was the one that came up with using that clip from Waiting, by the way. So
that's a great
goes
movie.
to her.
But yeah, that's it's just like the shinier turd between the two. But you're 100% correct. Justice League is it's one of the lowest points just in comic book movie history. That movie sucks. Jason Momoa, yeah, I know the chicks want to bang him. I get it, but he should have been Lobo. He should have been Lobo. Like, it made no sense that he was Aquaman. And
This doesn't make any sense.
they fired him and they rehired him as Lobo. So that's weird, but I guess I like that correction. Yeah, fuck
old people are gonna be so confused when they go see Supergirl. Like, is that Aquaman?
Oh yeah. I mean, just the fact that like we're redoing Superman and Batman again, but then there's also like the Robert Pattinson Batman movies. Old people are like losing their fucking minds over
James Gunn Batman. Those three words do not go together,
dude. I'm scared. And it's called it's the Brave and the Bold. So it's like, dude, you're gonna be doing like your James Gunn version of Batman and Robin.
Oh my god,
guys, I have a morbid curiosity to see what you would do with Batman.
No,
it shouldn't happen.
Don't support him.
I'm not supporting him, but there's a morbid curiosity. Like I would want to see like a sizzle reel and then just be done. Like, don't even make a full movie. I just want to see a test. Like a bunch of scenes that he would do, and just to look at it and be like, yeah, that's exactly why he shouldn't be doing this.
You'll be able to make that an AI one of these days.
Oh, that'll be fun. There's not a lot to say about Justice League, even though these are very collectively. This is about 6 hours.
Jeez.
Of
definitely
media.
Well, it also just furthered the trend of fucking Henry Cavill over, because not even just his screen time in the movie.
Yeah, and he's not in this movie a lot. That's and it's going to factor in our ranking.
But also they left him completely out of the marketing, because they we're supposed to believe that Superman's dead. Okay. But
every fucking person who's ever heard of a comic book knows that he gets resurrected.
Yeah, even though it doesn't happen the correct way, but whatever. Stupid.
One positive thing that they did well, and we didn't mention, is the Cavill stash erasing thing, because he was shooting MI6 and the studio refused to shave his mustache, so digitally they removed it for the Justice League, and it created this weird effect above just his entire mouth just looks weird, because he also had facial hair everywhere else.
Yeah, it looks like shit.
It does, and that's part of the reason why the scene that I'm going to mention that they did correct, that I think is very, it is effective. It's when Superman comes back, and I wish I could play, you know, the footage, and you know, you hear the music, the Hans Zimmer soft Hans Zimmer score is when he comes back and he's in the crop field, and Lois comes out in the patio, and it's and you don't have the stupid dialogue because they reshot that scene, and so it plays differently. But in the Snyder's Justice League, you see a less talky version of that scene, and he's not saying jokes and blah 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 blah. It's heartfelt. He's delivering it seriously. He says, "I have a second chance, Lois, and I'm not going to waste it." And then you have his mom come up in a truck and sees that her son is alive. You know, that scene gets me emotional because of the kind of the fantasy sequence is almost like, to me, it's a moment in heaven for them. You know, where you see a loved one in heaven and you embrace each other. The thing I wish that they would have done better is, instead of her kind of she comes out of the truck and she kind of just walks, you know? I think she should have a wide shot of them running into each other's arms, and that would have just brought the scene up in quality for me.
Well, he could have flown at full speed and just like ran into her. Had her explode. Film.
I'd see that.
Yeah, but it's a beautiful scene actually, and they improved on it, and that's an example of a few scenes, but not a lot that are better in the Snyder version. But yeah, beyond that, we can just rate it. We can rate them both, not just both.
Yeah,
because they're gonna kind of be a little different.
Well, Justice League is in.
It's
Kal-El,
one.
no.
Kal-El, no.
All right, let's get it in there. Right it.
Yeah.
Kal-El, no.
Deserved.
Snyder
Cut, I'll put at I'll put it at 5.
No, I mean that's fair. That's a fair assessment. So here's the problem, and it's a good reminder. I'm going back to what you said, Matt, which is you rate this as a Superman movie. I think it's kind of on the same level as what he did with BVS. So I'm just gonna put it at 3.
I'd put it at 2.
Oh man.
So it just evens out at 3.
Yeah.
That
sounds good. Wow, jeez, you guys hate this movie.
It's movie stuff, I'm so glad that nightmare is over. But I mean, what we have isn't a great replacement, obviously.
All right, do you think the new Superman is worse or better than that?
Than Justice League?
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, yeah, I probably would say Superman's better than Justice.
Oh no. Yeah. Bro,
I don't like Superman, but
okay, that's good.
All right, we'll get to your comments at the tail end of the
I want
to
bury this movie. I'm so sick of it coming up in conversation. This movie has been in this circle for so long now. It's definitely run its course. But, you know, you have to talk about it, of course. And it's probably the most controversial title here.
Let's kill it once and for all right now.
Let's kill it. That's right.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, my gosh.
There it is.
That first one's more accurate. I would have liked to have seen. It looks like Steve Buscemi.
It is.
Oh, he would have been way better.
Yeah,
oh
let's see that. Let's see that. Yeah, I'll see that movie.
I would actually been funny that time then. I mean that
you
image
get
right
Adam
there.
Sandler as Mr. Terrific.
Yes.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
Yes, perfect. Do it, man.
Stop looking at me, Khalil.
It'd be genius.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here we are. And in the year of our Lord 2025, we have this iteration, James Gunn's Superman. I'm not even going to say a log line or plot synopsis.
Everyone knows.
Okay, so what I will say is this movie, I think, is out of time. It is a movie that felt, when I saw it, a movie that would have been made in the early 2000s, circa 2002, that was directed by like someone who loved Spy Kids and then made Superman. Even Robert Rodriguez would have made a better movie than this.
Wow.
Because he would have understood that, I'm not making Spy Kids. I am making a Superman movie. So it's just it's goofy in a way that's off-putting. You have these music drops straight from James Gunn's iPod that don't fit at all. These terrible 80s 90s rock songs that
They're
are obscure
terrible.
that nobody knows about, but he thinks they are cool because he watched Baby Driver. And he's like, oh, I'm gonna do that too.
Dude, he's got Superman's got Star-Lord's playlist. You know?
Yes, there you go. That's more
It's
accurate.
worse
Like,
than his playlist, which is
His-
the
yes,
sad
it is.
part. It's a terrible playlist.
It's like his volume 4 mixtape. You know what
It's
I mean?
what's
Like, the
left
bottom barrel
over
shit.
they've been avoiding this whole time.
yeah, and it's just the thing you could tell him is, okay, James, if you want to make Guardians 4, go and do that. Don't slap it into a Superman movie.
This is one of the biggest red flags I've ever seen. Like, this is the big introduction of the new DC universe, and this is it right here.
Yep.
There's zero excuse why you headlined Superman and his universe in this comical light, where it's just comedy. It's just trying to be a comedy. It's a straight up comedy the whole time. It really is.
It's a joke. The whole movie's a joke. They treat Superman like a joke. He gets his ass kicked through the entire fucking movie. Like, 3/4 of the movie, he's on his side. Like, that's this movie. He gets his ass kicked.
Assume the position.
Yeah. The suit looks stupid. The underwear is retarded.
It looks so. It looks.
His underwear is
trashy.
past his belly button.
It is.
That's how high it
Past his belly
is.
button. It looks like he took a shit in it. It's just like saggy.
It's loose.
Oh,
Dude,
gosh.
it's fucking sucks, man. Like,
Uh,
and look, okay, there's a bit of I guess Cavill crossover in the sense where it's like Cavill did what he can do with the role, you know what I mean? And I feel the same way about Corn Sweat. I really did think he brought it, you know. I like Cavill better, but
infinitely.
there's no I just don't want to like throw shade at the dude because I do think he tried his best. He does
Yeah.
seem like a reasonably okay dude.
Aside from nixing the American way in the
But like
iconic
you said though, he probably wanted to say it.
Yeah.
But
and the studio pressure, blah blah blah.
Definitely.
So, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but man, this movie is just the best way to put it. It's just fucking goofy. It's a weird, goofy, dumb movie. And like a lot of people are saying, oh, it's like watching a Saturday morning cartoon.
Oh,
I don't want to watch that.
I don't exactly right. I don't want to watch that.
I am not a child.
There are Superman Saturday morning cartoons that are more mature than this movie.
Go and watch those.
Yes,
The Saturday morning cartoons. I don't want to see a live action movie that is basically like a Spy Kids 5.
Yeah.
What upsets me the most is just how disrespected he was. He disrespected himself. His friends disrespected him. Lois disrespected him. Of course, the villains did. And his damn dog disrespected him. I mean, it did not stop top to bottom. Humiliation, physically humiliated, verbally humiliated, and he humiliated himself, but the self-talk he was doing.
That's why I'm saying like he's on his side for 70% of the movie. Like they visually humiliate him as well. He gets the one moment at the end, I guess, where he gets to kick ass, where he like he flies with all those people and he does the spinny thing with his dumb that wasn't even a great moment, but like that's the only time where he's able to shine and have like any sort of like heroic moment in the film. He gets upstaged by everyone else in the movie. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do like, and you guys are probably going to disagree with me on this, and that's fine. But I do think that Lois Lane is probably the best in this movie.
Oh, she's great. Yeah,
I liked her a lot. I thought she was like an attractive Lois Lane. Finally, they have decent chemistry together. I bought the relationship, even though I don't like what they do with the relationship necessarily. But I don't know. It's just at the same time, do I absolutely hate this movie? No, that's why it's just a weird movie to review. But Man of Steel is way fucking better than this movie. Like, there's just no contest.
Oh, hands down.
There's no contest, you know. And I'm glad that
of course we'll be accused of being Snyder Bros.
I don't give a shit. I talk so much shit on the Snyder this whole stream, whatever.
Yeah,
but
most of Snyder's movies are bad.
Yeah,
I don't hold back about that. The Rebel Moon movies are terrible.
Or Army of the Dead. Shit, yeah, terrible movies.
Where he doesn't know what a normal lens is anymore. Apparently, he has to make everything with no depth of field.
Yeah, everything's shot with a 14mm wide. It looks like it's shot with a GoPro. It looks terrible. But I'm glad I'm glad that guys in your generation are responding the way that they are. Because I was so worried that you guys were going to like this movie, and that was going to be so frustrating.
Someone Brawler knows.
Well, I hate to say it. I think a lot of people I know like it. Most of them like this trash. It's
because he went with a group of guys your age, right?
I was in the minority. I went in a group of there was 8 of us, and everyone was dogging me because I was the one that hated it.
No, fuck this movie.
And then 2 nerds that were bawling over the movie, they joined in on him, dogging on me. I was 1v10, bro.
Dude, there's nothing memorable about this movie. Like, ask your friends, like, what did you like about it? I guarantee
the dog. The dog.
What was the best scene in the movie?
The dog.
And if the answer was anything besides Mr. Terrific, then they're full of shit.
Isn't that the saddest thing too? Like, oh great, they got a side character, D-level character, nobody knows. They gave him a great spotlight. He's a competent, interesting, strong character.
Mr. Terrific, you're talking about
Superman. Yes. They didn't do that. How do they not do that with the main guy? It's unbelievable, and you just can't like the humiliation value or the humiliation factor was really what upset me while I was watching this, because I'm fine with seeing a vulnerable Superman. I don't have a problem with that, and I don't mind an emotional Superman, but not one that's like so self-deprecating, whining, bitching nonstop, and I think sometimes you just don't have to speak your mind. And he was doing a lot of that. And, I understand. Yeah. And I understand, I mean, just terrible situations he's in and he's young, but it was too much. It was too much. And we just don't need to see everything.
This is a recorded version of me out of the theater after leaving Superman 2025. This is my reaction coming out of the theater.
Look! What is that? What is that?
Literally, man. Respect. I thought you were actually going to show us something.
Oh, and also in other news, this is breaking news, guys. So this is something that came up in the news about Corn Sweat, and we need to address it. So
oh no,
let's get to it. Okay, this is breaking news.
New information tonight. Have you heard of corn sweat?
Look to the north, and typically the further north you go, the less humid it gets. That is not the case. It's getting more humid in the locations where they're growing the most corn. You can see corn sweat is causing some extreme humidity in parts of the Midwest.
That's so stupid. Nice.
It's kind of an annoying last name though. Like I hate saying it.
He really should have changed it. And I won't name names, but there was somebody said some time ago when I pointed out Corn Sweat's name, said back at me, Well, what about Corwith? If you can't understand the difference and hear the difference,
You know what?
if you can't hear
Oh,
the
yeah,
difference,
it's way,
you're beyond help.
way different. No,
They're beyond help.
man. It's sad when you look at, you watch Superman and literally the best part is Lois Lane. Because I'm totally with you, Matt. I loved Lois Lane. I couldn't believe I loved her. I was going in thinking she would be the most annoying element in the film.
She wasn't
and
annoying.
She was great.
She was
I loved
good.
her.
And the best scene, because I keep going back to it, so it automatically goes into that category. Best scene is in the end when he's defeated, blah, 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 blah. He's victorious. And they're on the street, Lois and Superman. They pretend that they're going to go into a building to do an interview for, the public perception. They run into this empty, large room, and it's in the trailer, the portion where they're rising in the air. But they just the camera's moving around them, and it's this. They're indulging in the romance between Superman and Lois, and they just come into each other and start kissing and making out, and then they rise up into the air. That's really well done, and that was really a good moment, and that's the kind of moment that should have been in the Reeves Superman. They didn't even have that type of stuff.
Why not do that?
Well, you have the flying sequence with Lois.
You have the flying sequence, but another thing I didn't point out about Reeves Superman and the direction, and I gotta point that out, it's Donner's fault, and it's prevalent in every one of them. She's just able to, just by being held by the hand, go off and fly on her own, when in reality she would be hanging from Superman's arm or hand. It's absurd. And at one point in either 3 or 4, she literally flies on her own, like Wendy from Peter Pan. So thankfully they didn't do that here, because we've grown in terms of logic. But yeah, that was the moment where they're making out and embracing each other. I thought that was really good. Just little moments, but the majority of it, when I was in the theater watching it, I'm just rolling my eyes. It was similar to when I was watching Indy 5.
Wow.
I was rolling my
that's a
eyes.
sad comparison.
That is sad.
Yeah.
I was so sad because for the longest time, I've been a hype man for this because the trailers looked great. I was very excited. I thought James Gunn was going to switch things up and give us a heartfelt story, because I die for those. Those are my favorite. And, despite a lot of people probably disagreeing, I thought Man of Steel was actually pretty heartfelt. And I was, for me, for whatever reason, I felt warmed up by watching it for some reason. And you know what? That was my expectation with this. That's what the trailers promoted. It's what they advertised. That's what I paid to see. And we didn't get none of that the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Total misdirection.
Yep. I was on the fence with the trailers. I saw them and I was just like, yeesh. These
But you were still giving it the benefit of the doubt. You weren't sure about the dog. I was sure from the beginning. I thought the first scene I saw with that stupid dog, I said, I am not in this. I am not for this.
Yeah, that dumb dog.
No.
Well, you know what? To be fair, Crypto didn't end up bothering me as much as I thought I was going to be annoyed by him. I thought
a
that
useless inclusion.
You're absolutely right. But if you're going to make him work in a movie, that's like they did, you know what I mean? That's the best you can make him work. You know what I mean?
That's why I don't think it works at all. It just
I agree with that.
work.
I agree with that.
In the comic, well, I don't know the comics because I don't read the comics. I'm only commenting as a film goer. Talking about the movies,
you're right.
I just don't think it fits in a movie.
I agree
for
I agree
Superman.
But if you're going to have him, okay, I'm just giving as much props as I can, dude. Guys, the way the movie literally starts with him getting his ass kicked. That's how the movie starts.
Yeah,
fuck this movie. It sucks.
The hammer
and they have to have a
Bavaria
chyron of
is the best part of the whole movie.
A few weeks ago. Go ahead.
Huh?
I'm sorry. What did you say was the best part?
What was it? The hammer of Bavaria or Baravia?
Ultraman?
Well, him as the hammer character, that was the coolest part of the whole movie for me. I loved that.
Which part?
In the very beginning with the guy and the giant, it's Ultraman in that suit, the hammer of Baravia or Bavaria. Remember, he beats up Superman.
He looks like the Juggernaut, sort of, in the beginning of the movie.
Well,
you don't remember?
Well, I remember him coming out of the ice, dragged to the fortress.
He's
right after
flying.
that.
This
He flies
guy's
back.
flying in the city.
He flies back, and then the guy's there, General Zod lasering the building, and then they fight again.
This is like
so funny. You can't remember that.
I don't remember that part. I thought the next fight was that gigantic thing, that gigantic
the
monster
kaiju?
that grew.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, wow,
That's stupid.
I totally blocked that out. I don't think it's me remembering is gonna make me cross over into liking it though.
No,
So,
dude, yeah.
oh my, ooh. Okay.
Are we ready to rank it?
I think so. Right?
Can I start?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's.
I'm giving it Kal-El. No.
Ooh.
I've made my. I said a 4 a long time ago. I changed my mind. It's a 1, if not a 0, in my eyes.
Yeah, I just think I think it's a mess step in terms of making a Superman movie, and it also irks me that, like, I even made a video. It's on my Instagram where it was right in the midst of when Cavill was told that he's coming back, and then within a week or so, rug is ripped out from underneath him as no, he's not actually.
That was so weird.
And I said in the video that it's real travesty in terms of the, in the context, not in the world in general. We're talking about in cinematic terms. Just cinematically speaking, it's really unfortunate that he didn't get a sequel to make a betterment of what Man of Steel started, which I think it would have been quite possible. I mean, just thinking about the alternate reality that we could have gotten, where if Man of Steel 2 came out this year instead of James Gunn's Superman, I'm just thinking about it. And it doesn't even have to be Snyder. It could just be.
It wouldn't be him. It would be someone else. But that would be awesome.
Think who could have been a better director to
suppose they
direct
had
it.
They had the Christopher McQuarrie script, which is supposed to be amazing. And like,
Yeah.
I don't know if he was. I don't know if he was going to be the one that was going to direct that. But at this point, because he's got directing clout, he might, be the one to do it.
Dude,
Wow.
that's like an alternate reality. Think about it. The calamity that happened with MI8. MI7 is good. Like, it's a good film. It has its problems, but overall it's a good movie.
Yeah.
But if an alternate reality happened where they'd only made Mission Impossible 7 and he had the time to do a Man of Steel 2, just thinking about that is just that it seems to me that should have been the way it should have gone, because MI8 was story-wise and script-wise is so bad. It has problems that are just like extensive and so apparent within the first hour. The action sequences are great, but it's such a dichotomy there with MI8. So to think that, that's evidence that he wasn't meant to do that. There's an alternate reality where, he should have been doing Man of Steel 2, perhaps, know? And then if you want to reboot it, fine, but at least I was just, at least give
James Gunn
could
make Man of Steel 2
to
gosh,
because we could have gotten a modern Superman movie that could have been the best one, and unfortunately we're in the universe where that didn't happen, and it's really not going to happen because we're in this weird situation where now we're going to get like 2 iterations of Batman. I'm throwing my hands up and like,
it's over. Don't have any hope for DC now. We lost. We lost, guys.
It's over.
We're getting this. Will never end now.
I really do think. Look, I said this back in 2012. I predicted this, and it so happened. Even in one of my videos from 2019 when I reviewed Endgame, I said this. I referenced a recording that I did with a friend where I was trying to start a podcast, and I extracted a clip from it, me talking about how I think the way of the superhero genre is going to go the way of the Western. And then within a year or some time after that, Steven Spielberg said the exact same thing. And I just predicted that and we're not quite, I think we're on the verge of that right now, because we are seeing the box office returns just go down. The expectations of what this was supposed to do and Marvel's movies, etc., they've made them on such a big budget that they can't recoup the cost, or they're breaking even, etc. So they're realizing that they have to scale down their budgets, because this is going the way of the Western, where you can't make it the way that you used to. You have to course correct. And literally Marvel just said that they're not going to output as much media and movies and TV shows. That is the sign and evidence, sign of the times that, this is happening. It is diminishing superhero movies. And we're seeing this year, thankfully, more successful original films that are grossing hundreds of millions of dollars. What is it? Weapons just made $100 million? Wow, just crossed that mark? Yeah. That's incredible.
F1 is the highest supported, like the biggest box office for any sports movie.
I'm really proud of audiences, and that goes to the people listening to this and the people outside of it, is that we are voting with our dollars by buying these tickets, and we will buy movies, because that's essentially what we're doing. Yeah, we're not owning them in the theater, but we're owning them while we're in the theater. So when we buy these tickets, we are voting with our dollars, and I'm proud that there are audience members who are consciously making that choice to say no, because that's the most important thing. It's even more important than yes. There's a value in life is to say that saying no is more important than saying yes. To know when to say no. And this is happening right now. And what I think is going to happen, safe bet, is that original movies are going to become more of a norm that are successful. Not just original, because original movies have existed, but the problem is that they don't become successful. And the headlines that I'm hearing of all these original films, Sinners, I think that was a little overhyped. I don't think it's as good as people what they said it was. I think it was just From Dusk Till Dawn inspired, set in the early 1900s. That's okay. But I've yet to see Weapons, and I want to see it.
Oh man.
There was a movie, You and I, Brawler, loved The Materialists. That was an original film that touched upon real issues.
Eddington, right?
I didn't.
No, you say yes. Change your mind, please.
No. I think that movie is, it's something in disguise. It's not as what it makes itself out to be, or what it wants you to think it is. But we went into that discussion on your stream, which is available. So on the whole, I am hopeful that there's going to be an equilibrium that's going to be reinstated into cinema. And I don't want to go so far as to say there's going to be a renaissance of original films. I just think that there's going to be a balance restored to what movies come out, and we're going to see original mid-budget films that actually make their money back and more. And then we'll see less superhero movies, which I am all for.
Yes, please make it stop. So what do you guys ranking it as?
I just for the, because I didn't enjoy this. It's probably a 2. I'm gonna put it at 2.
Yes.
Matt, what do you put it at?
Dark side.
I probably put it at a 4.
No.
So it goes. Can it fit in 3?
No,
it doesn't fit in 3. Wait, it doesn't. It doesn't.
3. It's way worse than 3. It's at least.
Hey, it's below. It's below those. So it's like it's reaching into 2.
It's not a good movie, but it's not like it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just not a good movie.
Yeah. We got 6 films that are in the 3 category. Yeah, that's ladies and gentlemen, that is the Superman tier ranking of feature length films right there. We're looking
They've done Superman so dirty the last 40 years.
It's been a long run.
Oh man, there, though, man. It's just
I know, right? You should have 3 other movies that are in 9s and 7s and 6.
That's where Man of Steel 2 should go,
Absolutely. Oh man.
Wow. I'm glad the new Superman is at least very low. I was worried somebody here would want it to be higher. I'm like, okay.
No. And I'm also glad it's not doing well.
Yeah, that makes me smile. I'm rooting for its failure.
So one thing, we got a couple more minutes, guys?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. There's one notable mention that could go on the tier ranking, but just to mention, because we've talked about Lois Lane, right? And we made mention at the beginning about who was the best Lois Lane, right? And my pick, and it's such an easy pick, and it made me aware of this when I rewatched Smallville with Megan, is that Erica Durance is the best Lois Lane that is both in TV and film that's ever been cast.
I didn't watch that retarded show, so
so you don't even know, and Brawler, you don't even know.
No.
I've seen
Are
the
you showing us
scenes.
a clip
I've
or
seen the
something?
scenes. Like she's like super hot. There's like does she like at a strip club at one point, like undercover or something?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, super
Kyle
hot.
remembers that one well.
But she's like by far the hottest. Like you're right. She's.
But it's not just that. It's not. I'm not just talking about looks. She's the full package. She has the charm. Like just imagining her in Kate Bosworth's role in Superman Returns. Well, that wouldn't have worked out in terms of being in that film. But just the difference of performance would have been night and day. So it just an honorable mention to put that out there is just to show appreciation for Erica Durance. There's a little montage, and yes, I've run it by copyright, so it's safe. Please enjoy Erica Durance, a few clips as Lois Lane.
Clark, I know how devastated you must be, but if you could just keep your tears to a minimum, I'd appreciate it.
I'll try.
You know, if I have to sell my car for food, that's okay too. I've always dreamed of being a hobo, riding the rails, cooking beans over roadside fires.
If you want, I guess you could stay with
You're a
us.
lifesaver. God, am I in need of a hot shower. Jimbo, you are mine.
Lois!
Oh, come on, Smallville, you killed me. Uh-oh, does Clarky have the sniffles?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this bothering you?
The chair, or you in it? Or there's another kind of activity two people share. Repetitive motion builds to a climax.
Thank you.
I just came from Tess. I got a raise.
Why would she give you a raise?
Because I'm me. Hello.
Oh my god, that show looks like trash.
She
Dude,
was pretty good looking.
How the fuck, when he becomes Superman, how don't people go, yeah, you're him? Like he's
Okay, you have to blanket that for every iteration.
no, they,
Welling?
they at least try to do the glasses and the hair change, but in this, like, fuck that show. That show looks like trash.
Well, doesn't the Superman 2025 say that there's a magical thing that happens when he puts on his glasses?
Yeah, there's like a, depending on what era of Superman comic books, there was an era where he has like these, his glasses do some sort of hypnosis on people. So,
which is that can work.
Sure.
It's kind of, it doesn't really fit into, okay, he's an alien from another world. Why that sounds like magician shit. That's different. That they should have used a different terminology when it comes to that. All right. Yeah. Well, I think that's going to bring us to a close. We went 4 hours and I was even saying it is the longest stream on YouTube. But before we go, we'll just do a couple of comments just to honor our chat and people that stuck around, because we still have 10 people in there, just to be appreciative of you guys. What is that? We'll start with that. What? Hashtag fart up?
Fart up.
Somebody help me out with that.
I don't know what that reference is.
All right. Well, we'll leave that at that. Yash, Nick Holt was also, if I'm being honest, another shade of Jesse Eisenberg, nerdy, annoying Luthor. Not no, it's not. He's sure annoying, but not even close to Jesse Eisenberg.
No, he's there are problems with his portrayal, but not that bad. I mean, no way. He was just he flew off the handle, and Lex Luthor was supposed to be cool and collected, and yeah. Like Superman, he was just kind of emotional.
Yeah, you can't really. He can't. I don't think it's possible for him to stoop as low as Jesse Eisenberg's.
Yeah, that's
Lex Luthor.
That is like a 0 out of 10 performance.
Yeah. You have to try to get that low.
Yes.
Proctophile says 2025 Superman is pure, unadulterated shite.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Purely.
Yep.
Absolute. It's one of the few absolutes in life.
100%.
100%.
I was about to go to the fart up comment again. Let's see. Story to screen. Probably the Martian Manhunter cameo in the middle condensed the flashback sequence. Is he referring? We were back to Justice League, I think.
Yeah, Snyder's cut.
Okay. Let's stick to the latter end of the comments. Ooh, nice. Proctophile returned to the stream with beer.
With ice cold beers.
And he also hates that stupid dog.
He's the worst. He ruined
Agreed.
the movie, along with everything else.
I mean, would you take the dog over the redneck parents at least?
Oh, those are. Oh God, dude, that's
no, I wouldn't.
That was horrible. Horrible.
Smallville is amazing.
You got to debate, Matt.
You're getting trashed by Matt, Megan.
No, that show is trash.
Well, you know what she says? You're so wrong, Matt.
It's one of those shows that you just like got into, and you know, you can sit down and watch like Beverly Hills 90210 and get sucked into it. But does that make it good because it sucks you in? No. That's the same thing with Smallville. You just got sucked into it. That doesn't make it good though.
Look, there are problems with Smallville in terms of them trying to be X-Files in the first season, and then the latter seasons, they get bogged down with a lot of the other characters and the mythology, blah 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 blah. But what they get right is that relationship between Lois and Clark. This is the thing that emphasized to me the most is Lois actually has feelings for both Clark and Superman. In the movies, she doesn't. She actually treats Clark like shit.
Right, she does.
Okay. But the way that Smallville does it right is she's conflicted. Oh, drama, you might say. That was the way to go. And the happy circumstance that occurs is that she doesn't realize that they're the same person. And what ends up happening is it all comes together. It makes sense that she would like both because she sensed there's an intuition that she has. I love Clark also that, you know, she grew up with Clark essentially from high school, and that might be different from the comics, blah, 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 blah. But that show did it right, and I really appreciate that relationship. It's the best iteration of their relationship on screen, whether it be TV or movies. And even though I would skip when we were going through the show, there were sections of it where, you know, it's about the mythology and blah blah blah, this guy's coming back. It's like they do repeat a lot of the same beats, but that relationship is really well done. Erica Durance is awesome in that role. Doesn't get enough credit, and I want to give it to her.
Nice.
So
Send Stone.
Yash says Smallville was very influenced by Spider-Man and vice versa. Like back in the comic days, I suppose.
No, I think he means like because the movie Spider-Man came out around the same time Smallville came out, right? So
okay.
I guess back and forth, like the movies and that show were an influence on each other.
Yeah, you want to know what they should have done instead of making Superman Returns? They should have done similar to what X-Files did. They made a movie in between season 5 and season 6.
Because that would
they should have done a movie for Smallville.
No, because that would have meant that Smallville was like canon, and fuck that. So no, thank you.
But you admitted that you haven't seen the show. So.
It doesn't. I can watch a trailer to fucking Twilight and say, yeah, that's a piece of shit. You know, I don't need to see the movie to like be like, oh, that sucks.
That's where you and I are going to disagree, dude. I don't think I'm going to put that on to everyone. You cannot have a final conclusion about something unless you've seen it.
I'm not. I've made this point before. There's so many shows I have to watch, and I'm not gonna invest my time in that show because I know I won't like it. It'll piss me off. So Lex Luthor should not know Clark Kent. That they should not know each other. That's stupid.
Also, Michael Rosenbaum is a good.
I'm sure he
Luthor,
is.
By the way,
I'm sure he's great. I'm sure Erica Durance is great. I'm sure all of them are great, but they're not the actual characters that they're playing. So, fuck that.
The relationship between Clark and Lex, Yash says, were similar to Peter and Harry in Raimi Spider-Man movies. That's... Yeah,
I can see that.
I see that. Megan pointing out. Yeah, I'm giving her credit. Absolutely. We both like. This is the thing. Megan loves Tom Welling, and
That's fair.
and Erica Durance is on the other side for me. We
fair.
both have appreciation for each side of the coin. So yeah, I think that's a good time to wrap it up. And let's see. Go over last notes because I got some notes for just the stream in general. Just don't want to log off and say, "Oh shit, I forgot to do that." Oh, one thing to mention: Hardcut, you crossed over 13K subs.
Wow, nice job.
Congrats, man.
That's awesome.
Finally.
Good on you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How many?
Yeah.
Do you drop a lot of videos every week, or
We try to do one a week.
Oh,
Sometimes
nice.
we don't make that, but that's usually our cadence.
Cool, man. Nice.
What about you? What's your schedule?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I do the live streams Tuesday nights. Kyle's been on it quite a few times. Gen Z reviews. That's a lot of fun. And then sometimes I'll do videos on Fridays or Saturdays. It's kind of all over the place. I like doing the lives. I think the lives are a lot of fun. So
They are fun.
I'm glad Kyle's getting into it. I think you'd be good at hosting one too.
They're
man.
fun when you don't play the movie.
What do you mean?
When you
you
don't
don't
play,
get-
when
when
I
you don't
don't
get
play,
kicked?
when I don't play the movie, you know.
Oh,
and
yeah,
get
yeah.
copyright strikes.
Literally, yeah. Nice going, man.
Yeah, that was my fault. But yeah, hey Brawler, what do you got going on? Like
Well,
coming
okay,
up
so
that you
I
can
just-
tell the audience about?
So yeah, if people want to check out, if you're curious about Nobody 2, I watched that and I reacted and reviewed it with my buddy Ty. We talked about that. Gosh, what was that? Thursday? What's today? Friday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So yesterday,
in 9 minutes it'll be
it
Saturday.
was last night, and it was. I'll just tell everybody, it was very disappointing. And if you want to hear more about that, please check out the video. I'd love your support. And on Tuesday nights, Kyle's been there many times. We do the Gen Z movie reviews. Get a couple 20-year-old guys that haven't seen a lot of the cult classics, and we review and react to those cult classic films. And we'll like to bring on other YouTubers, like Kyle here, and have some more expertise-driven creators. And it's a lot of fun. We just hang out, talk about the films, get into it, and it's a great time. We'd love it if you joined us.
Yeah, audience, stay involved with our channels. Get involved and, do that type of stuff. Subscribe, blah, 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 blah. I don't like usually saying that because you, audience, I give you, you know this already. You know this. I don't need to spell it out for you. Hey, Matt, how about you?
Yo. Yeah, so as Bobby said before he took off earlier, we just released our first critique of Alien Earth episodes 1 and 2. So check that out. And then Bobby's working on the cut for Weapons. And I think
Nice.
that will probably come out mid next week at some point, maybe the end of next week, depends on how it goes. And also giving us some breathing room with Alien Earth. But yeah, that's what we got going on right now.
I've yet to watch I started watching the review and I noticed that the editing was different and you did it based on time constraints, which yielded an interesting result, I would say. I started watching and I was like, oh, I want to get back to it. So, and I've yet to watch Alien Earth. I don't spoil it for me in terms of recommend or not. But
Well, yeah, I banged that edit out like so fast, like just
I
within
bet.
hours. Just
you had 2 days to do it, right?
we recorded Wednesday and I finished it last night. So yeah, however much that, I mean, but I had work, so I had to do this on top of work, but yeah, I'm glad that it's out there, but yeah, unfortunately it's not polished the way we usually do our edits. So yeah, if anyone sees that as our first video, that's not the level of quality that we usually do. So,
but you don't have work tomorrow.
I don't.
Okay, thankfully.
Well,
That's
kind of,
relieving.
I kind of do actually. So, yeah.
But you don't have to be up early.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Here's one thing actually I saved for us. We completed this epic live stream. For those of you who are still here watching, I really appreciate it. This goes to all of us here.
I want to propose a toast to us.
To us,
gentlemen.
Nice.
Cheers, guys. All right. We'll see you next time. And hey, for those of you still here, if you have any suggestions of a franchise retrospective, I'm open to suggestions. I don't know when the next one will be, but I want to continue doing them because you get stuff like this happens, you know? All this great camaraderie, collaborative discussions, and spontaneous moments of being kicked off the stream, and then it comes back.
Hilarious.
Like, I didn't even know that could happen. So we roll with the punches. Anyway, cheers, everyone.
See you guys.
See you
Thanks
guys
for watching.
Good night, sweet prince. Parting is inevitable.